here who will feel thus. We are all anthroposophists and can understand such things. It is not because of the words used to describe governments that I want to read you this article, but to show you how Gleichen Russwurm, not a very famous man, but one who is roughly on a par with Metterlink as far as intelligence goes, in no way recoils from saying to his own people, within the fortress, what a courageous, thoughtful, and honest man has to say if he does not intend to throw sand in their eyes. Obviously, though, what is said inside the fortress ought not to impinge on the periphery, because basically it has nothing to do with that. Think tactfully and you will understand what I mean. Gleichen Russwurm says, quote, the Russian people are good-natured and gentle, whatever the Cossacks, who are not related to them, might do. The criminal Tsarist government has brought about the war, yet the greatest poet of the nation, Tolstoy, who will ever retain our respect, has preached abhorrence of war in most moving words. The atrocities committed by the French mob, the stupidity of their ministers, and the uncultured remarks of Paris journalists and writers cannot undo the fact that France is the country of that saint of charitable love, Vincent de Paul, who still has many followers, nor that the majority of French people are hardworking and peaceful by nature. England remains the birthplace of Shakespeare and has given the world gentle poets, selfless philanthropists, and philosophers of the highest worth. Yet the country is ruled by liars and tricksters, and the English people, who are proudest of their own culture, have brought into being the worst kind of modern barbarism through their manner of conducting the war. Italy's characterless bandit government is despicable. Everything connected with Italy recently has been disagreeable and repulsive even to her friends. Yet, since Goethe, we have received such rich treasures of culture, artistic sense, and natural beauty from her that we shall keep her in our hearts, unforgotten and still fruitful. The hate our enemies bear toward us has perhaps preserved what is most valuable in our nature. The bitterness shown us nowadays, our recognition of the unprecedented antipathy facing us on all sides, is like the warning whispered by the slave to the victor, memento mori. Even if spoken by the vile mouths, it ensures that noble-mindedness does not become overbearing, that triumphal jubilation does not degenerate into arrogance or hubris. The presumptuousness the Greek poets warned their heroes to guard against. Schiller, concerned for the dignity of man, considered that noble human beings pay not only by what they do, but also by what they are. Close quote. Steiner again. You see, it is possible to form very derogatory opinions about those who are participating in current events, without falling into the trap of scorning whole nations. Judgments of this kind may be found by the hundred, and if one day statistics are drawn up from 1914 onward, showing the way other nations are judged by Central Europe and by the periphery, the result will be a revelation of a remarkable cultural and spiritual nature. But nothing is further from anybody's mind meanwhile. At present, Mr. Ledbetter is compiling statistics comparing the criminal records of Germany and England, and recently announced in large print in the title Theosophical Review how many more criminals Germany has than England. Then in the next issue, someone else pointed out that a certain figure had been inserted under the wrong heading, and that a rectification would show the situation to be quite different. I seem to remember that he put down 29,000 criminals for England, forgetting 146,000. For Germany, he included them all. But whereas the table showing Germany as the country with the greatest number of criminals is printed in large letters in the title Theosophical Review, the refutation appears in minute print right at the end of the next issue. Statistics like this will one day be superseded by others, and then something of what is said in that article titled On the History of the Outbreak of the War, which was awarded a prize by the University of Bern, will be found to be true. Quote, but history cannot be permanently falsified. The myth cannot stand up to the scrutiny of scientific research. The sinister web will be brought into the light and torn to pieces, however artfully it has been spun. Close quote. Steiner again. It has been necessary to say these things in preparation for speaking next time on matters which a number of people are greatly looking forward to hearing about, but which, I must repeat, may not be made as comfortable as some might imagine. I myself have no need to express one opinion or another. As a spiritual scientist, I am used to looking at facts purely as they really are, without any falsification, and to speaking about them as such. I know very well what objections some people, though of course nobody from this circle, are likely to make with regard to certain atrocities and other things which are told and stirred up over and over again without any proper perspective. I know these objections, but I also know how short-sighted it is to make them, and how small a notion someone who makes them can have about how matters really stand and how the blame is really distributed. When we had our dispute, if I can call it that, with Mrs. Besant, she managed to load all the blame onto us. According to someone who until that time had been her devotee, but who then withdrew his esteem, she acted according to the principle, if a person attacks another person, and if the one who is being attacked cries for help, then the attacker can tell the one who is crying for help that he is wrong not to let himself be slaughtered. Many judgments made today are of a similar nature. The strangest situations can be met in this respect. Kind-hearted, well-meaning people who would never form such a judgment in everyday life, nevertheless do so with regard to political matters about which they know nothing. These people lack clarity in their judgments. Clarity is the fundamental prerequisite for the formation of any judgment, though it is not a justification for the delivery of this or that judgment in one or another direction. The end of Lecture 1. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Karma of Untruthfulness. This is Volume 1, Lecture 2, given in Dornach on the 9th of December, 1916. Today I should like to add a few remarks to what I started to say in the last lecture. Since our friends wish it, I shall, today and tomorrow, endeavor to penetrate more deeply into this matter. But so that we may understand and not misunderstand one another, when I start to illuminate the subject more from the spiritual side, as is the intention, I must first of all lay the foundation. For if we cannot take into account certain circumstances now prevailing on the physical plane, and also the times during which these circumstances were being prepared, then it is not possible to enter into the more spiritual aspects. You know that it is not a question of taking sides or of sympathies or antipathies, but of displaying certain conditions and relationships which, so I have heard, some people wish to know in order to help them understand today's difficult times. So today, in so far as time allows, I shall give a few more introductory explanations. To start with, it must become clear to us that everything that happens externally on the physical plane is dependent on the underlying spiritual forces and powers. But it is difficult to get to know precisely and concretely the manner in which these spiritual forces and powers work. For the incursions of the spiritual world into the physical plane are more obvious in some places than in others. I have often pointed out here that there are, in a certain way, lines of connection via the most varied intermediate links between the external world and the secret brotherhoods, and onward from the secret brotherhoods to the spiritual world. To understand this rightly, it is necessary to take into account that wherever human beings work with the help of spiritually effective forces, whether with good or evil intent, they have to reckon with long stretches of time. Because of this, account must also be taken of the fact that much depends on the ability of the individual to grasp and use the conditions of the physical plane with a certain cold-blooded detachment. This is particularly required when existing spiritual streams are to be used in order to achieve something. During the course of my description, you will doubtless see whether something is striven for or achieved with good or bad intent. One characteristic of those who make use of spiritual forces is that very frequently, not always, but very frequently, they have reasons for not wishing to appear on the stage of the physical plane. Instead, they make use of intermediaries, through whom certain plans can be realized. Often, these things have to be done in such a way that others do not notice what is going on. I have already pointed out a number of times that people are, in a way, inattentive. They do not like looking closely at what is going on. Many of those who work with certain occult connections in order to bring something about in the world make use of this fact. Those of us who see the world, not in the usual way, but with free and open eyes, will know that there are people who can be influenced by those who want to make use of such means. Someone who is intent on influencing people, someone who, as an occultist, is not entirely scrupulous, can indeed gain power over people in this way. Let me start right at the beginning and take an example. You will find that starting at the beginning will lead us to an understanding of more profound aspects later. In the year 1889, Count Richard von Pfeil, who had lived in St. Petersburg and knew it quite well, wrote the following lines about the reigning Tsar of Russia. Quote, "The overall impression I gained of Tsar Alexander III confirmed what I had long suspected, that those around him were purposely keeping him in a state of deep mistrust toward Germany, and that this mistrust was now so firmly rooted in him that a change could hardly be expected. He was rightly convinced of his own deep love of peace, but he also believed his counselors and other influential people in Russia, many of whom did not desire peace nearly as strongly as did he. Close quote. Here, in a most prominent position, you have an individual of whom it must be said he can be influenced by those who approach him for that purpose, yet who do not want to show themselves by stepping into the foreground. What does someone do who knows about certain connections arising out of the impulses of the fifth post-Atlantean period and wants to make use of them for his own ends or those of some group? He aspires to approach such a person by awakening the impression that nothing is further from his mind than the desire to influence him, so that no one will notice that he does indeed desire to gain influence. And so he gains influence over him. All he need do is form the sentences in a certain way, use certain expressions and other means which I shall not describe, and he succeeds in turning the other's mind in the desired direction. The world at large, being to a certain extent unobservant and therefore kindly disposed in its judgment of certain people, will simply assume, well, he is rightly convinced of his love of peace, but he also believes all his counselors and other influential people. You see how easy it is, in the widest context, to practice something similar to what I have described in another case, that of Blavatsky. After the Mahatma, who is known as K.H., had had a good influence over her for a while, he was replaced through machinations by another who was a spy in the hands of a particular society. He had run away from certain secret brotherhoods, into whose highest degrees he had been initiated, and it was thus possible for him to remain in the background as a Mahatma and achieve through Blavatsky things that he wanted to achieve. By pointing out these elementary matters, I simply want to draw your attention to what you must take into account if you want to form a judgment. For the world is frequently misled by the way in which history is written. The writing of history is really something very much more profound. Only at the outermost edge of physical existence, in the utmost Maya, can it be said. If this or that professor is a competent historian who has mastered the historical method, he will know how to depict the right things historically. This need not be the case at all. Whether a historian knows how to depict the right things or not depends on whether his karma leads him to the possibility of discovering the right things or not. Everything depends on this. For the right things are often not expressed in what he finds when he looks here or there. They are often revealed only to one who knows how to find the right places to look. Let me say this in another way. For one who is led by his karma to see the right things at the right moment, they are revealed at the point where something significant is expressed by a single phenomenon. Often a single phenomenon expresses something that throws light on decades, illuminating like a flash of lightning what is really happening. To prepare for what will be especially important when we turn to the more spiritual aspects, I should now like to tell you a little story. There was in Vienna a physician who even in the 80s of the last century was practicing analytical psychology, psychoanalysis, though not to the exaggerated extent that has since become fashionable through the theories of Freud. He still lives there, as a matter of fact, but no longer occupies himself so much with these things. He enjoyed some outstanding successes with his psychoanalysis because he managed to draw a good deal out of people by his method of catechism. In 1886, a man came to this physician who gave the impression that he might have a great deal inside him. So he started to treat him for his nervous condition. And indeed, for a doctor who knew his job, there was a good deal to be found in this man's soul life. It was handed to him on a plate, you might say. This was a particularly interesting case. The doctor found that his patient was involved in the most varied political factions, that he could poke his nose in everywhere and had his finger in every pie. He also discovered that he wrote articles for certain journals and that these journals had a great influence on the ruler of his country. The patient, Voidirovich was his name, was a late descendant of a family of voivodes from Herzegovina. He said a great many things. Amongst much else, he knew all about the interconnections in the net spun from Russia in the 70s in Herzegovina and Bosnia before the beginning of the Russo-Turkish War. Under normal conditions, people do not usually give away such secrets, but under the hands of a psychoanalyst, things come out which would otherwise remain hidden. After a number of sessions, it became clear that he had also been involved when, before the declaration of war, King Milan and Nikita had resisted Turkey at the end of the 70s, and the uprisings in Bosnia and Herzegovina had been arranged. The motive for declaring war on Turkey had been given to Nikita and Milan by sources in Russia. And yet, outwardly, it was said, the people of the Balkans had been roused by the bad treatment given them by Turkey. This is not to deny that such treatment did occur. I am only relating the connections, and in this respect, we must realize that causes often lie, or are made far longer ago than is suspected. Something else was revealed by Voidirovich, something that prompted the doctor to seek an interview with an appropriate authority in Vienna, for even though it was only a matter of disconnected sentences, nevertheless the doctor, an intelligent man, was able to deduce a great deal. He learned from Voidirovich that the Russian ambassador was in Vienna and was on his way to St. Petersburg, and not to Constantinople, as the papers were saying. Further, he learned that the Russian foreign minister was staying at home and would not be going to a Bohemian spa, as the papers were saying. These two things made a strange impression on the doctor. That the Russian ambassador in Constantinople was on his way to St. Petersburg via Vienna, and that the Russian foreign minister was not going to a Bohemian spa, but was waiting in St. Petersburg to receive the ambassador, and also that the newspapers were saying something quite different. It suddenly dawned on him, it was one of those obscure intuitions that come by instinct. All this is connected with the fact that Alexander von Battenberg is to be deposed in Bulgaria. It all seemed very suspicious to the doctor, and he informed the appropriate authority. But the appropriate authority merely knew that the Russian ambassador was traveling to St. Petersburg on private business, as they say, and the authority was quite satisfied with this explanation, as often happens, because such authorities, too, can be so plagued by that urge for inattentiveness, about which I have spoken, that they are not in the least concerned with getting to the bottom of things. And a week later, Battenberg was forced to abdicate. You see, this is quite an insignificant event from an historian's point of view, but it is nevertheless an event that throws light in the deepest sense. And if it had not happened, in quotes, by chance, as is so easily said, that the doctor wormed these things out of Voidarovich by psychoanalysis, it would never have come to light. The threads of karma run in remarkable ways. We know from the psychoanalysis that Voidarovich, who gave away a number of other things of a similar kind, was destined, had everything gone according to plan, for the descendants of the ancient voivodes in Bosnia and Herzegovina to assume the rank of voivode himself. Because of the light that dawned on the doctor, we know how the threads ran from Russia in the east to Herzegovina and Bosnia, and we can eavesdrop on the origins of a story that later on played an important part in history. For Voidarovich was in the service of Russia and was a party to all this from the beginning. So we are dealing here not exactly with magic, but with the knowledge of how to utilize the situation and conditions of the physical plane in order to achieve certain quite definite aims. Voidarovich failed to serve his purpose only because he grew nervous. A great deal had been instilled into him, and it was intended that he should achieve much. You have here a striking example of how to work in the world while at the same time obliterating the tracks you intend to follow. From this, you will be able to grasp that forming judgments about world events is not as easy as is usually imagined. Those who desire to work systematically behind the scenes of world history know very well how to pull such strings, and they are cold-blooded enough to make use of them in a way that suits their purpose. Much can be exploited in this connection. Only a thirst for knowledge and a will to learn can lead us to see the things of the world clearly. In order to understand what many of our friends here are striving to grasp, let us turn our attention to what exactly there is that can be utilized. We will look at the manner in which the streams of the fifth post-Atlantean epoch work through certain externally discernible endeavors and facts of the present time in a wider sense. Let us start with the Russian people in the east of Europe. I said only last Monday that all the people of Europe have taken them to their hearts. In the Russian people, together with various other Slav elements, there lives, I have spoken about this a number of times, a folk element of the future. For in the folk spirit of all that is gathered together as the Slav peoples, there lives what one day in the future will furnish the material for the spiritual stream of the sixth post-Atlantean epoch. In this Slav element, we have first the Russian people, and in addition all those other Slavs who, though differentiated from the Russians, nevertheless feel themselves in some degree linked as Slavs with the Russian Slavs. Out of these links arises, or arose, what is nowadays known as Pan-Slavism, a sense among all Slavs of belonging together in spirit and in soul, in political and in cultural life. Insofar as such a thing lives within the folk soul, it is a thoroughly honest and also in the higher sense of human evolution, a right thing, though the word pan is thoroughly misused these days. For one who understands the interconnections, it is possible to use the phrase Pan-Slavism for that spiritual communion which, I would like to say, quivers through all Slav souls, in the way I have just described. To speak of pan-Germanism, whether within or outside Germany, is nonsense, more than just mischief. For it is not possible to force everything into the same mold. If something does not exist, it is not possible to speak about it. It might perhaps be posed as a theory and even haunt the minds of some individuals, but it is quite different from that genuine communion which quivers in the many Slav souls, varying from one Slav people to another. Whoever since the 19th century has concerned himself seriously with certain spiritual knowledge knows that in the east of Europe there is a separate folk element. Spiritual scientists have always known that a folk element for the future lives in the Slavs. If certain occultists belonging to the Theosophical Society have maintained something else, for instance that this folk element for the future sixth sub-race lies with the Americans, this only goes to prove either that these people were no occultists, or that they wished to bring about something other than that provided for by the facts. So we must reckon with the fact that there is in the East an element which bears a certain future within it, that emerges as though out of the blood, an element that today is still basically naive and does not know itself, yet prophetically and instinctively contains within itself something which will one day evolve from it. It is often present in dreams. As every spiritual scientist further knows, not externally but as a cultural fact, the Polish element comes forward in a quite particular way, as the most advanced and culturally secure, because it is both political and religious. This element differs from all the other Slav elements in that it possesses a uniform, firmly rooted spiritual and cultural life that is exceptionally vigorous and energetic. This just is a short sketch. Perhaps we will go into more detail later. Let us return to what I have just described. In contrast to what I characterized just now, there is the spiritual and cultural life of the British people, which is equally well known to the spiritual scientist in its deeper significance. I mean the kind of cultural life as it appears before the world in British institutions and the life of the British people. This element is, above all, extremely political in character. Its tendency is supremely political. One consequence emerging from it is the political thinking that is so much admired by the rest of the world. In a certain way, the most advanced and free kind of political thinking. Wherever in the world efforts have been made to set up political institutions in which freedom can live, freedom in the sense we have come to understand it since the end of the 18th and the beginning of the 19th century, there ideas have been borrowed from British thinking. The French Revolution at the end of the 18th century was more a matter of feeling, of passionate impulsiveness, but the thoughts it contained had been brought over from British thinking. The manner in which political concepts are formed, the manner in which political bodies are structured, the manner in which the will of the people is led within political organizations that are as free as possible so that it can work from all sides, all this is expressed in British political thinking in accordance with its original tendencies. That is why so many new states in the 19th century imitated British institutions. In many places, efforts were made to take over the British way of parliamentary life and parliamentary institutions. For in this connection, British thinking is the teacher of modern times. In England during the 19th century, let us say up to its final decades, this political thinking came to expression in some very important politicians who modeled their thoughts in particular on this political thinking. One thing especially became obvious. The salvation of the world could be brought about by this thinking, if only people would devote themselves entirely to it and allow nothing else to take effect in the arrangements of the various institutions. Therefore, politicians who may seem one-sided to some extent, but who model their thoughts entirely on this political thinking and endeavor to work in accordance with it, appear as outstanding and entirely moral. Think of Cobden, Bright, and others, not to speak of greater men who are always being mentioned. For in this field it is very possible to go astray as soon as a really prominent position is reached. That is why I mention those who have not gone astray in any direction, but who are genuinely important in the sense I now mean. I could name many others. This phenomenon was really present here as an impulse right up to the 90s of the 19th century, and as such it is, in a certain way, the counter-image of what I described earlier as being borne by the Slav people. For this reason, for this way of forming thoughts of a political orientation belongs in its character very much to the fifth post-Atlantean period. That is where it belongs and where it has to be developed. And those people I have mentioned have taken it up in the right way. On the other hand, we have something that is made visible through good sense, intelligence, and political morality. And on the other, something that exists as a future folk potential deep down, not only in the soul, but in the blood. Let it be clear to us that what I am speaking about is not only my own knowledge. It was viewed in the way I have described throughout the 19th century by those who are concerned with such things. In those Western brotherhoods I told you about, there lived an exact knowledge of these things and of their connection with the stream of evolution in the fifth post-Atlantean epoch and its transition to the sixth post-Atlantean epoch. And in some individuals, there was the will, we have yet to see whether for good or bad, to make use of the forces concerned. For these are indeed forces. On the one hand, the talent to think in that way, and on the other, a folk element for the future. If someone wants to use these things, he can. Of course, there exist not only those streams I have described, but also others which flow side by side with them, and it is necessary gradually to point these things out as well. There exist ways and means in the world of carrying out what I might call, quote, mass hypnosis, close quote. To bring about a suggestion on a grand scale, you have to place something in the world which makes an impression. Just as it is possible to insinuate an idea into the mind of an individual in the way I have shown, so too, by using suitable means, suggestions can be made to whole groups of people, especially when one knows what actually binds these groups together. It is possible to steer a force that lives in an individual person in a particular direction. This person may then be totally convinced of his deep love of peace, and yet he does what he does because somehow or other a suggestion has been planted in him. He is quite at odds with what he does. In the same way, with the right knowledge, similar things can be done to whole groups. It is merely a matter of selecting the appropriate means. You take a force that lives but has no particular direction, such as the force living in certain Slav races, and by suggestion on a grand scale, you nudge it into a definite direction. There is a suggestion on a grand scale which has worked, is still working, and will continue to work in a marvelous manner, the so-called, quote, Testament of Peter the Great, close quote. You know the history of Peter the Great. You know how he was at pains to introduce Western life into Russia. There is no need for me to describe it, since you can read it up in any encyclopedia. I have no intention of recounting external history, nor of developing sympathy in any one direction. I shall merely point in the simplest way to certain facts. Much of what is said of Peter the Great is true, but it is not true that he composed that testament. The testament is a forgery. It did not come from him, but emerged at a certain point, in the way such things do emerge, out of all sorts of underground goings-on. It was thrown in amongst human evolution. Suddenly it was there. It has nothing to do with Peter the Great, but a great deal to do with certain underground currents. It is very convincing, for it vindicates the future of Russia. I say Russia, not the Slav people, by stating that Russia must extend her boundaries over the Balkan states and Constantinople, across the Dardanelles, and so forth. All this is contained in the testament of Peter the Great. It is easy to be so moved by this testament that one says, this is no bungling effort. It has been given to the world by a grand gesture of genius. I still sometimes recall the impression made by the testament of Peter the Great during a course I had to give, when I studied it with individual students in order to demonstrate the implications of the separate paragraphs and their influence on the cultural development of Europe. Those who desire to work in this way are always concerned not to stimulate just one stream, but to make sure that one stream is always crossed by another, so that they influence each other in some way. Not much is achieved by simply running straight ahead with a single stream. It is necessary sometimes to throw a sidelight on this stream so that certain things become confused, so that certain tracks are covered up, and other things are lost in an impenetrable thicket. This is very important. Thus it comes about that certain secret streams, which have set themselves some task or other, also set about achieving the exact opposite. These opposing tasks have the effect of obliterating all tracks. I could point to a place in Europe where so-called Freemasonry, so-called secret societies, had a great influence at a certain time when significant things were going on. Certain people were acting under the suggestive influence of certain Masonic societies with an occult background. It was then necessary to obliterate the tracks at this point. So a certain Jesuit influence was brought to play so that the Masonic and Jesuit influences met. For there are higher instances, in quotes, empires, which can quite well make use of both Masons and Jesuits in order to achieve what they want to achieve through the collaboration of the two. Do not believe that there can be no individuals who are both Jesuit and Freemason. They have progressed beyond the point of working in one direction only. They know that it is necessary to tackle situations from various sides in order to push matters in a particular direction. I say this in order to point out certain connections in an elementary way. Peter the Great, let us return to him once more, introduced Western civilization into Russia. Many genuine Slav souls bear a deep hate for all the Western elements that Peter the Great brought to Russia. They have a deep antipathy against it all. This has grown particularly strong during the war, but it has always been present. On the other hand, there is the testament of Peter the Great, which is not really his, but which somehow made its appearance, and which is suitable for making use, by means of suggestion, not of individuals, but of whole masses of Slav connections. Those masses in whom lives that antipathy toward the West, those masses in whom lives that antipathy toward the West that is symbolized by the name Peter the Great. So here we have two things at the same time, in a way amounting, I must say, to historical genius. Sympathy with the testament of Peter the Great and antipathy toward everything Western. They work beautifully, all muddled up together, so mingled, in fact, that their working can become extremely effective. And with this, I point to another side of this stream in the East. I shall show as we continue how, after years of preparation, use can be made of such a stream from a definite moment onward. Then there is one stream into which, as it were, two tributaries have been made to flow. As I said at the beginning, account has been taken of long passages of time. Once a stream has been brought to the point of being effective, it can then be put to use. Now, let us prepare in yet another way. I want to show you another stream that flows along in the West, beside the one that has brought into being what is hitherto the most mature political way of thinking in the fifth post-Atlantean period. This other stream has been more hidden and has only revealed its occult basis from time to time, smuggled into all kinds of public activities. With that, I have to point once again to certain secret brotherhoods in the West. It is characteristic of these, more than anything else, that they have an exact knowledge of the kind of situations I have been describing and can instruct their pupils how things are going for the fifth, for the sixth post-Atlantean period, and what kind of forces are at work. For instance, for the one, the element of intelligence, and for the other, the folk element. And they can show their pupils how such things can be used for one purpose or another. These occult streams, which live, as I have said, through the secret brotherhoods, have, as one of their basic doctrines, the teaching that the English-speaking peoples are, for the fifth post-Atlantean epoch, what the Romans were for the fourth. This is a fundamental doctrine among these brotherhoods, and they say further that whatever happens, account must be taken first of the Latin element. This expresses itself in the various Latin cultures and peoples. I am not saying this myself, but am merely repeating what has always been taught in the brotherhoods, and is destined to be submerged further and further in the materialism of science, the materialism of life, and the materialism of religion. There is no need to take any trouble over these, for eventually they will disintegrate in the decadence into which they will fall. So, they say, their chief attention must be turned to ensuring that what they call the Latin race is in the process of total disintegration, that it is an element that is perishing. The task is to arrange and do everything in such a way that the Latin element will perish. This view goes so far as to say those forces which push the Latin element down the slippery slope must be absorbed into all political impulses and also all spiritual and religious impulses. Of course, nothing of this must show outwardly, but support must be given to anything that helps to free the world of the Latin element. They say that just as at the end of the fourth post-Atlantean period, everything was to be permeated with the Latin culture, so at the end of the fifth period, the nature of everything must be filled with the culture that is to arise out of the English-speaking peoples. I am only speaking of the teachings of the secret brotherhoods, and of what can and indeed does ensue from them. In addition, it has always been taught that just as the Germanic British element, as they call it, opposed the Latin, so will the Slav element come to oppose the English element, for that is the way of the world. Only now there is a 90-degree change of direction, whereas the Latin element found its impulse in the north. Now the impulse strives from east to west. We must realize that such things flow into much that is printed, much that is read by the general public, and into whatever else seeps into human social life. There are ways and means of bringing this about unnoticed, as I have described. For just imagine if this were to become known in certain quarters. It is, of course, unthinkable. It is just that things are expressed differently. It is a matter of exercising influence by means of suggestion. You can do one thing and say another. You can say something different from what you are doing. And you can often do something that seems to be the opposite of what is supposed to happen and of what you are really doing. You may look upon what I have been sketching for you as some kind of spiritual atmosphere. Indeed, care is taken that it should be a kind of spiritual atmosphere. You might read something quite innocuous, but between the lines, this concept between the lines can be something perfectly concrete, you find yourself reading something quite different as well. You learn something quite different and find you are looking at something quite different. So, now people are immersed in this atmosphere and their thoughts form themselves accordingly. The thoughts of even the most intelligent people sometimes take on quite bizarre forms. Thus, in order to judge the way other people think, it is not enough to develop that naive enthusiasm of inattentive people of which I have often spoken during these lectures. Attention has to be paid to the kind of atmosphere in which people are living. This is perfectly real and is not that nebulous, abstract something which many people call the influence of the environment. Boykin, for instance, speaks of the influence of the environment without noticing that he is saying, on the one hand, the environment creates the person, and on the other hand, the environment is created by people, which is equivalent to saying, I want to lift myself up by my own pigtail. The way to look at what is termed the environment in which people are immersed is to realize that this environment emerges in a definite way from certain spiritual streams. It is not the nebulous something that many people consider it to be. Let us look at a case in point. You will have to forgive me, but I did say last Monday that I would not be able to make matters easy for you. We cannot avoid going into certain details, and you will understand the connection tomorrow. I want to read to you some passages from a letter written in the middle of April 1914 by Mitrofanov, a history teacher in St. Petersburg, to a German who had been his teacher and with whom he had remained friends. Imagine this Mitrofanov, there we go, immersed in the various streams. In April 1914, he writes a letter that contains the following passages. Quote, aversion toward the Germans is felt in every soul and expressed by every mouth, and it seems to me there has rarely been such unanimity of public opinion. Close quote. The following is a particularly interesting passage. Please pay particular attention to this passage, but not because of the name it mentions. It is possible to feel sympathy or antipathy with regard to this personality. I simply want to draw your attention to the formal content living in this passage. Quote, it was perhaps Bismarck's greatest political mistake that he did not want to be more Russian than those Russian diplomats, who from weakness and lack of understanding meanly surrendered the interests of their country during the Congress. Close quote. What a marvelous expectation. This man reproaches Bismarck for not having been more Russian than the Russian statesmen who attended the Berlin Congress. That is why it is necessary to hate the compatriots of Bismarck. Whatever you may think of it, this sentence is certainly most original. And because the good professor of St. Petersburg indulges in thoughts of this kind, he can also write the following. Longer quote, and quote, as a reaction against the Triple Alliance that had come about in Central Europe, the Double Alliance was formed, which meant that Russia was associated with a vengeful France instead of the Triple Alliance. For Russia, the Balkan question is no guerre de luxe, no adventurous dream of the Slavophiles. Its solution is without doubt an economic and political necessity. The Russian budget is based on export. If her balance of payments becomes negative, the Russian treasury will be bankrupt, because it will be incapable of paying the interest on its enormous foreign debts. And 2/3 of these exports pass through the southern ports and the two Turkish straits. If these outlets are blocked, Russian trade will falter, and the economic consequences of such a blockade would be incalculable. The last Italo-Turkish war showed this clearly. Only possession of the Bosporus and the Dardanelles can bring to an end this insufferable situation, since the existence of a world power such as Russia cannot be allowed to depend on chance and the arbitrary acts of others. On the other hand, Russia cannot possibly behave with total indifference toward the fate of the southern Slavs of the Balkan Peninsula. First of all, the little Balkan states provide rear cover for the two straits, and secondly, over the course of the centuries, far too much Russian blood and Russian gold have been expended on the Balkan heroes for the whole thing to be dropped now. Such an act would constitute moral and political suicide for any Russian government. Close quote. Steiner continues, connect this, please, with the various remarks I have made about the Slav Welfare Committee. Too much Russian gold has been expended. Mitrofanov continues, quote, one must, of course, not exaggerate the significance of pan-Slavism and its ideals. But it does exist, and it is doubtless quite vigorous. The demonstrations of the Slavophiles in 1913 on the streets of so many Russian towns in which even elements of the opposition participated, provide a clear demonstration of this. Close quote. Steiner again. This letter of April 1914 then gives the following summary. Longer quote. Once more, the urge to go south is a historical, political, and economic necessity, and whatever foreign power opposes this urge is eo ipso an enemy power. For some time, the Triple Alliance has been single-mindedly set upon this course toward war. In Austria, the urge to go south is also seen as an historical necessity, and the Austrians are just as right from their point of view as are the Russians from theirs. During the first half of the 19th century, there were three directions in which the mighty Habsburg monarchy could expand: toward Italy, toward Germany, and toward the Balkan Peninsula. Since 1866, only the latter remains. Bismarck once again, this time perhaps unintentionally, caused Austria and Russia to face one another for a decisive battle, and by entering into the Triple Entente, he placed the might of the German Empire at the disposal of Austria. Austria, of course, took advantage of this, everywhere and at every opportunity, if it was a matter of the Balkans. Russia found Austria standing in her way. The annexation of Bosnia and Herzegovina, which made a deep impression in Russia, constituted not more than a page in the thick volume of Russian-Austrian enmity. Indignation was so great and danger was approaching so obviously that even the peace-loving Russian government, despite its shattered finances, was prepared to go to war. Close quote. Steiner again. He means in 1908. Quote, but the Nibelung of the Spree threateningly shook his armored fist, and Russia, not sure of her allies, was forced to yield. In the year 1913, the realization of the Slavo-Russian ideal at last seemed almost within reach. The Turks were hit on the head, the victorious southern Slavs pressed forward to Salonika and Constantinople. One small push and the matter was settled. Close quote. This letter is really interesting, for it points to a number of remarkable matters. For instance, the writer gets all excited about the following. Quote, the workshops of Essen sent their cannon to the Turkish artillery. They were not up to the standard of the Kreuzat guns, but nevertheless were very well made. And most important of all, German instructors drilled the Ottoman field army. It has now become close to the Russians, April 1914, that if everything remains as it is at present, the road to Constantinople lies through Berlin. Vienna is merely a secondary question. Close quote. Steiner continues. April 1914. A number of other things are said which demonstrate clearly that in this head there is a dream of what is to happen soon. Whether the head in question imagined that the time was so close is another question. But this head, together with its body and limbs, of course, now set out to visit its teacher in Berlin. They spoke about many things together, and I intend to tell you about a number of these. The professor of history said, quote, if you do not leave Constantinople to us, war will be inevitable, close quote. Steiner again. He repeated over and over again, it goes without saying that the Germans will remain God's choice of teacher for the Russian people, and that we only have to keep the peace, that the Germans only have to keep the peace, in order to conquer by means of spiritual inner superiority. But do not believe that you can conquer us. On my estate in Saratov, I own a house in which my ancestors have lived for centuries, but I would set it on fire with my own hands before allowing German soldiers to be quartered there. We could get on rather well together if we were to share Austria between us, so that Austria became part of the German Empire, while the other part of Austria was taken over by Russia. This is in June 1914. We could show in a number of ways how thought forms come into being in a particular environment. Quite a bit has taken place recently that could astonish us. Where social forms are more autocratic, things that happen tend to emanate from single sources, whereas in other situations they arise more out of popular streams. Never generalize, for in one place it is like this and in another like that. We could ask, for instance, What is the basis for this peculiar puzzling behavior by a country like Romania? I'm not speaking of the incident that gave the final push, but of the stream out of which it arose. But I do not want to give what is nowadays usually called an historical explanation. For the type of history that has been coming into being since the 19th century and has now entered the 20th is not worth a snap of the fingers. A true science of history has to proceed symptomatically. It has to show the different situations which are suddenly illuminated as if by lightning. I should like to point out one such lightning illumination. Those who are knowledgeable in the field know that much that has gone on in Romania recently has been puzzling. This is connected with the fact that in the whole of the East, a certain circumstance has been reckoned with that has dominated very many people like a suggestive idea. I do not want to characterize this by means of impressions. Instead, I shall merely tell you certain remarks made. I do not want to be vague, by the Minister of Interior Affairs. Take Ionescu in 1913 to a certain Mr. Redlich. He said, almost word for word, that in his opinion the monarchy of Austria-Hungary would not exist beyond the death of Franz Josef, and he would surely die soon. It would then be a matter of dividing this monarchy into constituent parts. This was a firmly rooted opinion, and in accordance with it, people's thoughts tended to go in one particular direction. It was another of those widespread suggestive ideas. An article written by a Russian asks what Russia can still expect from France, and sets forth reasons why Russia can no longer expect much from France with regard to her own plans, and why Russia must become the victim of France if things do not change. This article was written by Prince Kochubey and published in the 26th June 1914 issue of the Paris Journal Correspondent. I have not chosen an article at random, but selected one by a well-known writer who is thoroughly versed in whatever lives in his environment. The author asks whether it would have been better for Russia not to rely any longer on her alliance with France, but instead to join forces with Germany once again. Prince Kochubey discusses this possibility, but he says it would not be feasible to carry it out because of the Franco-Russian alliance, which forces Russia to be the permanent enemy of Germany, her powerful western neighbor. So in this head, the situation is reflected in a way that makes Russia an opponent of Germany as a result of pressure from the alliance with France, which in turn provides her with two alternatives: either to cancel the alliance with France in favor of closer relations with Germany, or to drop her plans for expansion eastward into Asia. He then goes on to say, quote, "But whatever surprises may be in store for us in the future, one thing is certain, and that is that the Triple Entente would only constitute a true political alliance if France were to enforce a 3-year military service and if England were to introduce general conscription." Close quote. Steiner again, June 1914. This is how that prince sees the Triple Entente that had gradually come about, for he thought that the alliance with France was no longer sufficient. The French would have to be quite strong, yet this was not enough. England must also introduce general conscription. You see, the thought is so comprehensive that there was no time to realize it before the outbreak of war, but general conscription was introduced in England anyway. To understand the real situation in the world, it is not enough to single out one thing or another arbitrarily. It is necessary to develop the will to look at those things that really matter. One person can say something far more important than 100 others who chatter away like the blind talking of colors, repeating what they hear and whose words have no effectiveness. I have attempted on the one hand to show you how definite environments come into being, and on the other hand to give you a few examples which show how people are immersed in these environments, and how it is necessary to get to know the environment if one wants to understand the thoughts that are expressed in one place or another. It is necessary at least once to thoroughly absorb the demand that is made of life as it is developing today. To develop not the enthusiasm of inattentiveness, but the enthusiasm of attentiveness. We shall speak more about such things tomorrow, and thence endeavor to penetrate more deeply into our subject. We need these details in order to do this. It would be more comfortable to skim over the surface, but those who do not know at least a few actual cases cannot put the right questions to the spiritual world. The end of Lecture 2. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Karma of Untruthfulness, Volume 1. This is Lecture 3, given in Dornach on the 10th of December, 1916. In order to examine from our point of view the subject we are dealing with at present, we must never lose sight of the manner in which spiritual scientific observation, with all its significance for mankind's development in the fifth post-Atlantean period and for the preparation of the sixth, makes its appearance. For without paying attention to how materialistic man today is negligent with regard to a spiritual scientific observation of the world, we cannot proceed to the source of present-day events. As a starting point for further discussions, I want to show you the manner in which, in some individuals, a kind of compulsion comes about to look up to those worlds with which our spiritual science is concerned. It is important to realize that this compulsive winning over of these people to a certain view of the world is only sporadic so far. Yet even so, there is much in it that is extremely characteristic. A short time ago, I mentioned to you that a certain Hermann Bahr had published a drama titled The Voice, in which he attempts, though rather after the manner of the Catholics, to link the world that surrounds us and is accessible to our physical senses with spiritual events and processes. Not long before writing this drama, Hermann Bahr wrote a novel titled Ascension, and this novel is really in some respects an historical document of today. I do not want to overstate its artistic and literary merit, but it is certainly an historical document of our time. As is the way with karma, it so happens that I have known Hermann Bahr, an Austrian, for a very long time, since he was a young student. This novel, titled Ascension, describes a romantic hero, as literary criticism would say. He is called Franz, and he seems to me to be a kind of likeness, not a self-portrait, but a kind of likeness of Hermann Bahr himself. A lot of interesting things take place in this novel, which was written during the war. It is obviously Hermann Bahr's way of taking issue with present-day events. Imagine that the hero of this novel represents a kind of likeness of a person living today, now 52 or 53 years old. He has joined in all the events of his day, being involved very intensely from a young age in all sorts of contemporary streams. As a student, he was sent down from 2 different universities because of his involvement in these various streams, and he was always intent on joining his soul forces to all sorts of spiritual and artistic streams. This is not a self-portrait. The novel contains no biographical details of Hermann Bahr's life. But Bahr has definitely colored his hero, Franz. A person is described who endeavors to come to grips with every spiritual direction at present to be found in the external world, in order to learn about the meaning of the universe. Right at the beginning, we are told about all the places Franz has frequented in order to gain insight into universal matters. First, he studies botany under Wiesner, a famous professor of botany at the University of Vienna. Then he takes up chemistry under Ostwald, who took over from Haeckel as president of the Monist Society. He studies in Schmoller's seminar, in Richett's clinic, and with Freud in Vienna. Obviously, someone who wanted to experience present-day spiritual streams would have to meet psychoanalysis. He went to the Theosophists in London, and he met painters, engravers, tennis players, and so on. He is certainly not one-sided, for he has been in Richett's laboratory as well as with the Theosophists in London. Everywhere he tries to find his way about. His fate, his karma, continues to drive him hither and thither in the world. And we are told how here or there he notices that there is something in the background behind human evolution, and discovers that he ought to pay attention to what goes on behind the scenes. I told you yesterday about one such background, and I now want to show you how someone else was also won over to recognize such things. So I shall now read a passage from the book. Franz has made the acquaintance of a female person. She is particularly pious. Clara has her own kind of piety, but just now all I want to do is point out that this is of importance to Franz. Quote, "It was more important at the moment to decide whether he should reply to her and what he should say. Should he decline politely and then wait calmly till chance should bring her into his vicinity? Or should he follow her advice and turn to one of the pious men, and then take this as an occasion to write to her once more?" Close quote. The pious men in this connection are Catholic priests, and he does attempt to discover whether their opinions and knowledge can help him find his way in the affairs of the universe. The book continues, quote, "But first and foremost, he ought to make up his own mind as to what it was that he himself really wanted. Was he merely in love? And was therefore his inclination to turn pious nothing more than a hidden wish to please her? He had certainly not lied on purpose, but it could be that his feeling for her, which cast a brightness over everything, made all her attributes and ways desirable to him. Instinctively, the lover longs to resemble his beloved, so that what she loves and values is lovable and valuable to him too. No, this did not apply in his case. Was he not on the way to believing before he ever met her? It was, indeed, unlikely that he would ever have made her acquaintance had that strange, but to him inexplicable inner urge not drawn him gently into the church, where he found her before the saint, herself almost a saint. Otherwise he would hardly have noticed her. Did he perhaps not love her at all, but merely the appearance, through her, of his own longings? So was what he now felt not love, not what love had meant to him hitherto, but the bliss of piety? But was he pious? He only knew that he wanted to be, but somehow still did not dare to, perhaps from fear of deceiving himself once again, since hitherto every desire had deceived him. And if he were to be disappointed yet again, there was no further wish he could aspire to. He longed to be pious, but whether he was capable of it was indeed questionable. Could he be as pious as those beggars in whom he so envied the staring bliss of their stolid worship? He doubted it. For that he had tasted too much of the tree of knowledge. Could he be as pious as Clara? He was no longer in a state of spiritual innocence. But was there not perhaps a kind of second innocence regained? Was there not the piety of the one who knows his limitations, of the humble intellect, the faith of one who knows, the hope of desperation? Had there not lived in every age wise men, hidden, secluded from the world, associating with one another by secret signs, silently working wonders with their almost magical power, living in a higher region, above nations, above creeds, above limitations, in the regions of a purer humanity that was nearer to God? Were there not still in the world today widespread yet hidden knights of the Holy Grail? Were there not disciples of a white lodge, invisible perhaps, not to be entered, existing only in feelings, yet working everywhere, reigning over all, guiding destiny? Was there not ever on earth an anonymous company of saints, unknown to one another, not knowing of one another, and yet working on and with each other through the rays of their prayers? In his theosophical phase, he had already been much exercised by such thoughts, but evidently he had met only false theosophists. Maybe the true ones could not be known. Close quote. Steiner continues. He had met a canon who had shown himself to be a man with few prejudices in any direction. Long quote again. Suddenly he wondered whether the canon might not perhaps be one of those true masters, one of those hidden spiritual rulers of the world, a secret guardian of the Grail. Only now did he realize that the canon had always attracted him, seeming to promise great revelations, as though he might be a repository of the words of life. The regard in which this priest was held, the timidity, the awe with which people spoke about him, the obedience shown even by those who disliked him, the deep solitude that surrounded him, the mysterious power he was reputed to have with which he could help his friends and damage his foes, though he smilingly denied that he deserved either the gratitude of his friends or the rancor of his enemies. All this went far beyond the importance, the power, the dignity of his office, of his external position. Some explained all this as stemming from his good connections, other by his rumored descent from an exalted personage. And yet the magical power of his glance, his presence, indeed even his mere name, remained unexplained. There were dozens of canons in the city, but he was the canon. If anyone spoke of the canon, he was meant. Someone asking for His Excellency was not immediately understood. They still could not accustom themselves to call him that. To them he remained the canon. In processions he paced modestly behind the cardinal, yet he it was who commanded all the attention. If he did not appear at a certain hour for his customary walk, the whole town whispered, "The canon has gone away." And later, when word went round, "The canon is back," this seemed to be of the utmost importance for the whole of the city. Franz remembered a conversation years ago in Rome. Close quote. Steiner continues. Forgive me for reading this, but Hermann Bahr wrote it. Continue quote. A conversation with an Englishman, who after traveling the whole world had settled in the Holy City because, he maintained, he had found nothing more mysterious than the Monsignori. One who could understand them would possess the key to the destiny of mankind. He was an intelligent man of mature years, of good family, wealthy, independent, a bachelor and a proper English gentleman, sensible, pragmatic, unsentimental, totally unmusical, inartistic, a robust and jolly man of the flesh, angler, oarsman, sailor, given to hearty eating and drinking, a high liver whose enjoyment of life was disturbed by a single passion, a thirsty curiosity to see everything, to know everything, to have been all over the place. There was really no other reason for this than to have the satisfaction of saying, whatever town in question, "Ah, yes, Cook's put me in that and that hotel, and I saw such and such, and met this or that person of high position or renown." To make his travels more comfortable and ensure an entree wherever he went, someone had recommended that he become a Freemason. He praised the usefulness of this association until he thought he had discovered that there must be a similar but better managed and more powerful organization. Then he was determined to become a member of that, just as he would have turned to a different, better Cook's if such a thing had existed. He could not be dissuaded from believing that the world was ruled by a tiny group of secret leaders. History was supposed to be made by these hidden men who were unknown even to their closest servants, who in turn were unknown to theirs. Following the trail of this secret world government, this true Freemasonry, of which the other was no more than an exceedingly foolish copy, possessing inadequate means, he claimed to have discovered its seat in Rome, among those very Monsignori, though of course most of these were unaware of their role as a crowd amongst whom the 4 or 5 true rulers of the world could conceal themselves. Franz still had to smile at the comical despair of his Englishman, whose misfortune it was never to find those he sought. Instead, ever and again coming up against none but supernumeraries. Yet he never allowed himself to be put off entirely. Indeed, his respect for such a well-guarded, impenetrable society only grew. He wagered that in the end he would be admitted to its ranks, even if he had to remain in Rome to the end of his days, become a monk, or even have himself circumcised. But since he had everywhere sniffed out the invisible threads of a power which enmeshed the whole world, he was not disinclined to esteem the Jews to a considerable extent. Occasionally, he seriously posed the supposition that in the last, inmost circle of this hidden world-wide web, rabbis and monsignori might be found joined in utmost concord. He would not have minded this in the least, if only they would let him join in their magic workings. Close quote. Steiner again. You see, he is searching. We are shown a person who is a seeker. And although this is not an autobiography, you may be quite certain that Hermann Bahr met this Englishman. All this is told from life. Quote again. Even in those days, Franz had asked himself from time to time whether there might not be a grain of truth in the Englishman's foolish idea. Life, both that of the individual and that of nations, appears at first glance and from close to be nothing but a confusion of coincidences. Yet seen from a little distance, from a higher vantage point, it is ever well planned and firmly guided. If we do not want to assume that God himself takes a direct hand in bending man's folly, the mad arbitrariness of his actions, to serve his purposes, then there is nothing for it but to imagine a kind of middle realm which mediates his will. Perhaps there is a circle of men who rule in seclusion, through whom God works upon the world, stages of divine power and wisdom, sending forth rays into the murky darkness of mankind, so that in the end all is once more purposefully ordered. These lenses of God's light, gathering the creative spirit and scattering it forth into the world, these secret organizers, these hidden kings, they it must be who transform all madness into sense, all passion into stillness, who render chance into necessity, give chaos form, and bring light into darkness. Who in his life has not encountered people who seem indeed to possess a remarkable majesty and distance, who reputedly have the power to curse or bless with a glance, and who, however still they may seem, nonetheless appear to exercise their power far and wide? Often their lives are simple. They may be shepherds, country doctors, village parsons. Often they are old women or precocious children who die young. There is something about them all that makes them uncanny to ordinary folk, something that gives them great power over man and beast, or indeed, it is always maintained, over all nature, over springs and minerals, weather, sunshine and rain, hail and drought. When our paths cross with theirs, we sense with absolute certainty, at that very moment perhaps, or maybe even years later, that the meeting has been decisive for our own life. They themselves, it seems, feel their power to be more of a burden, even a curse, but always a definite obligation. They live in obscurity and are glad to be left in peace. It is not hard to imagine them all linked together throughout the world, communicating by signs, or perhaps passing on the signs of even more mighty secret princes. Maybe they are quite unconscious of all this, or only partly conscious, fulfilling inner demands, obeying by instinct rather than acting from their own initiative. For they seem indeed to be not in control of their own power, but rather overwhelmed by it. All these capacities appear when consciousness is dulled or even extinguished. In his youth, Franz had known people like this. They are not rare in the mountains. The Englishman's visionary fancies reminded him of them. Very much later, it occurred to him that perhaps even someone not born with these capacities might come into their possession. Possibly by education and training they could be acquired. But he had soon been disappointed by the theosophical exercises. He had only been reminded of all this by the sight of the ecstatic worshippers in the dark church. Through practice, these people had reached a stage in which sorrow, distress, and envy were stilled. Composed, comforted, and strengthened, they returned from prayer. Close quote. Steiner continues. As you see, Franz did not want to undertake these theosophical exercises. He did not want to find a transition to knowledge of the spiritual worlds by this means. But something about which we had to speak yesterday is beginning to dawn. People are being won over into recognizing the course of certain threads, and they are beginning to notice that certain people make use of these threads. If only people like Haman Bar would approach this matter even more seriously than they do. Even the canon encountered by Franz did so more seriously. Franz was once invited to the home of this canon, together with some rather unusual company, which is described. We discover that the canon associates with all sorts, not only pious monks, but also cynics and frivolous people of the world. He invites them all to his table. Franz noticed a number of things. The canon led him into his study while the others were conversing together. As we know, when dinner is over, something else always follows. So the canon led him into his study. Quote, the niece had retired, but the guest of honor, Uncle Erhard and His Excellency, seated in comfortable chairs and devoutly given over to the process of digestion, had still not reached a conclusion. The tales waxed increasingly risque, the mockery more audacious, the allusions more obvious. Nothing was spared, and it seemed as though the whole world consisting of nothing but anecdotes. Disgusted, Franz turned to the library. It was not large, but very select indeed. Only the bare essentials as far as theology was concerned, close quote. Steiner continuing, of course a canon needs theology, least of all for himself. Continue now with the quote. The Bollandists, many Franciscan writers, Meister Eckhart, the spiritual exercises, Catherine of Genoa, the mysticism of Goethe's, and Müller's symbolism. Then philosophy. There was more of that. The whole of Kant, including the papers of the Kant Society, Deusson's Upanishads and his History of Philosophy, Weinger's Philosophy of the As-If, and a great many works on the theory of knowledge. Then there were the Greek and Latin classics, Shakespeare, Calderon, Cervantes, Dante, Machiavelli, and Balzac in the original. Of German writers, there were only Novalis and Goethe, the latter in various editions, that of his scientific writings in the Weimar edition. Franz took out a volume of these and found in it many annotations in the canon's hand. The latter at that moment left the young monk and the Jesuit to join Franz. He said, subquote, nobody knows Goethe's scientific writings, alas. The old heathen he is supposed to have been appears in quite a new light in them, and they help you to understand the ending of Faust as well. I could never bring myself to believe that he was suddenly just pretending to go all Catholic. Close subquote, close quote. Steiner continues. We can forgive the canon, can we not, for wanting everything to be Catholic? What is important for us is that he has turned to the natural scientific writings of Goethe. Quote again and subquote in that quote. Merely for the sake of the pictorial effect. My respect for this great writer is too great. Indeed, so is my respect for any writer to believe that any one of them would dress up in a costume just when he is about to pronounce his last words. But in the scientific writings, every page shows how Catholic Goethe was. Close subquote. Close quote. Steiner continues, let us forgive the canon. And continuing quote, and continuing subquote. Without knowing it, perhaps, and certainly without the courage of his convictions. When you read them, you seem to be listening to someone unfamiliar with Catholic truths, who has discovered them all on his own. Of course, he does violence to some of them, and there are some wonderful eccentricities. But by and large, nothing crucial, necessary, or essential is missing. Even that hint of superstition, magic, or whatever you might like to call it, that a born Protestant finds so suspicious about our holy doctrine. Often I could hardly believe my own eyes. But once you are on the track of Goethe, the unavowed Catholic, you soon find him everywhere. Observe his trust in the Holy Spirit, though he prefers to call him genius. Close subquote, close quote. Steiner continues. Goethe has good reason for this, of course. Continue the quote and subquote. Observe his profound feeling for the sacraments, of which he considers there are too few. Observe his feeling for the mysterious. Observe his gift for reverence. Note especially how he is quite un-Protestant in the way he is never satisfied with faith alone. Everywhere he urges that God should be recognized through the living deed, through pious works. And see his rare, most lofty, and most difficult understanding, that man cannot be taken up by God if he does not first call God into himself. His grasp of this terrible human freedom of choice, the freedom to accept or reject the proffered grace, the freedom which makes of this grace a reward for the one who decides to accept it. Despite the exaggerations and distortions, all this is so utterly Catholic that, as you see, I have in many places been able to write the passages from the Tridentine Mass in the margins next to what Goethe says, in almost the very same words. When Zacharias tells Werner that one sentence entitled Elective Affinities made him into a Catholic, I most certainly believe him. Of course, I would not deny that there is also a heathen, a Protestant, and even almost a Jewish Goethe. And I certainly would not claim him as an exemplary Catholic, though he was more that than the insipidly jolly common or garden monist that the North German school teachers present to their pupils under his name. Close subquote, close quote. Steiner continues. You notice, even in these circles, a different Goethe is sought, one who can follow the path into the spiritual world. A different Goethe, for sure, than that, quote, insipidly jolly common or garden monist, close quote, described and presented to the world today by the Goethe biographers. As you see, the path trodden by Franz is not so very different from those you find interwoven in what we call our spiritual science. And as you also see, a certain modicum of understanding can be present. May I remind you, I have often mentioned it, that the death of the Archduke Franz Ferdinand of Austria is one of those concealed events of the present day, despite all that occurred on the external physical plane. I have stressed especially that if the physical and spiritual worlds are taken together, then for them as a totality, there was something present before the assassination of Franz Ferdinand that became different after that event. It does not matter in such cases what things look like in external Maya. What occurs inwardly is the important thing. As I told you, what rose up as the soul of Franz Ferdinand into the spiritual worlds became a focal point for very strong, powerful forces. And much of what is now happening is connected with the very fact that a unique transition took place between life and so-called death, so that this soul became something quite different from what other souls become. I said that someone who has lived through recent decades in a state of spiritual consciousness must know that one of the main causes of today's painful events is the fear in which the whole world was drenched, the fear that individuals had of each other, even though they did not know it, and above all the fear that the different nations had of one another. If people had seeing eyes with which to track down the cause of this fear, they would not talk as much nonsense as they do about the causes of the war. It was possible for this fear to be so significant because it is woven as a state of feeling into what I described to you yesterday by means of examples. Please regard this as a kind of sketch, but drenching everything is this aura of fear. That soul was connected in a certain particular way with this aura of fear. Therefore, that violent death was in no way merely an external affair. I told you this because I was able to observe it, because for me it was a particularly significant event that is connected with many aspects of what is going on at present. I do not suppose that such things, which obviously ought to be kept within our circle, have been talked about all over the place outside our circle. The fact is, however, that I've been speaking about these things in various branches since the beginning of the war. There are witnesses who could verify this. Hermann Bahr's book appeared much later, only quite recently. Yet in it there appears a passage that I shall quote in a moment, and I would like you to pay attention to the following fact. Within the circle of our anthroposophical spiritual science, indications are given about an event that is spiritually very important. Then a novel written at a later date is published, in which is found a character who always appears to be rather foolish. He is actually a prince in disguise, but he appears as a foolish person who performs lowly tasks. From a poster, he is living in a rural area. He learns of the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand, whereupon he makes a remark which almost causes him to be lynched and leads to his being locked up. For any police force would naturally be convinced that somebody making such a remark immediately after an assassination must be a party to the plot. Though there are many miles in between, the one event having happened in Sarajevo and the other taking place in Salzburg, nevertheless, to the police, in its wisdom, that man must be a party to the plot. It now emerges that this person is a prince in disguise, and that he owns a deeply significant mystical diary. The reason for the remark he made also emerges. He was actually a prince, but had found the whole business of being a prince irksome, and so had disguised himself as old Blasel, who performed lowly tasks, behaved stupidly, even let himself be beaten by his master, and hardly ever spoke a word. He became talkative on certain occasions, but usually he said nothing. Then, when he was being investigated, he was found to possess a mystical manuscript which he had written himself. The book continues, quote, "The enchanted, now disenchanted prince, still in his old clothes, and still the same old fellow too, though somewhat different now that Franz knew they had been a disguise, said smiling, subquote, 'Forgive me the deception which for me was none. I ceased to be the infant Don Taddeo long ago. If circumstances now compel me to represent him again for a while, it will be a far more difficult role for me to play. For me, I really was old Blasel, and if I lied, it was myself I lied to, not you. That I should cause you inconvenience I could not have known. I'm sorry indeed for that. Of course, it was the most stupid misunderstanding. Though I had never met him, I knew the heir to the throne very well. He meant a great deal to me, and we were in communication with one another, though not in the manner usual here. Close subquote, close quote." Steiner continuing, quote, "The manner usual here," close quote, "denotes the manner usual on the physical plane. We were in communication with one another, though not after the manner of the physical plane." The quote continues, and subquote, "He had long gone beyond the boundaries of earthly work, and stood with one foot in that other realm of purely spiritual activity. Now it was time for him to step over, finally. I knew that, in order to fulfill himself, he could no longer stay. His deed will be done from there. I was only surprised that destiny had hesitated so long with him. On that Sunday when I stepped out of church, where my prayers had once again been rewarded with reassurance, and saw the uneasy crowd, I knew immediately that his liberation had come. What has to happen through him, he can only bring about from the other side. Here he could only promise. His life was only a prediction. Only now can it really happen. I've never been able to imagine him as a constitutional monarch with parliamentarianism and all that humbug. He was too great for that. By this he has seized the initiative for himself. This dead man will now truly start to live. This is what I felt when I heard the news. That is what I meant to say. You will understand that there was little chance of making myself understood to those peasants. I preferred to give myself up in silence.
Yeah, I thought I told you it was LOVED, coming from the team. Darius J, Trey, Teeth. Y'all know what this means to me. thought I told you that the OU finna get murdered and put in the casket. The basket saying that I'm shooting from 3 points. From leg to my head, I been aiming with good poise. The way I motion got me feeling like big boy. They're way too proud, they be making a little noise. My lawyer just called, said the niggas got no coins. I'm talking about them niggas right there, but don't point. Put it at your motherfucking head, there's 3 points. I keep it 9 degrees like a square, I'm on point. And make a nigga dance like a baby with new joints. The way I motion got me feeling like big boy. Way I motion got me feeling like big boy. The way I motion got me feeling like big boy. Way I motion got me feeling like big boy. The way I motion got me feeling like big boy.
Motion in the ocean, rub it down to that clip moist. Bubble bath, rubber duckies, the big toys. Hot water slide to the jacuzzi. That's a Bitcoin. Ooh, I just got that shit off Bitcoin. Airbnb, yeah, I did doing. Did doing like I'm the eraser man on SpongeBob. Erase that shit, that's in the past. Forget your yesterdays, cause that shit be dead. She gave me some head, then she gave me some bread. Baby, look over to the left. Now, baby, look over to the right. Now, clap, clap, clap that ass. Let me see that shit like, ooh, light work on a Wednesday, or maybe on a Tuesday. But baby, fuck what your friends say. Just do me, just do me, do me.
I thought I told you that the OU finna get murdered and put in the casket. The basket saying that I'm shooting from 3 points. From leg to my head, I been aiming with good poise. The way I motion got me feeling like big boy. They're way too proud, they be making a little noise. My lawyer just called, said the niggas got no coins. I'm talking about them niggas right there, but don't point. Put it at your motherfucking head, there's 3 points. I keep it 9 degrees like a square, I'm on point. And make a nigga dance like a baby with new joints. The way I motion got me feeling like big boy. Way I motion got me feeling like big boy. The way I motion got me feeling like big boy. Way I motion got me feeling like big boy. The way I motion when I
just had to get R&B on a bitch. Had to hit the with the sleeve on the bitch. Had to put the love on the sleeve on the bitch. Cause she got cold on the street on the bitch. Had to tell her wait to do drop the raindrops on the drop the raindrops on the They say can you get it wet?
That they did not do for me. I was prepared for that. Then by now, it would all be over. There must still be something for me to do. So be it. Close subquote. Continue quote. He had said all this in the same tone of voice, as it were, without punctuation, only staring at Franz from time to time with numb eyes. Then he requested him not to mention his notebooks and to forget them himself. Subquote. The truth is written in them, but only for myself. To understand them, you would have to understand my sign language. What is written in them is right, only the words are invalid. Close subquote. Franz could not help describing to him the impression the notebooks had made on him. Close quote. Steiner continues, for Franz was the only person in that town who could understand Spanish, and since the notebooks were written in Spanish, he was asked to help out. There is a little gentle irony here, too, since in Austria, anything not immediately understandable is said to be, in quotes, Spanish. Since Blasel, or rather the Enfant, was suspected of being a party to the plot, it was necessary to read the notebooks, and since Franz had once been in Spain, it was he who had to read them, for Hermann Bahr had also once been in Spain. So you see, since we must assume that Hermann Bahr had not been tipped off about this, that we have here an example of a remarkable winning over of an individual to a recognition of these things, of an inner need growing in him today to occupy himself with these things. I think it is justifiable to be somewhat astonished that such things appear in novels these days. It is something to do with the undercurrent of our time. Admittedly, to begin with, only people like Hermann Bahr are affected, people whose lives have been similar to that of Hermann Bahr, who went through all kinds of experiences during the course of time. Now that he is older, having for a long time been a supporter of Impressionism, he is endeavoring to comprehend Expressionism and other similar things. He is a person who has truly been capable in his soul of uniting himself outwardly and inwardly with the most varied streams. He really immersed himself in Ostwald's thoughts in those of Ricket, I'm saying Ricket, R-I-C-H-E-T, but it could be Richer, in those of the Theosophists in London, struggling to enter fully into them. Only, finally, when his perseverance failed him, did he happen upon Canon Zingerl, whom he now considers to be a master. He did indeed immerse himself to the full in internal and external streams. When I first knew him, he had just written his play titled Die Neuen Menschen, of which he is now very ashamed. Its mood was strictly social democratic, and there was at that time no more glowing social democrat than Hermann Bach. Then he wrote a short one-act play, which is rather insignificant. He then converted to the German nationalist movement and wrote titled Die große Sünde. From their point of view, again, there existed no more radical German nationalist than Hermann Bach. Meanwhile, he had reached his 19th year and was called up to serve in the army. Now he was filled to the brim with militaristic views and soldierly pride. He understood, you see, how to unite his soul with external streams. Yet he never shirked coming to grips entirely seriously with those that are more inward as well. After his period as a soldier, he went to Berlin for a short while, and there edited a modern weekly journal titled Die Freie Bühne. Chameleon-like, he could turn himself into anything, except a Berliner. Then he went to Paris. He had hardly arrived, could not even conjugate a reflexive verb with être, but used avoir with everything, when he started to write enthusiastic letters about the sun-like being Boulanger, who would surely show Europe what true, genuine culture is. Then he went to Spain, where he became a burning opponent of the Sultan of Morocco, against whom he wrote articles in Spanish. Finally, he returned, not exactly a copy of Daudet, but looking very like him. He told us about all this in the famous Greensteidl Café, which has offered hospitality to all sorts of famous people since 1848, when Lenau, Anastasius Grün, and others went in and out there. Even the waiters in this cafe were famous. Everybody knew Franz and later Heinrich of Greensteidl's. Now it has been demolished. But because Hermann Bach talked so much there about the way in which his soul had entered into the spirit of France, and about that sun-like being, Boulanger, someone else had grown rebellious, and when Greensteidl's was pulled down, Karl Kraus wrote a pamphlet titled Literature Demolished. I still remember vividly how Hermann Bach told us about the grand impressions he had gained, and how he, the lad from Linz, had been the proud owner of the handsomest artist's face in the whole of Paris. He spoke enthusiastically about Maurice Barres, and stood up in the most intense way for the French youth movement. Through the outpouring of a single heart, filled with ardor, we gained an experience of the total will force of a whole literary movement. Then in Vienna, together with others, he founded a weekly journal himself, to which he contributed some really important articles. He became increasingly profound, yet with him superficiality always seemed to go hand in hand with profundity. Thus he never stopped changing, from social democrat to German nationalist, from a militaristic disposition to a glowing admiration for Boulanger, then discipleship of Maurice Barres and others. And, after a later transformation, he began to appreciate Impressionist art. From time to time he returned to Berlin, but always departed again as quickly as possible. It was the one place he could not tolerate. Vienna, on the other hand, he loved dreadfully, and he expressed this love in many ways. In more recent years, his beloved friends in Danzig have invited him a number of times to lecture on Expressionism, something they are said to have understood exceedingly well. And the lectures are included in his book on Expressionism. He also enthuses about Goethe's scientific writings, and shows that he has drawn a little nearer to what we are coming to know as anthroposophy. But in his case, it is only a beginning. I might add, by the way, that his recent book about Expressionism is full of praise for his Danzig friends. Of course, so that they should stand out favorably in comparison with the Berliners. Lately, it has been said that Hermann Bahr has converted to Catholicism. I don't suppose he will be all that Catholic, though, perhaps about as much as he was boulangistic in days gone by. But he is a human being. You have now seen in his most recent novel that through his very worldliness, through his longing to learn about everything in his own way, he has now been touched by the necessity to discover something about man's ascent into the spiritual world, and about the links between human beings that are different from those ordinary physical links. In other words, links of the kind we described yesterday. You can understand why I find it to some extent significant that such a novel should contain not only general echoes, but should lead to a point as concrete as the death of Archduke Franz Ferdinand. This shows that these things are far more real than is generally supposed. Just such things as this must show us that what takes place on the physical plane is often no more than a symbol of what is really happening behind the scenes of earthly life. For if you read about what has occurred in connection with these events, in connection with this assassination, without appealing to the spiritual aspect, it will be impossible for you to understand that someone can be led to a place such significance, can be led to place such significance on the matter. But it is not yet possible today to speak about these things without some reservation. As yet, not everything connected with these things can be expressed. Attention may be drawn to some aspects only, to begin with perhaps the more external ones. Let us recall what was said yesterday about the world of the Slavs, about the soul of the Slavs. The testament of Peter the Great appeared on the scene in 1813, or perhaps a little earlier, and was disseminated for good reason, as though it stemmed from Peter the Great himself. This document is used to seize hold of a natural stream, such as the stream of the Slav soul, in order to guide and lead it by means of suggestion. Whither is it to be led? It is to be led into the orbit of Russianism in such a way that the ancient Slav stream should become, in a way, the bearer of the idea of a Russian state. Because this is so, a clear distinction must be made between the spiritual Slav stream, the stream that exists as the bearer of the ancient Slav tradition, and that which strives to become an external vessel to encompass the whole of this Slav stream, Russianism. We must not forget that a large number of Slav peoples, or sections of these peoples, live within the boundaries of the monarchy of Austria-Hungary. The Austro-Hungarian monarchy encompasses, let me use my fingers to help me count, Germans, Czechs, Slavonians, Slovaks, Serbo-Croats, Croats maybe, Poles, Romanians, Ruthenians, Magyars, Italians, and Serbs. As you see, many more than Switzerland has. What really lives there can only be recognized by someone who has lived for quite a long time among these peoples. It has come to understand the various streams that were at work within what is known as Austria-Hungary. As far as the Slav peoples are concerned, there was, during the last decades of the 19th century, a paramount endeavor to find a way in which the various Slav peoples could live together in peace and freedom. The whole history of Austria-Hungary in recent decades, with all those bitter battles, can only be understood if it is seen as an attempt to realize the principle of the individualization of the separate peoples. This is, of course, exceedingly difficult, since peoples do not live comfortably side by side, but are often enmeshed in complicated ways. Among the Germans in Austria, there are very many who consider that their own well-being would be served by the individualizing of the various Slav peoples in Austria, that is, by finding a form in which they could develop independently and freely. Obviously, such things need time to come about, but such a movement certainly does exist. Then, apart from the Slavs in Austria-Hungary, There are the Balkan Slavs, who lived for a long time under Turkish dominion, which they have thrown off in recent decades in order to found individual states: Bulgaria, Serbia, Montenegro, and so on. Yesterday I mentioned the Polish Slavs as those who have developed furthest in their spiritual life. I am mentioning only the more important subdivisions, for I too can only work these things out gradually. In all these Slav peoples and tribes, there lives what I called yesterday a consistent primal folk element, which is something that is preparing for the future. Seen quite externally, why was Franz Ferdinand rather important? He was important because in his being, in all his inclinations, you must take the external manifestation as a symbol of what lived within. He was the external expression of certain streams. In him there lived something which, if only it had been able to free itself, bore the deepest understanding for the individual development of the Slav peoples. You might indeed call him an intense friend of all that belongs to the Slavs. He understood, or perhaps I should say, something living in him of which he was not fully aware, understood what forms would be necessary for the social life of the Slavs if they were to develop as individual peoples. We have to realize that karma had decreed that this karmic path should be extremely unusual. Let us not forget that there was once an heir to the throne, Archduke Rudolf, on whom great hopes were pinned, especially as regards the direction in which many liberal and free-thinking people of the day were tending. Those who knew the circumstances and the person understood that something was working through his soul, which would have brought about the application to the Austrian situation of what I yesterday called English political thinking. English ideas concerning the way in which states should be administered. This is what was expected of him, and it was also what he himself was inclined to do. But you know how karma worked, and how what should have happened was made impossible. So then something else became possible instead. Now a man tending in quite another direction grew in importance. It is indeed not without significance if our attention is drawn to this. Here he could only promise. His life was only a prediction. Only now can it really happen. I've never been able to imagine him as a constitutional monarch with parliamentarianism and all that humbug. That's that quote from the book. Yet this is just how we should have imagined the other one to be. You see, that karma is at work, and we must see how this karma works in order to achieve further heights of understanding. The circumstances which could and should have been brought about, not because of the wishes of some person or other, but because of the purpose of world evolution, by this soul who looked upon the Slav folk element with understanding, for the moment I am giving a purely abstract description, would surely have had a liberating effect on the Slav folk element. But it would, at the same time, have destroyed what Russianism wants to do with the Slav element. For Russianism wants to confine the Slav element within its own framework and use it as its tool. It wants to contain it within the confines of the testament of Peter the Great. The speed with which such things come to realization depends, of course, on all kinds of side currents and peripheral circumstances. But it is important to have an eye for what is gathering momentum in any particular direction. Obviously, therefore, only those who understood the Slav element more deeply could understand what web was really being woven, and also that those who wanted to destroy the Slav element through Russianism had to work against more healthy endeavors. Matters become particularly delicate and tricky if they start interfering with streams and counting on methods that are connected in some way with the occult streams using the secret brotherhoods which exist all over the world. Some are more profound, as are those about which I shall speak tomorrow. Others only touch on these things, but even then, as they do touch on them, they must be seen as vessels through which occult streams flow. The society whose dissolution was demanded after the death of Archduke Franz Ferdinand, the Serbian society Narodnja Odbrana, was the actual successor of an earlier secret brotherhood, having changed its methods only slightly. I am stating no more than facts. Here, then, is a contact between political strivings and a secret society, which, though centered in Serbia, had threads leading in every direction to wherever Slavs were to be found, and also links with all kinds of other societies, but in particular an inner connection with Western societies. In such a society, things can be taught which are connected with occult workings throughout the world. Why do we have to make so many detours in order to reach even a partial understanding of what we actually have to understand? Do not be surprised that so many detours are necessary, for a superficial judgment is all too easily reached if insight is directed to immediate events in which we are involved with sympathy or antipathy. All too easily, misunderstandings and false ideas come about. What often happens to all of us, we are perfectly entitled to have sympathies and antipathies in our soul, but often there are reasons why we do not admit this to ourselves. Perhaps we do not actually convince ourselves on purpose, but auto-suggestion often gives us good reason to believe that our judgments are objective. If only we would calmly admit to sympathies or antipathies, we would also accept the truth. But because we want to judge, in quotes, objectively, we do not admit the truth, but instead delude ourselves in regard to the truth. Why do people have this tendency? It is simply because when they endeavor to understand reality, they easily meet with extraordinary contradictions. And when they meet these contradictions, they attempt to come to terms with them by accepting one half of what is contradictory and rejecting the other half. Often this means a total lack of any desire to understand the truth. I will give you an example of how we can become entangled in a serious contradiction if we fail to understand the living connection between the contradiction and the full truth of the reality. In our anthroposophical spiritual science, we understand Christianity to be something that is filled with the meaning of the mystery of Golgotha, with the fact that Christ was condemned, died, was buried, but then also rose again in the true sense and lives on as the risen one. This is what we call the mystery of Golgotha. And we cannot concede the right to anyone to call himself a Christian unless he recognizes this too. What, though, had to happen so that Christ was able to undergo for human evolution what I have just described? Judas had to betray him, and he had to be nailed to the cross. If those who nailed him to the cross had not done so, then the mystery of Golgotha would not have taken place for the salvation of mankind. Here you have a terrible actual contradiction, a contradiction of gigantic proportions. Can you imagine someone who might say, "You Christians owe it to Judas that your mystery of Golgotha took place at all. You owe it to the executioner's men who nailed Christ to the cross, that your mystery of Golgotha ran its course." Is anyone justified in defending Judas and the executioner's men, even though it is true that the meaning of earthly history is owed to them? Is it easy to answer a question like this? Is one not immediately faced with contradictions which simply stand there and which represent a terrible destiny? Think about what I have placed before you. Tomorrow we shall continue. What I have just said is spoken only so that you can think about the fact that it is not so easy to say, when two things contradict one another, I shall accept the one and reject the other. Reality is more profound than whatever human beings may often be willing to encompass with their thinking. It is not without reason that Nietzsche, crazed almost out of his mind, formulated the words, quote, "The world is deep, deeper than they can comprehend," close quote. Now that I have endeavored to indicate the nature of a real contradiction, we shall tomorrow attempt to penetrate more deeply into the subject matter we have so far touched on in preparation. The end of Lecture 3. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Karma of Untruthfulness. This is Volume 1, Lecture 4, given in Dornach on the 11th of December 1916. Before continuing with the discussion we started a week ago, I wish to say once again that if misunderstandings are to be avoided, on no account are judgments which are based on facts to be taken as something aimed at a nation as a whole, or a nation as such. It is a total misunderstanding when again and again generalizations are made by applying to whole nations something that has been said about actual real factors, such as personalities. Something is said about a personality who stands or seems to stand as a representative for a particular nation. Then others identify with this personality by saying, I too belong to this nation. Most people have no idea what is going on when they do this. They are talking in pitch darkness. What is to happen with people's judgments if they make them on the basis of empty phrases without being able to pinpoint anything? Because such judgments do not touch on any kind of actual reality. I intend, so far as is possible, to direct the eye of your soul, EYE, to three things. First, I want to give you some understanding, of course it can only be some understanding, of the great spiritual streams that underlie current events. Then, I want to show how these streams are working in different places, and how they either work through people with the help of associations, brotherhoods, or whatever, or more or less consciously through individuals. Finally, I shall indicate how to discern those characteristic elements which are crucial for an understanding of how the events of the physical plane can be explained out of a wider context. Let us first adopt a somewhat higher standpoint, so that we can encompass in our view that wider context. We find that many things have changed in proportion, now that we no longer see them as a chance patchwork of odd facts. For the history of mankind, even in its most painful events, is guided and led by spiritual impulses. But these spiritual impulses also work against each other, and people stand within streams which often contradict one another. It is too easy to think that the wisdom-filled world order will sort everything out. If this were so, there would not exist in the entire wide sweep of the physical world something that, in fact, does exist: human freedom. On the other hand, however, there do exist impulses of necessity, great karmic impulses, which work in everything, and in our present considerations, we shall particularly take into account the working of these karmic impulses. At the same time, though, we have to deal with the details and pay attention to the way in which affairs develop when there is a particularly great contrast at work, which is significant for the continuing evolution of mankind. One such contrast is that which exists between the West and the East in European culture. And I have described to you what has developed in the West, and also what lives in the East as a folk element for the future. These are real forces that are at work. It is true that most people know nothing of these real forces, but certain individuals have always been able to learn something about them. Two things are possible. Either people know nothing of these real forces. In such cases, it can easily happen that through lack of awareness, without being able to do much about it in the ordinary sense, they become unconscious tools by letting themselves be used by others, who in their turn are more or less swept away in the current, and whose working is a kind of combination between the regular streams and their own egoism, their own ambition. These people are able to influence by suggestion those who are unobservant. Or the opposite can happen. Something that has been so important and significant in European life during recent decades, that there are individuals who by some means or other learn through the secret brotherhoods about the spiritual forces that exist and consciously misuse this knowledge for some other ends. Perhaps their goal is not even an end that deserves a morally damning judgment. Yet it is like playing with fire. When people who do not know how to treat spiritual impulses work to turn these impulses in a particular direction. Such a situation arose in the second half of the 19th century, when various more or less secret brotherhoods, who were strongly influenced by the European periphery, formed themselves in Central Europe. They worked to a high degree with occult means. One of these was the, quote, Omladina, close quote, spelled O-M-L-A-D-I-N-A, which achieved a great deal through the impulses living in it. The Omladina was an association that worked amongst its members through the means of certain rites, such as are used in the different degrees of these secret brotherhoods. In Central Europe, the Omladina formed several extremely secret brotherhoods, which were spread particularly over the various Slav areas, but also the Balkan states, and which actually worked with occult means in their ceremonial rites. They achieved a great deal until by chance, as is said, but only as is said, the whole matter came out into the open through a court case in Bohemia. These societies, all of whom maintained links with one another, burrowed and stirred a great deal underground, and behind masks they continued in existence. One such mask was the much-mentioned Narodna Odbrana in Serbia, which was named so frequently at the beginning of today's painful events. This stream, which had already flowed through something that worked with occult means, and which encompassed people who knew about such things and others who knew nothing, gave the impetus for much that has taken place in southeastern Europe during recent decades. In the Western, particularly in the English brotherhoods, there was much talk during the last decades of the 19th century of the coming World War, and it was always pointed out how important would be the events that were to take place in the Balkan countries. Let me say something more to introduce this subject. For if we investigate only the spiritual aspect of things, we lack the basis on which to frame the right questions. And we then do not know how the spiritual happenings are mirrored below, on the physical plane. This is the important question I now wish to develop further for you, after having yesterday called upon you to ponder deeply about the great contradiction of the mystery of Golgotha. What I have to describe as an introduction will serve as a basis for a number of topics, and I want to stress yet again that I beg you not to believe that what I have to say is in any way aimed at a particular nation as such. Nobody can have more sympathy than I feel for the unfortunate Serbian people. Not only have they endured so much that is painful in recent times, but above all, they have for decades been the plaything of the most varied elements, which have made use of what lives in this nation, for purposes of which it can surely be said they are behind a misuse which is intended to turn those real impulses of mankind's evolution, which live in the fifth post-Atlantean period, in a particular direction. I shall not go further back than the second half of the 19th century. Little is discussed nowadays which can really throw light on these matters. I shall give only a sketch, and in a sketch some things are described only in outline. I know how little inclination there is to go into the real facts, but some of them at least must be made known. So I shall go back only as far as Michael Obrenović, who played an important part as the ruler of Serbia in the second half of the 19th century. He was an attractive personality, of whom it can truly be said that he did not try to steer in an evil way those forces which are, of course, seen above all by one who belongs to a particular people. It is possible out of national or individual egoism to steer the impulses of a people in such a way that these impulses become grossly overstrained. In other words, the individual folk impulse is pushed beyond the point at which it can remain in harmony with the impulses of mankind as a whole. It is extremely difficult to hit upon the right measure in this matter. In the case of Michael Obrenović, it was so that, on the whole, his ideas ran concurrently with the good European impulses. But he needed these good European impulses only so far as he could go as a good Serbian patriot. In order to understand a certain one-sidedness in Michael, you have to put yourself in Serbia's position. You could say that if a man like Michael Obrenović lives out his patriotism in such a way, this way would certainly be comprehensible for others whose birth, inheritance, and education have given them a similar patriotism for a different country. I need only quote a few words about the ideal of Michael Obrenović written by one who knew him well. Milan Perots-Anac says, quote, "His political aim was not the creation of Greater Serbia, but the formation of a confederation of southern Slavs under the hegemony of Serbia." Close quote. So Michael was thinking of a Balkan confederation. This confederation was also discussed by those Western European occultists who were informed and working in the very best way during the good period of Western European occultism. And even though this ideal was opposed to those of many, it must be said that it was an ideal which was connected with certain real impulses of the fifth post-Atlantean period. Against this ideal of Michael Obrenović, there now rose up a greater part of Serbia's intelligentsia under the leadership of Jovan Ristic. From this Serbian intelligentsia there flowed an element that was different from that of Michael. Whereas his aim was to create a Balkan confederation out of the Slav forces of the Balkan countries, without any assistance from Austria and Russia, that of the group led by Jovan Ristic and others was, at all costs, to place Serbia at the service of what came out of Russia, infiltrating the Serbian soul by means of suggestion and with the help of the Testament of Peter the Great, in order to create a framework for Russianism. The group, influenced by the Omladina, originated the slogan which claimed that a movement must be started which would work against Michael's efforts, and also that, at all costs, Russia must play the same role in connection with Serbia that France had played for Piedmont when the new Italy was created. Just as France had given her assistance when Piedmont was transformed into modern Italy, so Russia should serve Serbia, so that out of Serbia, on the other side of the Adriatic, could emerge something new, but only under the guidance of what was to be included in the mysterious impulses of the Testament of Peter the Great. There are altogether about 6 million Serbs. Only 3.5 million of these live in Serbia and Montenegro. 2.5 million migrated to Austria earlier on. All these are surrounded and mixed with 4 million Catholic and 500,000 Mohammedan Southern Slavs. Obviously, clashes were inevitable. Just imagine the spiritual chaos surging and mingling there, and what it must have been like in this chaos to guide a particular movement such as that of the Omladina. Various things can be done if the possibilities are utilized properly. And those who use such means in the way the Omladina did always pit one stream against another so that something else emerges. Thus it came about that Michael Obrenović met with terrible opposition, and that this opposition found an effective way of working against him by organizing a hostile movement with the corresponding hostile press outside Serbia, in Hungary. Since the Omladina existed not only within Serbia, but also maintained connections in all the states of Central Europe, it is easy to understand how it was possible to silence it within Serbia, if necessary, and instead organize all sorts of things from the outside. In this way, in case anything should leak out, the possibility remained to be able to say that other country organized it. This possibility always had to be maintained. In addition to all this, Michael Obrenović was deeply loved by his people. They loved him with an elemental force. Such a force is also an occult power. To counter this love of the people, it was necessary either to set up an equally strong love in another direction, but this was not all that easy to do, or to bring about something revolutionary. So it came about that to all the endeavors mounted by the Omladina was added the dynastic dispute between the Obrenović and the Karagiorevich families. The Karagiorevich faction was based in Geneva, where, in debt in a number of places all over Europe, and coveted the Serbian throne for themselves. Let me read that again. The Karagiorevich faction was based in Geneva, were in debt in a number of places all over Europe, and coveted the Serbian throne for themselves. They had the opportunity of making the acquaintance of all sorts of societies in Europe. There were many, and also of finding out what their impulses were. By working hand in hand, especially when you have at your disposal the means I have described, you can achieve a great deal. You organize things in such a way that different things can be brought about from various different places, which have to be situated in different countries. Thus Alexander Karagiorevich set up an administrator for his affairs in Szegedin in Hungary. This administrator was, shall we say, a banker. There was nothing much for him to administer, but one day he exercised his influence on a group of convicts. These things are done with the help of convicts or other such elements. And on 10 June 1868, these convicts murdered Michael. On 10 June 1868, Michael Obrenović was murdered. His only male heir, a nephew, was a very wretched fellow, and hardly more than a boy. So now all the power fell into the hands of Jovan Ristic, who was very much a certain type of politician, a great politician from one point of view. Since he represented all these things in everything he did, it is possible to retrace the external paths he trod in order to achieve his internal aims. First and foremost, he established as a supreme principle that Serbia was now to follow only those impulses which came from Russia, but that this need not necessarily always be done openly. If the Russian impulses could be better served by making concessions and establishing friendly, neighborly relations with the Habsburg monarchy, then there was no harm in undertaking some project together with Austria against Russia once in a while. In reality, though, everything was to be done in the service of Russia, and this meant, on occasions, going along with the others. This was the supreme principle for Ristic. At first, his main concern was to establish himself and gain supporters. This was difficult, since the Serbs did not love Milan Obrenović, and of course no one must be allowed even to guess at the secret threads which connected Ristic himself with the... Okay, let me read that again. I think Milan should be Michael. This was difficult since the Serbs did not love Michael... Okay. Right. This was difficult since the Serbs did not love Milan Obrenović. He must be the nephew. And of course no one must be allowed even to guess at the secret threads which connected Ristic himself with the murder of Michael Obrenović. One can put a great distance between oneself and events and yet be very close to them. Then the tracks have to be obliterated. He did this by bringing it about in some way that rumors were spread throughout Serbia, claiming that the murder of Michael Obrenović had been plotted in Hungary, and the Magyars were the guilty party. This was believed without question in the circles which were important to him. Into the stream about which we have just been speaking flowed yet another, founded by 10 people in the year 1880. The intention was that it should work in harmony with other European streams, so it was founded in Zurich. One of the 10, among whom Nicola Pasic was numbered, drafted the manifesto of this, quote, Brotherhood of 10, close quote. It included the words, quote, a confederation of all the Serbs presupposes the destruction of Turkey and the destruction of Austria-Hungary, the removal of statehood from Montenegro, and the freedom of the peoples of Serbia, close quote. This, then, was the quite definite manifesto of these, in quotes, 10, worked out in 1880. The subsequent plan was to weave this manifesto more and more closely together with the radical stream of Ristic, for he was now the right person at the right place. Since Milan was a minor, Ristic held the power. The two fitted very well together. Certain streams always worked to win the right man at the right place in order to achieve as much as they could. The university professor, Jovan Skrlik, who was also connected with this radical stream, wrote, for instance, quote, the freedom of the Serb people and the existence of Austria-Hungary are mutually exclusive, close quote. I wish to speak only of facts, and do not deny that a manifesto such as this is perfectly possible for a Serb from his own point of view. When Milan Obrenović attained his majority, circumstances brought it about that he wanted to free himself from this radical stream. He wanted to carry on with Serb patriotism, but in agreement with Austria-Hungary. So as time went on, these two streams proceeded to weave in and out of each other. On the one hand, the rather weak, though definitely existing impulses which emanated from Milan Obrenović, and on the other, everything that was connected with the pretendership of the Karageorgevich family. It is worth noting that while nobody from the Obrenović dynasty was invited to the coronation of Alexander III of Russia, Peter Karageorgevich, the pretender who later occupied the throne of Serbia, was present. The bonds between Russia and the Balkans were to be tied even more tightly through the marriage of Peter Karageorgevich with the eldest daughter of Nikita of Montenegro, who, however, did not particularly relish this plan, since he himself wanted to assume the Serbian throne after the departure of the Obrenović. However, the Russians offered $1 million as dowry. Of course, old Nikita pocketed this. He was rather partial to such little tricks. I shall not trouble you further with external history at this point, except to mention that after Serbia had lost the unfortunate war with Bulgaria, which took place at this time, her realm was only preserved by the decisive intervention of Austria-Hungary. The Omladina party could not have cared less about this. Their sole aim was to approach the stream which was working to imprison the Slav element in Russianism. This party worked very well indeed. Some remarkable statistics were compiled by Serbs, not foreigners. Statistics can, of course, be made to say what you want them to say, but in this case, even if half the claims are disregarded, they are still significant enough. It was maintained that this Omladina party had been able to spread far and wide because they had carried out 364 political assassinations between 1883 and 1887, in order to rid themselves of those who would have acted as troublemakers if they had been on the physical plane while the party was expanding. As I said, this claim is made by Serbs, not foreigners. 364 political murders between 1883 and 1887. Even if only half is true, it is surely enough. In the 90s, this party underwent a further considerable expansion. After a long period of systematic work, it took a mighty step forward when, on a certain day during the 90s, every Serbian town suddenly blossomed with flags. This caused great concern in Austria. What had happened? It was the day on which the alliance between Russia and France had been sealed. During the same week, behind the backs of the Obrenovich dynasty, 100,000 rifles had been ordered from France for the Radical Party. It was during this period that a personality appeared on the scene through whom a great many influences worked, but for whose position it was extremely difficult to gain agreement from leading quarters. She had been singled out by Russia for certain purposes. However, the party, which was the continuation of the Omladina, was embarrassed to use, as an important tool, a personality of this type, and in this kind of position. This was really going too far for the Serbs. I'm speaking of Draga Masin, whom Alexander Obrenovich was allowed to elevate to the position of his mistress in 1886. This person appeared on the scene at this time, and a friend of the Obrenovich dynasty, Vladan Georgievich, wrote a very significant and beautiful book from which a great deal can be learned, titled The End of the Obrenovich Dynasty. I recommend particularly the chapter which describes the remarkable weaving of the threads of world history, even though Georgievich half unconsciously only hints at this. He tells of an extraordinary visit he had to make to Draga Masin, who was, of course, an important personage. He shows how the enchantment with which she had to inveigle those whom it was necessary for her to inveigle emanated from a particular blend of perfumes, which was suitably adjusted to the individuality of the person who was to be influenced by suggestion. If you read with understanding this chapter in Vladan Georgievich's thick book, you will gain from his veiled description many hints, in the occult sense too, regarding the field of lesser magic. You will be astonished to discover how much can be achieved when those who want to achieve something remain in the background and leave what has first to be done to the seductive charms of a woman skilled in the art of perfume blending. Even in the 17th century, this played a considerable part in the politics of many a royal court. The history of some periods cannot really be written except by someone who is an expert on the effects of perfumes in history at different times and periods. Then an event took place which throws some light on a number of strange karmic connections. The party I have described to you continued to work. A point was reached when, once more, by means of a plot, such as that mentioned earlier, an attempt was made to assassinate Milan, who had long since abdicated, but still played a role, and through whom, moreover, a number of roles were indeed still played. One of those condemned to death, in consequence, was Nicola Pasic. You know the name. He owed his deliverance solely to the fact that Emperor Franz Joseph intervened on his behalf. You remember, Pasic is the name of the man who was Prime Minister of Serbia when the war broke out. All these events took place because it was necessary for something to happen. The desired goals could not be achieved while the Obrenovich dynasty remained. So Karageorgievich would have to be established on the throne under Russian protection. But Draga Masin, who had meanwhile married Alexander, also stood under Russian protection. She had in the meantime become a thorn in the flesh of the Radical Party, because they had come to regard her as a disgrace. All this had been reckoned with, because those who had put her in this position in the first place were not concerned with establishing this charming person, gifted in the art of perfume blending, upon the throne of Serbia, but rather with making the Obrenovich dynasty look impossible through its representative Alexander. So she had to be made to look ridiculous and impossible. Draga Masin had to be made queen so that she could be murdered. Those whose purposes were to be served were those for whom, outwardly, Draga Masin was extremely awkward. The whole comedy had to be played in order to get rid of her. and it was Draga who had to play it. I shall not mention details except to say that they even included the pretended imminent birth of a future heir to the throne, though such a one was in fact never on the way. There should be mention, though, in the fact that the most extraordinary personalities were taken on, whose task it was to set up connections between Geneva, where the Karageorgevich family dwelt, and the Balkans, and also various other connections. Peter Karageorgevich had been instructed to remain quietly in Geneva without stirring. In contrast, there existed in various places a whole series of intermediaries, whose task it was to run the affair in accordance with Russia's wishes, and also to give it a face. I should like to point out here that there is often no need to attach any special significance to those who work in connection with these things. For example, there was an important intermediary from Montenegro who played a large part in the various activities undertaken jointly by Russia and Karageorgevich. He himself was not in the least interested in serving the radical Serbian party, or anyone else if it comes to that. He showed this in particular by offering for sale in Vienna in 1907 the numerous letters he had exchanged with Peter Karageorgevich in this fateful matter. So poor old Karageorgevich himself had to cough up 150,000 francs in order to buy them back. I only want to touch on these things when, one day, the history of these events is written, and it will be written. Much light will be thrown on many matters by the chapter which mentions what took place then in the Hopfner restaurant in Vienna, in Linz on 22nd January 1903, and in the Biegler Hotel in Mödling in April. Then it will be made known how the document came into being in which Karageorgevich committed himself not to punish the murderers of Alexander Obrenovich and Drago Masin if he should come to the throne. Particularly important will be the revelation of what it was that Peter Karageorgevich signed on 22nd January 1903, and of what was discussed by certain officers serving this cause when they met in the Kolorat's restaurant in Belgrade. After all these preliminaries, the murder was committed in Belgrade in July 1903. It became known to the world in a different way. An important part was played in this murder by a certain Lieutenant Voya Tankosik. It is not without significance that the leader of one of the groups who were distributed in various places in order to carry out the murders of numerous supporters of Alexander Obrenovich and Drago Masin was Lieutenant Voya Tankosik. For perhaps you know that according to an inquiry carried out in Austria, a certain Major Tankosik is named as one of those who organized the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand in Sarajevo. It is the same Voya Tankosik, now promoted to the rank of major, who then had the task of murdering the two Lunjevica brothers, the brothers of Drago Masin, and then, as a major, playing the role now known to the world in connection with the assassination of Franz Ferdinand. It is important to see in this way, by means of real examples, how events are interconnected, and to indicate how they continue to work in subsequent events. Once the dynasty of Obrenovich was out of the way, it was a matter of finding a means of putting Karageorgevich on the throne of Serbia. Pasek, for instance, though he had his finger in every pie, was not yet ready to agree to the ascent of Karageorgevich to the throne. At that time, he wanted to put an Englishman on the Serbian throne. Even in Eastern Europe, there were differences of opinion. It is historically documented, for instance, that when the death of the last Obrenovich became known, the Grand Duchess Milica was heard to say, "Let us drink to the health of King Nikita of Serbia." So there was an inclination in the circle to put Nikita of Montenegro on the Serbian throne. But when the time came to make the final decision, Charakov, the Russian attaché in Belgrade, said, literally, I have come in order to inform you that my government will only give its consent if Prince Karageorgevich is elected unanimously as King of Serbia at tomorrow's election. I have now pointed out a number of facts in order to show you how things work when they are channeled into particular streams. It is necessary to have a concrete idea of what is going on in the world. Now, let me proceed by what might be called the symptomatic method. We have to look into all sorts of things in order to gain a complete picture which can lead us a step up to the fundamental truths. Once again, in connection with all this, I must stress, you may have a standpoint, and any standpoint is understandable. But you must then be aware that this or that standpoint is the one you have chosen. You cannot then form judgments as though your standpoint were higher. Recently, I have often had to ask myself what might be the origin of certain judgments which crop up again and again. When I began these lectures, I told you how painful it was for me to meet in a certain direction only unfriendly or at best uncomprehending judgments. And I said that the very people who make these unfriendly judgments with a particular bias are the ones who ascribe to themselves the capacity to judge things objectively. There is no need to look far to find the unfriendly judgments I mean. I must stress that I can understand every standpoint, but I cannot understand it when certain judgments, which are anything but objective, are claimed to be founded on an objective basis. For instance, if it is stated that the diplomatic documents already known are of crucial value for deciding who is to blame for the outbreak of the war, then there can be no objection. But there must be every objection to the conclusions so often drawn from them. It is necessary to study these documents far more thoroughly than is usually done if a valid judgment is to be reached. I might tell you that I have closely studied all the blue, red, and white papers, many more than a dozen times, and yet I could still justify any number of judgments based on what they tell me. If only it had been possible to make proper use of the actual facts. All in all, I must say that the judgments I hear remind me of long discussions which end with the words, "Never mind, the Jew will be burned." Whether people are more or less intelligent, the voice that always sounds the loudest says, "Never mind, the German will be burned." And since an objective foundation can never be found for such grave allegations as these, the only thing to do is to accept that we are faced with a most important question. Why is it that such a large proportion of people forms judgments which can be summarized, if not literally, then from their general content, in the words, "Never mind, the German will be burned"? Many elements flow together in this judgment, especially because it is pointless to bring out one or another aspect which allows the basis on which this judgment is founded to speak for itself. And still the question I am asking is, in the deepest sense of the word, a question of the heart and a question of the soul. I am aware of all the notions that arose when, from a certain necessity, I wrote my pamphlet titled Gedanken während der Zeit des Krieges, Thoughts During Wartime, which was intended, as it says in the subtitle, for Germans and those who do not believe they have to hate them. I know that it expresses thoughts, do not think me immodest when I say this, which someday, however far distant, will be recognized by history as those thoughts which ought to be taken into consideration. But I also know that for inner spiritual reasons, certain things will not be possible until, at least in certain quarters, there grows a sense for the rightness of these thoughts. Those who do not wish to be convinced by the inner gravity of such thoughts will find themselves facing lessons from many sides. One important lesson will be shared with the world when the manifestos of such people as Lloyd George come to be realized. Possibly many other lessons will be needed as well, Certain people in the periphery will also be faced with such lessons. Much could be carried out differently if only people would not allow themselves to be so very stupefied by the judgments I have described. What I am telling you is really true. Many a solution will come about because the judgment reached in certain quarters will be steered toward the direction just mentioned. What purpose is served if an Englishman gives his support to a particular personality through whom certain influences are working? And if this Englishman is then personally offended when that personality is characterized in an objective way? English culture itself has brought it about that political thinking can be formed in a particular way, and it is because of this that much that serves certain purposes can be concealed behind this thinking. The extraordinary situation is that for certain impulses which stem from Western Europe, the political thinking of English culture must be regarded as the least suitable instrument. It really is so that, on the one hand, there exists the task which the English people are called upon to perform during the fifth post-Atlantean period, and yet this purpose is constantly being thwarted from quite another direction. And though there are indeed beautiful voices in the orchestra, as I described the day before yesterday, there are also a good many others to be heard as well. Let me draw your attention to some remarks made by Lord Rosebery in 1893, not because they are particularly important, but because they are a symptomatic expression of something that does really exist. Lord Rosebery said, quote, "It is said that our empire is large enough and that we possess sufficient territories. We must, however, examine not only what we need today, but also what we shall need in the future. We must not forget that it is a part of our duty and our heritage to ensure that the world bears the stamp of our people and not that of any other." Close quote. It is important to know that such voices too join in the orchestra of the world. Lord Rosebery himself was not particularly important in this direction, but the way he spoke in this tone was a good example of what I wanted to point out. It is important that a pretension of this kind should ring forth not from a people, but from an individual who is backed by various concealed groups, a pretension that the whole world must be stamped with the mark of the English spirit. It is nothing other than an echo of what had always been taught in some secret brotherhoods, in words such as the following: "The Latin element is now decadent. It may be left to itself, and it will trouble us no more." The fifth post-Atlantean period belongs to the English-speaking peoples alone. It is for them to make the world into something which stems from them. The firm doctrine which had come into being in the secret brotherhoods must be heard resounding in the words of Lord Rosebery, for we must learn to look in the right places. What happens outwardly might be quite a comedy, but we have to see through the comedy and not regard it as something that can bring blessing to the world. If somebody defends the standpoint of Lord Rosebery, there is no need to enter into any discussion with him, for discussion is quite unnecessary in such matters. Neither is it possible to say that no one has the right to such a standpoint. Everyone has the right to take up Lord Rosebery's standpoint. But he ought then to say, "My aim is to make the world English," and not, "I am fighting for the freedom and rights of the small nations." This is what matters. It is not difficult to understand Lord Rosebery from his own standpoint. But someone who does not share this standpoint must instead take up another. In consequence, there is no agreement between these two standpoints, and the matter has to be balanced out by the means the world has at its disposal for such matters. Under certain circumstances, such standpoints of necessity even lead to the outbreak of war. This is perfectly obvious, since it would otherwise be possible to demand that the opposition subject itself voluntarily to one's own standpoint. But if their standpoint prevents them from doing this, conflicts arise. So I am describing here only standpoints, for we are dealing not with objective judgments, but simply with choosing between two possibilities. I can, for instance, very well comprehend the standpoint of the French minister Hanotaux, expressed in his book on Fachoda and the partition of Africa. He says, quote, "It is 10 years since the work was completed. France has defended her position among the four world powers. She is at home in all quarters of the world. French is spoken and will ever be spoken in Africa, Asia, America, and Oceania. The seeds of mastery have been sown in every part of the globe. They will flourish under the protection of heaven." Close quote. This standpoint, too, is perfectly comprehensible, yet obviously there could be collisions with other possible standpoints. Now let us take another objective point into consideration. Bismarck never intended to follow a policy of colonialism. Germany had to be won over to adopt a colonial policy. She did not carry it on of her own accord, but was induced to do so in a very peculiar manner from quite another side. I may go into this later. Anyway, it was certainly not in accordance with the character of the German people to bring about collisions in this respect. Fichte, in his famous speeches to the German nation, said expressly, "Germany will never argue with a nation who speaks about the freedom of the seas, while actually meaning that it intends to defend the seas against all comers." Above all, it was known in France that the tendency was not to oppose the aim expressed by Hanotaux, but to let France pursue in peace her path as a colonizing nation. In Minister Hanotaux's book, there is also the following passage, quote, "It will be a matter for history to decide what was the leading idea of Germany and her government during the complicated dispute which accompanied the partition of Africa and the final phase of French colonial policy. It may be assumed that to begin with, Bismarck and his politicians watched with satisfaction as France entered into distant and difficult enterprises, which for years ahead would fully occupy the attention of country and government alike. However, it is not certain that this calculation proved to be right in the long run, since Germany, for her part, eventually followed the same path, though rather too late, and attempted to win back the time lost. If this country, at her own discretion," stop quote, Steiner again, note that he says "at her own discretion," continue quote, "left the colonial initiative to others, she should not now be surprised that they took the best territories for themselves." Close quote. Steiner again. Of course, this standpoint is perfectly comprehensible, but it also contains the admission that Germany, at her own discretion, left the best territories to the colonial policy of France. Please do not base any judgments on the details I am giving you, for not until I have gathered them all together will a total picture emerge. Now, let us ask how it is possible to construe, as is often done so utterly irresponsibly, any connection between the events of 24 and 25 July 1914 and those of the days that followed. You have no idea how excessively irresponsible it is to seek a simple continuity in these events, thus believing that without more ado, the Great World War came about, or had to come about, as a result of Austria's ultimatum to Serbia. There was a lot more to it than that. A great many things had to be in preparation for decades. It is necessary to develop an eye for all kinds of things that happened and to pay attention to them. EYE. I should like to advise those gentlemen who simply make judgments about all the many books, as in the example I gave you, to do their reading not in the way it is often done today, but in such a way that they notice what things were at work. To do this, as you probably know, particular attention must be paid to a number of things. For the present, I do not mind laying myself open to the accusation that I am making all sorts of statements that cannot easily be proved, but I can prove all these things quite well. Read the reports of the conversations that took place in July 1914, and take note of how these conversations proceeded. In real life, people's expressions also contribute to the actual words. In the case of politicians, it is their expressions and gestures more than their words which sometimes really tell us what is meant. Indeed, often their words only serve to disguise what is actually being communicated. Moreover, reports are often more accurate as regards these incommunicables than they are in the respect of the words. So let me ask, why did a personality such as Sassanov so obviously play two roles during all the negotiations? During the negotiations with the representatives of the Central Powers, he plays the part of an extraordinarily agitated person who has to hold onto himself with all his might in order to remain calm, so that he gives the impression of one who has been rehearsed. Why does he play the part of apparently not listening and only saying what he has prepared beforehand, which never provides an answer to the questions he is actually asked? Why does he play this part in the negotiations with the representatives sent by Austria? And why does he appear totally different when negotiating with the representatives of the Entente? Why does he listen to them? Why do we find in the reports of what he said sentences which were obviously first spoken by the representative of the Entente? Only compare the two. Why does he listen to the representatives of the Entente? And why does he know in advance what he is going to say when he is speaking with the representatives of Austria? With the latter, he even went somewhat too far. During the visit of 24 July, he said after the Austrian ambassador had only spoken a few preliminary words, "There is no need for you to tell me all that. I know what you are going to say." He was embarrassed by what the ambassador wanted to say because his answer was already prepared. And why, in this rehearsed speech, did he emphasize so strongly that Austria must on no account demand the dissolution of the Narodya Odbrana, which of course continues the earlier endeavors of the Omladina? Just bear these questions in mind. Often it is necessary to ask negative questions. Another example. The blame for the war is laid at the door of the German government. Against that, the question can be asked, what would have happened if what the German government had desired had come to pass, namely the localization of the war between Austria and Serbia? For even a child could tell by following the negotiations that it was the aim of the German government to localize the war between Austria and Serbia, and not to allow it to spread beyond the conflict between Austria and Serbia. So we can ask, what would have happened if events had gone as the German government wished? We should all answer this question conscientiously. There is another question which also requires a conscientious answer. In order to localize the war, one thing was necessary. Russia should have kept quiet. She should have refrained from interfering. If Russia had not interfered, the war could have been localized. Of course, other constraints play into this from other directions, but these constraints have nothing to do with the will of human beings or with the question of apportioning blame. Why, in the discussions between Sir Edward Grey and all the others, does the viewpoint of localization never put in an appearance, at least not seriously? Why, instead, even as early as 23 July, does the viewpoint arise, Russia must be satisfied? We never hear the viewpoint that Austria might be left alone with Serbia. Always we hear that Russia cannot possibly be expected to leave Serbia alone. The viewpoint of localization was not brought up, even when Austria gave her binding promise not to attack the territorial integrity of Serbia. Is it possible to say that this was not believed? Even then they could have waited. It has happened before, only think of earlier events, that countries have been left to get on with their quarrel, and afterward a conference has been called. Why does it immediately become the task of those with whom Sir Edward Grey speaks to keep on defining the problem as a Russian one? This is another question that must be answered by those who want to examine this affair conscientiously. This now brings us to the important point of the relationship between Central Europe, England, America, and so on. In other words, to everything that is connected with the words of Lord Rosebery, everything that proceeds from them, and also what lies concealed behind them. We also come to the fear nations had of one another that I described yesterday. It would be going too far to explain this fully today, but I shall certainly have to go into it before bringing this discussion to the culmination it ought to reach. Let me merely remark that certain things happened from which the only sensible conclusion to be drawn later turned out to be the correct one. Namely, that behind those who were, in a way, the puppets, there stood in England a powerful and influential group of people who pushed matters doggedly toward a war with Germany, and through whom the way was paved for the world war that had always been prophesied. For of course the way can be paved for what it is intended should happen. So there arose in the minds of a number of people in Central Europe, particularly in Germany, the firm conviction, which was connected with a strong fear, that a war in which Germany and England would confront each other would definitely be brought about at a suitable moment by a certain group in England. This had nothing to do with a longing to start a war with England at all costs. From the German standpoint, such a longing would have been utter nonsense. Yet it was the case that even those who only saw things superficially recognized as a result of various events that a war was threatening to break out. So let me draw your attention to another point that is important for the formation of judgments. Until 1908 or even 1909, there existed in England extensive circles, quite close to Edward VII, who considered it an impossibility that Russia should ever be allowed to approach Constantinople or enjoy free passage through the Dardanelles in the way she desired. But then an event took place which changed much during the course of only a few months. Two people spoke to one another, one of whom understood a very great deal about interpreting the signs. This was the attempt to gain Austria's agreement to free Russian passage through the Dardanelles in compensation for the annexation of Bosnia and Herzegovina. This was Russia's aim, and Izvolsky, who is an intelligent man, but thought himself even more intelligent than he really is, really believed at that time that he had in his hands Austria's agreement to this Russian demand, despite English endeavors to the contrary. But this was not the case, so another course had to be taken. This was one of the important events. There were many others. Everything that has happened in recent years is full of deceptions, and many of these are to be found in the periphery. There is no escaping this fact. And when you have struggled honestly and fairly with the various papers, which of course only describe the final phases of the tragedy, when you have studied them, as I have, 12, 15, or even 20 times, it is impossible to avoid realizing how powerful was the group who, like an outpost for mighty impulses, stood behind the puppets in the foreground. These latter are, of course, perfectly honest people, yet they are puppets. And now they will vanish into obscurity so that Europe can start to convince herself of what is still to come. Still, a situation had now been reached in Central Europe that prompted the question, will it be possible for enough honest people to come to the surface through selection in order to overcome that powerful group or not? Also, there were people who were worried because they foresaw that there would be a coalition between Russia, France, and England if a war were to break out. I really wonder whether there is any need for surprise that these people were worried. There is much about which one may be surprised, but this particular thing really is not surprising. Those wise gentlemen who study all the official papers could, it seems to me, at least discover something that was even discovered by the author of that celebrated article which was awarded a prize by the University of Bern, namely, that for England's part the war was made absolutely unavoidable when Belgium's neutrality was violated. Absolutely everything points to the fact that there was no reason that could have been candidly presented to the English people, for the reasons that did exist could not on any account be mentioned. If any English minister had presented Parliament with the real reasons, he would have been swept away by public opinion. That is why Sir Edward Grey, for instance, had to give such peculiar speeches. It is easy and reasonable to maintain that the English people did not want a war. Indeed, it hardly needs saying, for it is obvious and everybody knows it. No one who really points to the true facts can maintain that the English people wanted such a war. On the contrary, anyone voicing the real reasons would have been swept away by public opinion. Something quite different was needed, a reason which the English people could accept, and that was the violation of Belgian neutrality. But this first had to be brought about. It is really true that Sir Edward Grey could have prevented it with a single sentence. History will one day show that the neutrality of Belgium would never have been violated if Sir Edward Grey had made the declaration that it would have been quite easy for him to make, if he had been in a position to follow his own inclination. But since he was unable to follow his own inclination, but had to obey an impulse which came from another side, he had to make the declaration which made it necessary for the neutrality of Belgium to be violated. Georg Brandes pointed to this. By this act, England was presented with a plausible reason. That had been the whole point of the exercise, to present England with a plausible reason. To the people who mattered, nothing would have been more uncomfortable than the non-violation of Belgian territory. Of course, this does not apply to the people, nor to the majority in Parliament, but, well, parliaments are parliaments. All this had been in preparation for a long time, and some of it had leaked out after all. There were some people who had the most extraordinary experiences. For instance, in April 1914, a German had a conversation in England in which he was given some strange information. I shall bring this up again in another connection. Since all this was going on, it is understandable that some people were saying, we shall have to be prepared to find that what is worst for Germany will come from England. Naturally, these people then also began to discuss these things publicly in Germany, especially after the beginning of the new century. I shall now quote one of these voices. You will have to forgive me for quoting this particular voice, but nowadays one has to ask for forgiveness for so many things, because so much that is peculiar is buzzing about in the world that one quite often has to speak in paradoxes in order to express the truth. I want to read you a passage from a book that was written in 1911. It has since become well known. It discusses what threats Germany might have to face from England. Quote, nevertheless, English policies could also go in another direction, so that instead of a war, an agreement might be sought with Germany. Such a solution would certainly be preferable to us. Close quote. These words appear in a well-known book by Bernhardi, titled Germany and the Next War. You know that together with Treitschke, Bernhardi had achieved a certain renown abroad. He is less well known in Germany, but there it is. Let me read you another passage from his book. Quote, to increase her power by territorial gains in Europe itself is probably totally out of the question for Germany under the present circumstances. The eastern territories lost to Russia could only be regained as a consequence of an extensive war, which we would have to win, and even then they would continue to be a cause of further wars. Close quote. In other words, the author considers that to seek territorial gains from Russia is the least desirable of all possible courses of action. Quote, even to regain what was once southern Prussia, which was amalgamated with Prussia when Poland was partitioned for the second time, would be a highly doubtful exercise on account of the Polish population. Close quote. This is quoted from a book written in 1911, which states that among all the things Germany ought to do should be included the firm determination not to start any territorial wars in Europe. This passage is from the book by Bernardi, and for people on the periphery who speak about him, it would be more sensible if they would look without prejudice at what the book actually says, and above all seek to discover the context in which things are said. Though much is clumsily expressed in this book, a closer study of it would at least reveal that it would be more sensible to take things as they are, rather than in the way in which they are taken today. The end of Lecture 4. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Karma of Untruthfulness, Volume 1. This is Lecture 5, given in Dornach on the 16th of December 1916. If we were not a society whose task it is to observe all things from the point of view of deeper knowledge, indeed of profound spiritual knowledge, I would obviously now bring to a close the discussions we have been having, and which were requested from so many different quarters. If it were a matter of anything other than deeper knowledge, then these discussions would of course have to be suspended until such time as the results of the important events now taking place were available. It is, I believe, without question, that every soul who is earnestly and honestly concerned with the welfare of mankind is awaiting with bated breath the outcome of the next few days. There is a footnote related here. The important events on the 12th of December 1916, via a speech in the Reichstag by Bettmann Hollweg, the Central Powers offered a suggestion for peace negotiations, which was rejected by the Allies. See Lecture 13, end of footnote. The facts will show whether certain sources from what we have called the periphery, the circumference, are capable of coming to their senses sufficiently. If they are not, then the whole of mankind, in the future too, will be expected to believe that one fights for peace by turning down and excluding the possibility of a relatively early achievement of peace. If matters go in the direction that various voices in the press seem to assume, though no serious observer would still consider such an assumption, then no one would be obliged even to pretend any longer to believe that there is one jot of sincerity in all those declamations which proclaim peace, or even the rights of nations. In the near future, the world will have the opportunity to decide with full consciousness whether to see the declamations of the will to peace as wrong and untruthful, and yet still continue to find them significant, or whether to turn to the truth. We, however, do stand on the foundation of deeper knowledge, and so there is no need for us to interrupt our observations. We are seeking for the truth, and truth must be found at all costs. For the truth can never be seriously harmful or work harmfully. Today I intend to put before your soul certain matters which give us the opportunity to make our judgment justifiable in a number of directions. In no way do I want to influence anyone's standpoint, nor their judgment, for we are concerned with looking the facts of the physical plane as well as the facts and impulses of the spiritual world calmly in the eye. Some time ago I said that the question of necessity in world events would have to be scrutinized, even in the face of the most painful happenings. But anthroposophy will never make us into fatalists, in the sense that we speak of necessities as a fate to which we have to resign ourselves. It is justifiable to ask, did these painful events have to take place? But even if we feel obliged to answer in the affirmative, there is still no question of bowing down to these necessities in a fatalistic way. I should like to start by illustrating what I mean by a comparison. Let us suppose that two people are arguing about how good the harvest will be next year in a certain area. The one says, the harvest will depend on the constraints laid down by nature. He lists all the constraints, the weather, and all the other conditions that are more or less independent of the will of man. The other, however, might object, you are right, all that exists. But what we ought to do is look at the practical question of how much of a contribution we ourselves can make. Then it is much less a matter of the weather and other things over which I have no influence. My main concern, then, is that I want to play my part in next year's harvest, so on my section of the land I will sow the best quality seed I can find. Whatever the other factors may be, it is my duty to sow the best possible seed, and I will make every effort to do so. The first man may be a fatalist. The second may not deny the reasons for the fatalism of the first, but he will do his best to sow the best quality seed. In the same way, for every person who desires to be prudent, it is a matter above all of finding out how he can sow the best possible seed. Of course, for the spiritual development of mankind, the expression to sow the proper seed means something vastly more complicated than is the case in the comparison I have just cited. It does not mean the application of a few abstract principles. It means taking the demands of mankind's evolution and recognizing correctly what is needed at the present moment for this evolution of mankind. For whatever next year's weather may be like, and whatever other hindrances or unfavorable circumstances may apply, if the second person does not sow good seed, the harvest will certainly be bad. So it is most important to recognize that at present the salvation of mankind's development demands certain conditions which at the moment by far the greatest portion of mankind is resisting. These are conditions which must be incorporated in human development so that a thriving and healthy development can take place in the future. And it must also be realized that man finds himself at present in a phase of development in which, within certain limits, it is up to him to cope with his mistakes. In earlier times, this was not the case. Before the fifth post-Atlantean period, before at least a large part of earthly mankind had come to the full realization of their freedom, divine spiritual powers intervened in earthly development. And it can be clearly perceived that this intervention by divine spiritual powers was sensed by human beings. Today, what matters is to show mankind how it is possible to reach certain insights, and above all, how to form a healthy judgment which coincides with the conditions demanded for man's development. The fact that there is a resistance to this judgment is one of the deeper causes of the present painful events. Another question we shall have to consider over the next 2 days is why human beings did not turn to more spiritual inclinations a century ago. For had they done so, today's painful situation would surely not have arisen. Let us postpone this a little longer and come to it perhaps tomorrow or the next day. Above all, let us hold to the knowledge that the painful events have come about chiefly as a result of this rejection of man's links with the spiritual world. Present events might therefore be described as a karma of materialism. But this phrase, karma of materialism, must not be taken as an empty phrase. It must be understood in the right way. Insights that are so deeply necessary have surfaced only sporadically during the years spanned by our lives, the final decades of the 19th and the first decades of the 20th century. Certainly some insights, and much depends on insights, have been cast amongst mankind. Moreover, the attempt was made to cast them in such a way that a considerable number of people might have been included. But at the moment, for reasons which will be mentioned later, people are still tremendously resistant to any kind of higher spiritually grounded insight. I now want to mention a book which appeared years ago. You might, of course, say, many books are published, so why is this one so significant? At most, a book can only give people some theoretical instruction, and the salvation of the world is certainly not going to depend on whether they read it or not. Let me tell you that more is at stake than might be expected if certain ideas and insights are disseminated. Look in your soul once more at what I have told you during the last 2 or 3 lectures, and you will be able to admit that this is so. The book I mean was published in America, and the author is Brooks Adams. When it appeared all those years ago, it seemed to me to be one of the most important manifestations of new human insight. Even though the way it was presented to the world was spoiled by the fact that it included a foreword by ex-President Roosevelt, one of the greatest phrase-mongers of today. Nevertheless, the ideas in this book by Brooks Adams could have brought enlightenment in the widest sense of the word. Another factor to be considered in connection with European cultural life was that the German translation of this book was brought out by a publisher of whom it was known that he serves quite particular spiritual streams which are definitely hostile and detrimental, for instance, to our anthroposophical movement. This is not what matters, however. What always matters is to have a sense for the fact that it is significant if certain ideas are presented to the world under an appropriate flag of this kind. It is quite different if a book is published by, let us say, the Kottasch Verlag, a distinguished publishing house which simply publishes books, or, as in the case of the book in question, by a publisher who brings out books which serve the purposes of a particular society. There is a great difference between dealing simply with literature and dealing with certain definite impulses. What is in this book by Brooks Adams? Let me first unfold only the main ideas which are brought forward. I must say, quite generally and abstractly, in the most amateurish way, and only insofar as their significance could be recognized in America. Let me read that sentence again. Let me first unfold only the main ideas, which are brought forward, I must say, quite generally and abstractly, in the most amateurish way, and only insofar as their significance could be recognized in America. Yet it is important to know that a bird such as this flies up from this particular spot. Brooks Adams says, in effect, there are in the world various nations who have been developing slowly for long ages. In the development of these peoples, it is possible to detect both rise and fall. They are born, they pass through infancy, youth, maturity, and old age, and then they perish. This is, to start with, no profound truth, but merely a framework. However, what Brooks Adams then develops in connection with the evolution of these peoples in the way of developmental laws certainly has some significance. It can be observed, he says, that in the period of their youth, these peoples necessarily develop 2 tendencies which belong together. To enter properly into ideas such as these of Brooks Adams, we must, of course, distinguish strictly between a people as such and the individual human beings. Neither must we confuse the concept of a state with the concept of a people. So, Brooks Adams ascribes certain characteristics to a particular developmental period of a people, and he also considers that these characteristics belong together. According to him, some peoples, in the period of their youth, have the capacity for imagination. That is the capacity to form mental images which are in the main drawn from within. They owe their origin to the productive imagination, and not to considerations such as those of what we today call science. They are drawn from the creative inner powers of the human being. This characteristic of creative imagination is, according to Brooks Adams, necessarily connected with another. These peoples are warlike. The two characteristics of creative imagination and a warlike disposition are inseparably linked in these peoples. Brooks Adams considers this to be a natural law in the spiritual life of these peoples. Peoples who are both imaginative and warlike are, as it were, a particular type. In contrast to those peoples who belong to the imaginative and warlike type, there are, says Brooks Adams, peoples who belong to another type. Here, creative imagination is no longer predominant, for it has developed into something we can call sober scientific judgment. Peoples who possess this characteristic of sober scientific judgment are not warlike by nature. They are industrial and commercial. These two characteristics, we are speaking of peoples, not individuals, belong together, the scientific and the commercial, for industry is simply a basis for commerce. Thus there are peoples who are scientific and commercial, and peoples who are imaginative and warlike. For the moment, I do not want to criticize these ideas, but merely mention that an opinion is asserting itself, though in a rather dilettante fashion, which years ago fluttered up, as it were, from American soil. Take care not to believe that the whole of mankind can be measured by the same yardstick. Do not imagine that the same ideals can be set for every nation. Note that consideration can only be given to what is founded in evolution, which means that you cannot expect a people like the Slavs, whose character is imaginative, to be unwarlike. Those of you who read Brooks Adams' book attentively, please note this latter example particularly. Judgment must be based not on external appearances, but on inner values, inner affinities. The book is superficial, if only for the reason that such knowledge, if it is expressed at all, should be expressed on the basis of spiritual insights alone. So long as there is a lack of spiritual insights, judgments about the evolution of mankind, which is of course affected by the working of spiritual powers, cannot but be one-sided. Above all, a great truth is omitted. On the physical plane, we stand within the realm of Maya, regarding events as well as the will of human beings. As soon as Maya is treated, not as Maya but as reality, we must fall into error. And as soon as we fail to pay proper attention to developments within Maya, and to what resembles development within Maya, we are already treating Maya as reality. If it were not nonsensical, it would be very nice, for instance, to live in a season of permanent springtime, to be surrounded forever by blossoming, sprouting, burgeoning life. Why did the creators of the universe not arrange things so that we have sprouting, burgeoning life forever? Why do the beautiful tulips, lilies, and roses have to fade and decay? The answer is quite simple. They have to fade and decay so that they can bloom again. Insofar as we stand on the physical plane, it must be clear to us that the one cannot be without the other. Indeed, that the one is there for the sake of the other. And there is profound truth in Goethe's saying that nature created death in order to have much life. Since the physical world is Maya, there is no balance so long as we are in the physical world. A balancing can only come about if we can raise ourselves from the physical to the spiritual world. However, this balance is different from the balance we would expect so long as we hold the physical world to be a reality. So it is necessary to come to know the laws of Maya, and to learn that within Maya a balance can never be found, either by man or by any other being, if Maya is not interwoven with something which lies outside Maya, but inside spiritual reality. So, above all, it is always important to come to know Maya as Maya, to come to understand what it means when sprouting and burgeoning have to be accompanied by decay. In the case of nature, it is easy to admit, since we see before our very eyes the fact we have to recognize. It will be easy to make anyone understand that in the summer and autumn of 1917, the fruits will ripen, which were sown in the previous year's sowing season. If bad seeds were sown, then of course bad fruits will be harvested. So we will tend to pay attention to the quality of the seed and not allow ourselves to be so easily deceived by Maya, as we are in other areas of human life where matters are rather more obscure. Someone who points in a similar way, in connection with the life of nations, to the effect a bad sowing has on the quality of the ripening fruit, will immediately be met with prejudices. These may, for instance, be expressed as follows. I might suggest to someone that he should not be surprised at his bad harvest, since his seed was poor when it was sown. He might then retort that it was his seed and that I am hurting his feelings by saying bad things about it. But I have no intention of hurting his feelings, for the poor quality of his seed might not be his fault at all. It is not a question of hurting a person's feelings, but rather of stating an objective fact. It is not for me a matter of judging the connection between him and his seed corn. That is his affair, and I leave it to him entirely. But to know the objective facts, it is necessary to inspect the seed corn very closely and face up to what is really at the bottom of events. If in doing so we can maintain a proper objectivity, this might even be beneficial to the sower. Indeed, the benefit to him might be considerable if we succeed in making clear to him the connection between the harvest and the sowing. What I want to make clear to you is the importance of putting forward the thoughts in the right direction and of seeking them in the right way. After this prelude, I now want to go back some way in history. The reasons for this will soon be clear to you. I have already drawn your attention during lectures here to a king of England who played an important part for England in the realm of Maya in relation to religious development, Henry VIII. As you know, he was rather good at getting rid of his wives, of whom he had quite a number. He also had, well, let us say, the pluck to break with the Pope, who did not want to dissolve one of his marriages. This refusal by the Pope gave Henry VIII the courage to bring about a new religion for the whole of England, inasmuch as it depended on him. We have spoken about this on another occasion. During the reign of Henry VIII lived the great and eminent Thomas More. He was a man of sublime spirituality, indeed of a spirituality equal, for instance, to that of another great man, Pico della Mirandola, as well as other eminent personalities of that era. Thomas More was an enlightened spirit, even though, despite his enlightened insight, he became Henry VIII's Lord Chancellor and did not despise Henry himself. I shall prove to you in a moment that he did not despise Henry VIII. He was a spirit whose illuminated instinct enabled him to accept Maya as Maya. Yet, like Pico della Mirandola, he was also a pious man. He was not pious after the manner of Henry VIII, nor after the manner of the Pope. He was a sincere, earnestly pious man, and from his point of view rejected all the impulses and attempts at reformation which were already beginning to flicker during his time. In a certain respect, Thomas More was a faithful son of the Catholic Church, and although Henry VIII, whose Lord Chancellor he already was, would have loaded him with every honor if he had complied with his wishes, he remained disinclined to turn to a new religion simply because Henry desired to take a new wife. For this he was not only deprived of his position, he was condemned to death. and the record of the court proceedings which culminated in his condemnation is extraordinarily interesting and very characteristic of that time. The wording of the sentence which condemned Thomas More to death is quite remarkable. Most of you know, since it has long been published in secular books, that in Freemasonry the ascent through the various degrees is connected with certain formulations, which also include the manner of death awaiting those who fail to keep the secrets of a particular degree. It is stated that under certain circumstances the candidate will have to die a terrible death. For instance, in the case of one of the degrees, his body shall be cut open and his ashes strewn to the four winds of the earth. These things, as I just said, are now the subject of numerous secular writings. Now, the sentence passed on Thomas More coincides exactly with the formulation in respect of a particular degree of Freemasonry. He was to be brought from life to death by a most inhuman method. Yet this alone was not enough. His body was to be divided into as many segments as there are compass points, and the pieces were to be scattered in all these directions. Part of this sentence was indeed carried out in this very manner. Consider that this event took place at the beginning of the 5th post-Atlantean period. Thomas More was born in the second half of the 15th century and died in the first half of the 16th century. We may well ask whether all he did was to refuse the king the oath of supremacy, that is, refuse to recognize that the English Church was independent of the Pope and commanded instead by the King of England. Is this really all he did? Let us now turn to the most important thing he did, namely something which, even today, can have the utmost significance for anyone who looks at it squarely. Thomas More wrote the book Utopia, on the best form of the state and the new island of Utopia. The main part of this book deals with the institutions of the island of Utopia, which means not place or no place. If we take the book in the sense intended by Thomas More, we discover that Utopia means much more to him than some imaginary land in the external physical world. We should not be so foolish, however, as to assume that More wrote the book simply as an imaginary story. Thomas More cannot be counted among the utopians. He did not want to present people with some imaginary tale. He wanted to say far more than this, insofar as this was possible in his day. The main part of the book deals with Utopia, but it also has a very detailed introduction. This explains to us why More wrote the book. There is an important passage I want to bring to your attention so that you can see that he did not despise Henry VIII. It begins as follows, quote, "There was recently a rather serious difference of opinion between that great expert in the art of government, His Invincible Majesty, King Henry VIII of England, and His Serene Highness, Prince Charles of Castile. His Majesty sent him to Flanders to discuss and settle the matter. His Majesty sent me to Flanders to discuss and settle the matter." Close quote. While in Flanders as an ambassador for Henry VIII, whom he calls an enlightened and great king, he meets a man he regards as exceptionally intelligent, spiritually exceptionally important. So he asks him, "Since you know so much and can assess matters so correctly, why do you not place your insights at the disposal of some prince?" For More considers that most people in the service of princes are not very inspired, and that much that is good and favorable could ensue for the world if such inspired people were to place themselves at the service of the princes. The other now replied, "It would be to no avail, for were I to express my views within some ministry or other, I should render the others no cleverer. Instead, they would very soon throw me out." In order to stress that this man, with whom he himself cannot agree, did actually exist, Thomas More adds, "I met this man in the most varied company, and he told us how he had once attempted to put forward his views in another company." This is not merely an introduction to Utopia. Thomas More means something further. We have the curious situation in which Thomas More wishes to express criticism of the England of that time, the England of the turn of the 15th to the 16th century. The Lord Chancellor wants to criticize England. It goes without saying that someone who thinks as Thomas More does would not embark on a criticism of something abstract. In speaking of England, he knows that the English people are not identical with what is meant by the configuration of the English state. He knows this very well, and he also knows that the state is not something abstract, but that it is made by individuals, and that the English people are not included in any criticism that might be expressed about the actions of these individuals, on whom all the more important aspects of the English state depend. So Thomas More seizes on the best possible starting point for a concrete discussion. For it is certainly not concrete, but mere nonsense to say England is like this, Germany is like that, Italy like the other, and so on. To say this is to say nothing at all. Now, within the framework of a larger company, More brings this intelligent, enlightened man into contact with someone who is an excellent lawyer, someone whom the world considers to be an excellent lawyer. And so these two, the intelligent man and the excellent lawyer in the eyes of the world, enter into a discussion of English jurisprudence. English jurisprudence was then, of course, not as it is today, but no matter. The fifth post-Atlantean period was just beginning. The intelligent and enlightened man thought that it was extraordinarily stupid to proceed against thieves in the way considered proper in the England of that time. This man, who has seen Utopia and later describes it, thought that the whole way in which robbery and other matters were considered was not at all clever. He thought that the deeper reasons for such behavior should be investigated. Thus he came to reject all the views of that time concerning people's attitude to thieves. The excellent lawyer, of course, could not understand him at all. Let us now occupy ourselves a little with the arguments of the intelligent man, not those of the excellent lawyer. The intelligent man says, quote, "I once happened to be dining with the cardinal when a certain English lawyer was there. I forget how the subject came up, but he was speaking with great enthusiasm about the stern measures that were then being taken against thieves. Subquote, "We're hanging them all over the place," he said. "I've seen as many as 20 on a single gallows. And that's what I find so odd, considering how few of them get away with it. Why are we still plagued with so many robbers?" Close subquote. Subquote, "What's odd about it?" Close subquote, I asked, for I never hesitated to speak freely in front of the cardinal. Close quote. Steiner again. Now, let us hear the intelligent man speak. Quote, "This method of dealing with thieves is both unjust and socially undesirable. As a punishment, it's too severe, and as a deterrent, it's quite ineffective. Petty larceny isn't bad enough to deserve the death penalty, and no penalty on earth will stop people from stealing if it's their only way of getting food. In this respect, you English, like most other nations, remind me of incompetent schoolmasters who prefer caning their pupils to teaching them. Instead of inflicting these horrible punishments, it would be far more to the point to provide everyone with some means of livelihood, so that nobody's under the frightful necessity of becoming a thief and then a corpse." "There's adequate provision for that already," replied the lawyer. "There are plenty of trades open to them. There's always work on the land. They could easily earn an honest living if they wanted to, but they deliberately choose to be criminals." "You can't get out of it like that," I said. Close quote. This is the intelligent man once again. Quote, subquote. "Let's ignore, for the sake of argument, the case of the disabled soldier who had lost a limb in the service of king and country, either at home or abroad, perhaps in that battle with the Cornish rebels, or perhaps during the fighting in France, not so long ago. When he comes home, he finds he's physically incapable of practicing his former trade, and too old to learn a new one. But as I say, let's forget about him, since war is only an intermittent phenomenon. Let's stick to the type of thing that happens every day. Well, first of all, there are lots of noblemen who live like drones on the labor of other people, in other words, of their tenants, and keep bleeding them white by constantly raising their rents. For that's their only idea of practical economy. Otherwise, they'd soon be ruined by their extravagance. But not content with remaining idle themselves, they take round with them vast numbers of equally idle retainers, who have never been taught any method of earning a living. The moment their master dies, or they themselves fall ill, they're promptly given the sack. For these noblemen are far more sympathetic toward idleness than illness, and their heirs often can't afford to keep up such large establishments. Now, a sacked retainer is apt to get violently hungry if he doesn't resort to violence. For what's the alternative? He can, of course, wander around until his clothes and his body are both worn out, and he's nothing but a mass of rags and sores. But in that state, no gentleman will condescend to employ him, and no farmer can risk doing so. For who could be less likely to serve a poor man faithfully, sweating away with mattock and hoe for a beggarly wage and barely adequate diet, than a man who has been brought up in the lap of luxury, and is used to swaggering about in military uniform, looking down his nose at everyone else in the neighborhood? Close subquote. Subquote. But that's exactly the kind of person we need to encourage. Close subquote. Retorted the lawyer. Subquote. In wartime, he forms the backbone of the army simply because he has more spirit and self-respect than an ordinary tradesman or farmhand. Close subquote. Subquote. You might as well say, subquote, I answered, close quote, Steiner again. Now the intelligent man speaks again. Quote, subquote, that for the purposes of war, you have to encourage theft. Well, you'll certainly never run short of thieves, so long as you have people like that about. And of course, you're perfectly right. Thieves do make quite efficient soldiers, and soldiers make quite enterprising thieves. The two professions have a good deal in common. However, the trouble is not confined to England, although you've got it pretty badly. It's practically a worldwide epidemic. France, for instance, is suffering from an even more virulent form of it. There, the whole country is overrun even in peacetime, if you can call it that, by mercenaries who have been brought in for much the same reasons as you gave for supporting idle retainers. You see, the experts decided in the interests of public safety that they must have a powerful standing army consisting mostly of veterans, for they put so little faith in raw recruits that they deliberately start wars to give their soldiers practice and make them cut throats just to keep their hands in, as Sallust rather nicely puts it. So France has learned by bitter experience how dangerous it is to keep these savage pets. There are plenty of similar object lessons in the history of Rome, Carthage, Syria, and many other countries. Again and again, standing armies have seized some opportunity of overthrowing the government that employed them, devastating its territory and destroying its towns. And yet it's quite unnecessary. That's obvious enough from the fact that for all their intensive military training, the French can't often claim to have beaten your wartime conscripts. I won't put it more strongly than that, for fear of seeming to flatter present company. Close subquote, close quote. Steiner again. Thus says the Lord Chancellor Thomas More. We need hardly do more than copy down what he said then about the poor people of France. You could use these words to formulate the most beautiful sentences to present to the English ministers so that they can fulminate against, quote, Prussian militarism, close quote. But these things were said at the beginning of the fifth post-Atlantean period, and possibly the juxtaposition of today's chatter with what lay at the beginning of it all might cause hurt feelings in some quarters. You see, Thomas More lets us listen to the words of a person who endeavors to get to the bottom of things, and moreover in a way which could be disagreeable to some, even if matters are only touched upon quite superficially. He continues, quote, subquote, in any case, I don't see how it can possibly be in the public interest to prepare for a war, which you needn't have unless you want to, by maintaining innumerable disturbers of the peace, when peace is so infinitely more important. But that's not the only thing that compels people to steal. There are other factors at work which must, I think, be peculiar to your country. Close subquote, close quote. Steiner again. Thus speaks the man who has come back from utopia. Quote, subquote, and what are they? Close subquote, asked the cardinal. Close quote. Steiner again. A new participant in the conversation. Quote, subquote. Sheep, close subquote, I told him. Subquote, these placid creatures which used to require so little food have now apparently developed a raging appetite and turned into man-eaters. Fields, houses, towns, everything goes down their throats. To put it more plainly, in those parts of the kingdom where the finest and so the most expensive wool is produced, the nobles and gentlemen, not to mention several saintly abbots, have grown dissatisfied with the income that their predecessors got out of their estates. They're no longer content to lead lazy, comfortable lives which do no good to society. They must actively do it harm by enclosing all the land they can for pasture and leaving none for cultivation. They're even tearing down houses and demolishing whole towns, except, of course, for the churches, which they preserve for use as sheepfolds. As though they didn't waste enough of your soil already on their coverts and game preserves, these kind souls have started destroying all traces of human habitation, turning every scrap of farmland into a wilderness. So what happens? Each greedy individual preys on his native land like a malignant growth, absorbing field after field and enclosing thousands of acres with a single fence. Result, hundreds of farmers are evicted. They're either cheated or bullied into giving up their property, or systematically ill-treated until they're finally forced to sell. Whichever way it's done, out the poor creatures have to go, men and women, husbands and wives, widows and orphans, mothers and tiny children, together with all their employees, whose great numbers are not a sign of wealth, but simply of the fact that you can't run a farm without plenty of manpower. Out they have to go from their homes that they know so well, and they can't find anywhere else to live. Their whole stock of furniture wouldn't fetch much of a price, even if they could afford to wait for a suitable offer. But they can't, so they get very little indeed for it. By the time they've been wandering around for a bit, this little is all used up, and then what can they do but steal and be very properly hanged? Of course, they can always become tramps and beggars, but even then they're liable to be arrested as vagrants and put in prison for being idle, when nobody will give them a job, however much they want one. For farm work is what they're used to, and where there's no arable land, there's no farm work to be done. After all, it only takes one shepherd or cowherd to graze animals over an area that would need any amount of labor to make it fit for corn production. For the same reason, corn is much dearer in many districts. The price of wool has also risen so steeply that your poorer weavers simply can't afford to buy it, which means a lot more people thrown out of work. This is partly due to an epidemic of the rot, which destroyed vast numbers of sheep just after the conversion of arable to pasture land began. It almost looked like a judgment on the landowners for their greed, except that they ought to have caught it instead of the sheep. Not that prices would fall, however many sheep there were, for the sheep market has become, if not strictly a monopoly, but that implies only one seller, then at least an oligopoly. I mean, it's almost entirely under the control of a few rich men, who don't need to sell unless they feel like it, and never do feel like it until they can get the price they want. Close subquote, close quote. Steiner again. I need read no further, but simply point out to you that in this book, Thomas More, the Lord Chancellor, a man who shares the views of Pico della Mirandola, expresses bitter criticism through the mouth of a person who may indeed be fictitious and who has been in utopia. But the criticism is leveled at something that really happened at that time. For indeed, over wide areas, the people who had tilled the soil with their hands were driven from their land, which was turned into grazing ground for the sheep of the landowners, who sought to make profits in this way from the sale of wool. Thomas More found it necessary to draw attention to the fact that people exist to drive the rural population from the soil they have tilled in order to turn it over to sheep. those who are able to link effects with causes in an objective way, can pursue on the physical plane how the structure of the English state today is intimately bound up with what happened all that time ago and was criticized in this way by Thomas More. And if one pursues the matter with the means of the Spirit, which also exist, then one discovers that the English people cannot be held responsible for a great deal for which the England of politics must be held responsible. Moreover, those who are responsible for the England of politics are the heirs, in certain cases even the actual descendants, of those who are criticized here by Thomas More. There is an unbroken evolution which can be traced back to that point. If we take such things into account, we shall discover and know that in speeches such as that of Rosebery, which I quoted to you the other day, can be heard the voices of those who long ago made profits from the sale of wool in the manner described. Everywhere the objective connections must be sought. Above all, one must be entitled not to be misunderstood in every possible way. What does it mean when one is reproached and told to be more tactful because otherwise the English will think this or that? This is not at all what matters. What is important is that there are certain things in our life today which can be traced back to certain origins, and these origins must be sought in the proper places. There is no cause for anyone, merely because he is English, to rush to defend the impulses of the descendants of those who long ago drove the peasants from house and home, land and soil, in order to keep flocks of sheep instead of retaining arable land. It is necessary to become familiar with the laws of cause and effect, and not babble about one nation or another being to blame for this or that. Now that I have endeavored to demonstrate to you a characteristic link between something in the present and something in the past, let me turn to yet another point, in order once again to make a connection. I shall present you with a number of external facts, which shall serve the purpose of giving you a foundation on which to build judgments. A survey of present-day Europe, with the exception of the eastern part which is inhabited by the Slavs, reveals that for the most part it has emerged from what was the kingdom of Charlemagne in the 8th and 9th centuries. I am not concerned at the moment with Charlemagne himself, nor with the fact that there is much argument about him today. This argument about Charlemagne really has as little point as the argument of three sons about their father. If three sons quarrel amongst each other, the reason is frequently that they are all quite right to call a certain person their father. Indeed, three people would often not quarrel amongst each other were it not for the fact that they do all share the same father, and the object of their quarrel, as likely as not, is their inheritance. Out of the realm of Charlemagne have come in the main three component parts: a western part, which after various vicissitudes became the France of today; an eastern part, which in the main has become today's Germany and Austria, with the exception of the Slav and Magyar regions; and a middle part, which has become essentially the Italy of today. Strictly speaking, all three are equally justified in tracing themselves back to Charlemagne. Sometimes people even have strange feelings which determine whether they want to be traced back to Charlemagne or not. For instance, when you consider how many Saxons were slaughtered by Charlemagne, it is not surprising if some people attach no particular importance to being traced back to him. So these three regions emerged from the kingdom of Charlemagne. In order to understand much of what is going on today, we need to take into account that throughout the Middle Ages, there existed between the middle and the western region certain links which were of an ideal nature, links which today no longer exist at all in such areas, apart from some empty phrases which cannot be taken seriously. For the Holy Roman Empire was, to a large extent, founded on ideals. If you do not wish to believe other sources which speak of these ideals, then read Dante's title De Monarchia. or investigate what else Dante thought about these things. Consider, for instance, that it was Dante who reproached Rudolf of Habsburg for taking too little care of Italy, quote, the most beautiful garden in the empire, close quote. Dante was, at least during that part of his life that matters most, an ardent adherent of that ideal community which had come into being and was called Germany, Italy, hyphenated. Then in the 13th and 14th centuries, we see the Venetian Republic began to rebel against what came down from the north. First of all, Venice devoured the Patriarchate of Aquileia, but the main concern of the Venetians was to gain a foothold on the Adriatic and settle along the coast there. Venice was very successful, and we can see how what came from the north was indeed pushed back, particularly by the influence of the Venetian Republic. Then comes the era known as the Renaissance, which flourished in Italy and elsewhere, particularly under the influence of the blossoming of the free cities. But this was followed by the Counter-Reformation and the politics emanating from the Pope and Spain. And we see that not until the 18th century can Italy begin to think of recovering from centuries of pain and suffering. Since you can read it up in any history book, there is no need for me to describe how the moment at last arrived when Italy found her unity to the approval of the whole world. Those of us who are familiar with these things know that in German regions, just as much enthusiasm was expressed for the unification of Italy as elsewhere. We might ask how the modern unification of Italy came about. We should look upon the case of Italy as a particularly important example of how unified states come into being. But we must also come to understand the connections between the events in Serbia and Italy, which I told you about last week. These are connections which are immensely important for an understanding of the situation today. But first, one must consider for a moment how the state of Italy came into being, a state which can surely be recognized ungrudgingly. We need go back only as far as the Battle of Solferino, in which France fought alongside Italy, and where the first step was taken toward the subsequent creation of the modern state of Italy. We are in the 50s of the 19th century. How did it come about? For there was a great deal at stake at that time. That the first step on the path toward modern Italy could be taken at Solferino by Italy and France. Read your history books and you will find they fully bear on what I am saying. It came about solely because Prussia and Austria could only lose, could not reach any agreement. What happened subsequently is owed to the fact that Italy had in Camillo Cavour a truly great statesman, in whose soul the idea flourished that from this starting point something could arise in Italy which would lead to a rebirth of the ancient Roman greatness. But matters took a different turn. Something similar, though perhaps with a very different nuance, occurred. Something similar to what we saw in connection with Michael Obrenović, Prince of Serbia, when he sacrificed his earlier idealistic views to the demands of state necessity. In a similar way, the great soul of Camillo Cavour bowed before karmic necessity and made the transition from the ideal to external realism. I can only give you an outline of these things. Italy proceeded from stage to stage. In the summer of 1871, Victor Emmanuel was able to enter Rome. How had this become possible? It was made possible by Germany's victories over France. From the statesman Francesco Crispi stem the words, "Italy went to Rome thanks to the German victories," after France had taken the first initiative at Solferino. But the fact that Rome became the capital of the Kingdom of Italy is due to the German victories over France. Now a remarkable relationship develops between Italy and France. It is interesting to note how, to the extent that Italy was able to consolidate her unity, she became at once an opponent and an ally of France. Another factor is that Italy's statesmen set great store by the fact that her state structure was pieced together from the outside, and also that she owed to Germany the final great push toward unity. These statesmen also saw that to join forces with France in the way which would have been possible at that time could not be fruitful for her. This stream, however, was in opposition to another, which gained in force from the year 1876 onward, that of the Francophile Democratic left-wing party. So now this new state vacillated between an attraction to France, which was, I might say, more on the feeling level, and a more practical attraction to Central Europe. The remarkable thing was that in everything that came about at that time, it always turned out that the deciding factor was the practical tendency of Central Europe. A new turn of events came about when France took over Tunisia. It had always been taken for granted that Tunisia would fall to Italy, but now France proceeded to spread herself there. So the practical tendency in Italy began to gain the upper hand, the tendency which leaned toward Central Europe. It is interesting, for instance, that at the Berlin Congress, the Italian delegate asked Bismarck, who was quite calmly suggesting that France should spread over into Africa, whether he was really intent on setting Italy and France at each other's throats. Certainly for the Italian statesmen of that time, this meant that Italy must turn toward Germany. And since Bismarck had spoken the famous words, quote, "The path to Germany lies via Vienna," close quote, Italy had to turn toward Austria too. So the ancient feud, which Austria had taken on as what I would call her tragic destiny, had to be shelved. For everything the Venetian Republic had done meant basically that those elements which tended toward Germany had been pushed out of Italy. So Austria had to take on the role of bearing the stream which came down from the north. As a result of France's actions in North Africa, the Francophile stream in Italy had to retreat, and so the connection with Central Europe came to be taken for granted at that time. I'm giving you only a sketchy outline of these things, since it is, after all, not my task to teach you politics. But it is necessary to know certain things about which, unfortunately, far too little is known these days. Italy joined Central Europe in 1882, in what came to be known as the Triple Alliance. Certain people will always misjudge this Triple Alliance, because they cannot accustom themselves to using the valid terms. There really are people who blame the painful events of the present war on the Triple Alliance, instead of the so-called Triple Entente, which included the Entente Cordiale. You see, people do not always use the proper terms. Normally, you can ask about something which is intended to lead to a particular goal, whether it is really getting there and how long it remains valid. Now, it was always said by those who were a party to the Triple Alliance that its purpose was to preserve peace, and it did indeed serve this purpose for many decades. That is, for decades it served the purpose for which its participants said it was intended. Then came the Triple Entente, of which it was also said that its purpose was to preserve peace. Yet within less than a decade, peace had disappeared. Anything else in the world would be judged on what it achieves. Yet precisely in this matter, people do not condescend to form an objective judgment. Only 5 years later, that secret matter was contrived, which gives us the possibility of studying more closely the alchemy of those bullets which were used for the assassination at Sarajevo. The assassination of June 1914 could not possibly fail, for if those bullets had missed their target, others would have succeeded. Every precaution had been taken to ensure that if one attempt failed, the next would succeed. It was better thought out, indeed planned on a larger scale, than any other assassination in the whole of history. In order to study what our friends have asked us to bring up here, we shall have to discover the alchemy of those bullets. I shall return to this later. For after only 5 years, something had been mingled with the interrelationships of the Triple Entente, something which brought it about that there was a link between every event that took place in Italy and every event that took place in the Balkan countries. The aim was to let nothing happen in the Balkans without a corresponding event in Italy. The passions of the people were to be swayed in such a way that no action could be taken one-sidedly, either in the one country or the other. The people's feelings and thoughts were always to run parallel. For decades, there was this intimate connection between the various impulses of the Apennine and the Balkan peninsulas. Sometimes a case of this kind stands out in an extraordinarily symbolic way. It is a, in quotes, beauty in the way it conforms exactly to the theory. Just as a doctor might find a serious case of beauty if it gives him an opportunity of performing a particularly good operation, which does not mean in any way that it is something beautiful in itself. On a visit to Italy, we once called in Rome on a most charming, delightful, and friendly gentleman who has since died. He conducted us into his sitting room, where we found in a very prominent position the portraits, personally autographed, of Draga Masin and Alexander Obrenovich. This friendly gentleman was not only a famous professor, he was the organizer of the so-called Latin League, which was concerned with the separation of South Tyrol and Trieste from Austria in favor of Italy. Of course, I do not want to draw any great conclusions from such an insignificant experience, but it is significant symbolically that somebody who organizes the Latin League, I am not judging or criticizing, merely reporting, and in connection with this Latin League, causes the students of Innsbruck University to riot, should have in his sitting room, visible to all comers, the autographed portraits of Alexander Obrenovich and Draga Masin. Since the secret threads which link Rome and Belgrade were well known to me at the time, this experience did make an impression on me as being symptomatic in a certain way. Karma does, after all, lead us to whatever is important for us in the world. And if we are capable of seeing and understanding things in the proper way, then we realize that karma has brought us to a point where there is something to be sniffed out in the furtherance of our knowledge. Things now developed in such a way that in 1888, a year in which war could have broken out just as it did in 1914, the crisis was averted because Crispy remained loyal to the Triple Alliance. He remained loyal to the Triple Alliance because France was proceeding to spread herself in North Africa. France embarked at that time on a political tactic aimed at Italy, who was starting to turn away from her. The French themselves said this tactic was intended to bring about the, quote, reconquering of Italy by means of hunger, close quote. That is, a kind of trade war was attempted against Italy. And this trade war certainly played an important role at that time. The consequence was that Italy's practical links with Central Europe were increasingly strengthened. It is perhaps just as well if I give you the opinion of a Frenchman on this rather than that of a German. He said that modern Italy was economically a German colony. It has often been stressed, not only by Germans but by others as well, that Italy was saved by her close economic ties with Germany from the danger of being conquered by France through hunger, not a nice prospect. All this contributed to the peaceful settlement of the crisis at the end of the 80s. It is most interesting to study this crisis in all its details. It reveals something quite special to someone who is inclined to take account of interconnections and not be deceived. I did the following. I called to mind the events of 1888 and superimposed them on the date 1914. The events are absolutely identical. Just as in 1914, the incitements in the press were started in Petersburg and then taken up in Germany, so it was in 1888. As then, so also in 1914, a conflict was to be brought about between Germany and Austria. In short, every detail is the same. It is interesting that I have read aloud to various people a speech made in 1888 in which I replaced the date 1888 by 1914. Everybody believed that the speech was made in 1914. When such things are possible, we are not inclined to speak of coincidences. We have to understand that there are driving forces, and that these driving forces work in a systematic way. In 1888, the matter was averted in the manner I have described. Then the situation became more complicated. The complication arose particularly because the connection of the Apennine Peninsula to Central Europe took on a most peculiar character as far as Italy was concerned. It is psychologically interesting to study these things. It really came to a point where Italy, political Italy, had to be treated like some hysterical ladies are treated. The most unbelievable things developed, particularly because the opinion grew and was propagated in Europe that Austria must break up. I am not criticizing, only reporting. You may gain an impression of how this opinion was propagated in Europe by reading the publications of Loiseau, Caradame, sorry for the pronunciation, and others. Loiseau is Loiseaux, and Caradame is Cheradame, and others, all of which treat the assumption that Austria will be divided up in the near future. Readers aside, that was me, the reader, apologizing, not Steiner, end of readers aside. Now, these judgments of Loiseau and Caradame and the others were thrown into what was smoldering away down in the south. Under these circumstances, it was definitely not easy to carry on what is usually known as politics. For instance, Oberdank was much celebrated in Italy. He had attempted to assassinate Emperor Franz Joseph. In Vienna, on the other hand, a picture in an exhibition had to be renamed for the visit of the Duke of the Abruzzi. Its title was the Naval Battle of Lissa. This battle had been won by Austria, and so as not to offend the Duke of the Abruzzi, the picture had to be renamed Naval Battle. This is just one example among many. I am not criticizing, but I do wonder about the question of give and take. Would anyone in Italy have condescended to be so considerate as to omit the name of a sea battle Italy had won? In Vienna they were. Whether it is right or wrong, it does raise the question of give and take. I mention this in order to characterize the different moods somewhat, for it is these moods which matter when streams such as that of the, quote, Grand Orient de France, close quote, come into play, and when occult impulses of this kind start to take a hold. Certain things of which people have taken no note so far will have to become things of which they take a great deal of note in the future. For it is not the case that the Masonieri, as also other secret brotherhoods, do not notice what is there. Rather, they set themselves the task of making use of those forces which are indeed there. They know where the forces are of which they must make use. So if on the Apennine Peninsula there exists a certain stream, and if on the Balkan Peninsula there exists another stream, then suitable use must be made of these two streams, so that at the right moment, that is the right moment from the point of view of these people, one thing or another can be set in motion. Let this be a preparation for the alchemical discussion I mentioned, which will take us further along our path. Please note that, in order to meet the wishes of our friends, I cannot but mention a certain amount of what is going on at the present time. What I have to say has to be linked to certain things which do exist, even if not everybody agrees that these should be brought out into the open. I am convinced that one of the chief causes for the painful events going on in the world today is the attitude that a blind eye can be turned to certain matters, while others are discussed on the basis of an entirely false premise. Even in the face of large-scale matters of this kind, each individual should start from a foundation of self-knowledge, and a portion of self-knowledge is involved. If we recognize that to claim no interest in these things and to want only to hear of occult matters is in a small way no different from all that adds up to the events we are experiencing today. For spiritual things are not only those which have to do with higher worlds. These, to start with, are of course occult for everybody. But much of what takes place on the physical plane is also occult for many people. We can only hope that much of what is occult and hidden on this plane may be revealed. For one of the causes of today's misery is that so much remains occult for so many people, who nevertheless persist in forming judgments. The end of Lecture 5. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of, I think it is a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Karma of Untruthfulness. This is Volume 1. Lecture 6, given in Dornach on the 17th of December, 1916. In order to reach the goal of our discussions, we shall have to endeavor to comprehend the whole nature of the fifth post-Atlantean period in all its deepest significance. It is impossible to come to an understanding of events as deeply important as those of the present day by refusing to enter into concrete matters, and by insisting on considering only general aspects of the universe and man in a way that can be done when one is not concerned with specific circumstances. Unfortunately, I have to stress that an understanding for the deeply important nature of these events is largely lacking today. For certain quite definite reasons which will become apparent, I yesterday spoke to you about two matters. First of all, I told you how the book by Brooks Adams had been launched on mankind, a kite flown to gauge the scale on which such things are understood, at least by a few individuals. This book describes how a nation should be seen as a living organism which comes into being and passes through phases of childhood, youth, maturity, and decline in a similar way to a human being, though of course only similar, not identical. Furthermore, it is pointed out that at certain stages of their development, nations evolve two characteristics which belong together. Namely, at one stage those of an imaginative and a warlike nature, and at another those of a scientific and an industrial or commercial nature. So it is assumed that nations which are imaginative and warlike by nature, and others which are scientific and industrial or commercial, live side by side, and that in the mutual interplay of such nations, the universal development of mankind proceeds. I told you that this was a one-sided view. How do such views surface in the first place? What does it signify that they are launched on the public? Views of this kind have made an impression on individuals of a certain standing, and therefore have become part of the impulses working today. In such matters, it is always a question of disconnecting portions of the overall spiritual knowledge of man's evolution and planting them in the world when needed or wanted. By taking a portion of the total occult picture of mankind's development, it is possible to achieve definite things in the surface of a particular group and its particular egoism. Knowledge of the whole picture always serves the whole of mankind. Portions taken out of context always serve the egoism of individual groups. It is significant and important to take into account that much that is launched on the public from occult sources is not untrue, but half-true, a quarter true, an eighth true. And just because it bears within it a part of the truth, it can be used to achieve one aim or another in a one-sided way. That is why those who see through these things gain a significant impression from the fact that on the part of America, the 20th century is introduced by the launching of certain ideas in the world via some channels of the bookselling trade, serving certain movements which make use of occult means. The second matter about which I spoke was the remarkable treatise by the noble Thomas More on the best form of public administration in the state and on the island of Utopia. Out of this treatise by Thomas More, I quoted to you yesterday the passage in which More says, through the mouth of a stranger, what he wants to say about Utopia. This stranger is presented as a fictitious person. Perhaps we shall get to know him better today, but he is not fictitious, as you will see. Out of a certain mood of his time, which I described yesterday, he develops the theme of his feelings and then describes Utopia itself. This description of Utopia by Thomas More, who flings these particular ideas into the midst of human development at the beginning of the fifth post-Atlantean period, is indeed quite remarkable. I have found a number of people who have read Utopia, but not a single one who has read it carefully enough to become even partly aware of all the extraordinary ins and outs and unlikely details the book describes. People simply take the description of the island of Utopia as that of an imaginary island and just read on page after page. This is understandable in the present age, which is void of all spirituality. But at least one should notice either that Thomas More is describing something incomprehensible, even if it is only meant to be imaginary, or that he must have been a complete idiot, an absolute fool. But such logical conclusions are not drawn in our time. People far prefer to pass over things by means of superficial judgments. I shall now call up before our souls an outline of the content of this work. If you want all the details, you must read Utopia yourselves. It is significant that Utopia is described as having reached a certain maturity in its institutions. It is expressly stated that the situation being described does not exist in the beginning, but has taken 1,760 years to achieve, so that we are now presented with a kind of finished product of some maturity. The first point to be particularly stressed is that property is common. Nobody owns anything. The state is divided into certain families who, if we can put it like this, elect elders. And from among the elders, a prince is elected. From time to time, a council is called at which public matters are discussed in accordance with the instructions of the different sections of the population. Here we immediately come to an extraordinary arrangement. Public affairs may only be discussed in the prescribed manner. Anybody who privately discusses public affairs is liable to be condemned to death. Further, we discover a highly sensible arrangement. When a suggestion is made during the council meeting, it may never be discussed immediately. People must first go home and think about it, and it is then brought up again on a subsequent occasion. The one who is telling us the story says that in this way, people have an opportunity to think about things and do not make hasty judgments, which they would naturally defend with stubbornness and egoism, just because they have become attached to their own judgment, instead of thinking carefully and coming to the right conclusion. In Utopia, everyone has to learn farming while still a child. Later, they also learn a trade, usually that pursued by their parents, though they may choose another if they have the skill for it. Work is strictly regulated, and nobody need labor for more than 6 hours a day. Everything else is also arranged in the best way. There are 3 hours of work in the morning, but before this, at sunrise, those who wish may gather to learn about spiritual and similar things. Games such as those we know outside Utopia do not exist there. They have, however, a competitive game, something like chess, a kind of arithmetical battle, and also another competitive game, again similar to chess, in which the vices and the virtues compete with one another. Under the supervision of the elected representatives, those who are suitable are declared scholars. From among their number, the ambassadors and the priests are elected. The dirtiest work is performed by slaves, who are either recruited from amongst conquered peoples or else are criminals. Every true utopian is free. There is another arrangement in Utopia which we, who are not from Utopia, have only just come to enjoy. No journey may be made without permission from the appropriate authority. A passport is necessary for even the shortest journey. Money does not exist. Anything available for consumption is taken to the markets where anybody can help himself. Since this is so well arranged that no one takes more than he needs, there is no necessity to pay anything, for everyone receives what he requires. Money or anything like it is simply not necessary. The only metal of any value is iron. Please take note of this, for it is very significant. Silver is valued less, and gold least of all. Gold is not fashioned into the articles non-utopians would use it for, but mainly into chains for criminals and for similar objects. Gold is forged into chains for criminals. They have to wear them as a symbol of their shame. Certain receptacles, which one does not mention in polite company, are also made of gold, and so on. This had a curious consequence once, when some foreign diplomats visited Utopia and sought to impress the Utopians by festooning themselves in gold chains and jewelry. The Utopians thought them to be of very lowly origin, since such things were only used as toys for children, who discarded them as they grew older. When the diplomats came, the children watched them pass by in the street and said, "Look at those old fogies still wearing children's playthings." No value is attached in Utopia to the wearing of fine clothes, for they say, how can anyone fancy it matters whether his clothes are made from this wool or that wool? The sheep were the first to wear them. How can you fancy there is anything special in wearing what the sheep first wore naturally? In Utopia, there is also another peculiarity. Good and evil, virtue and vice are only judged in connection with religious ideas. A goal to be striven for in life is a kind of Epicureanism in the pleasures one enjoys. The more fun one has in life, the more virtuous one is considered to be. The Utopians believe in the immortal soul of man and have a kind of religion of reason. They consider that everybody may use his common sense to see that God rules the world like an overseer, that man has an immortal soul, and that after death this will enter into a spiritual world where there will be reward and punishment for virtue and vice. The Utopians think nothing of jewels, for they say, when somebody buys a jewel, he has to seek the assurance of the seller that it is genuine. Why on earth should something be valuable if you cannot see with your own eyes whether it is a genuine or a counterfeit jewel? This could only happen in Utopia. Hunting is also scorned as something undignified. Only butchers are allowed to hunt, and theirs is not an esteemed profession. The man who tells all these things explains that he himself introduced the Utopians to Greek literature and art, and that they proved to be extraordinarily intelligent. Indeed, their language seems to have affinities with Greek, and their culture is unusual, in that it seems to remind one of that of Greece mingled with something of Persia. The manner in which husband and wife are selected I shall not describe, for reasons which you will understand if you read the book. There are no lawyers in Utopia. They are considered to be the most harmful people. Contracts are not entered into because the Utopians believe that if someone wants to keep an agreement, he can do so without a contract, whereas if he does not, he can break it, even if he has a contract. In war, they avoid bloodletting if at all possible. It is considered the most shameful thing. They say if one spills blood in war, one is no better than wolves and tigers. Other methods must be sought, for man has intelligence. Only in absolute extremity, if there is no other hope, will they spill blood. They set about the matter of making war on another nation by sending out scouts whose task it is either to bring about confusion among the enemy so that they start to quarrel among themselves, or to murder one or another member of the enemy force, or something similar. In other words, they seek to use, quote, love and good sense, close quote, to bring about discord and dissension, as well as mutual irritation among those on whom they wish to make war. And only if this fails will they decide to shed blood. And even then, they use quite special methods, which show that they intend to cease the bloodletting at the first possible opportunity. Another point is that religious tolerance is a fundamental characteristic of the Utopians. So long as he does not break the law, anybody may belong to any sect or represent any religious view he likes. This was instituted by the founder of Utopia, Utopus himself. However, all must believe in a highest being, whom they call Mithra. The one who tells us this has himself attempted to introduce Christianity there. The A94 utopians proved to be most open to it and recognized it as being indeed the best religion. I'm not sure, but readers aside, that A94 might be an accidental type there. It might be just, I'll read that again. End of readers aside. The utopians proved to be most open to it and recognized it as being indeed the best religion. The utmost religious tolerance prevails, and all may believe whatever they will, except that someone who is a materialist, or who does not believe in the immortality of the soul, forfeits all civil and other rights, indeed is declared to be without rights. There is a sect which holds animals to be creatures who have souls like people. There are priests who teach in special mystery churches and perform cultic rites. Festivals are celebrated at the end and the beginning of each year. Musical instruments differ somewhat from those in other countries, for they are particularly suited to expressing in music what the human soul feels in its various moods, and so on. I have told you all this just as it is described in the book. You will have noticed I said on the one hand that the utopians have a religion of good sense, in which each individual believes what his good sense tells him is right. And yet, on the other hand, we are told that Christianity has been introduced, and that all believe in a kind of Mithra. Further, it is said that tolerance prevails, and yet those who are materialists forfeit their rights as citizens. In short, you will find in the book one contradiction after another. So what is this book really about? What is it describing? We can indeed only understand it on the basis of spiritual science. We must understand that Thomas More, like Pico della Mirandola and others, is a man who stands with part of his being in the fourth post-Atlantean period, while another part already projects into the fifth. But he is also a man who knows that this is so, and develops it in full consciousness, because he possesses a certain spiritual life. Thomas More spent many hours every day in meditation, and with his meditations he achieved certain quite definite results. But these results came about because, as I said, part of his being still lived in the fourth post-Atlantean period, so that atavistic elements joined in him with a conscious raising of his soul into the life of the spiritual world. Yet he lived a whole century after the beginning of the fifth post-Atlantean period, and in his soul everything lived which was characteristic of that fifth period. Intellectuality and reasoning as we know them today, which did not yet exist during the fourth period, contrary to the opinion of those whose view of history is utterly fantastic. All this worked and mingled in his soul. You can discover what must have gone on in such a soul if you study Pico della Mirandola, and also the relationship of Pico della Mirandola to Savonarola. We have then a man into whose soul we must penetrate a little if we are to understand what he meant with his description of utopia. Such a man as this knew that occult impulses work and weave in the evolution of mankind, and also that at the turn of the fourth to the fifth post-Atlantean period, it was necessary to provide the right impulse for many people. Whether they can then make use of it is another question. What did such people know? We have often discussed that things are different nowadays, but this is what it was like then. So what did such people know? They knew that mankind must grow decadent if only those things were developed which were, let me say, unspiritual, thought out, merely reasoned. Such people know that human beings must become desiccated, even down to their physical bodies, of course, not during the course of a few centuries, but over a long period, if only dry reasoning, if only that spiritual element is developed on which materialistic views are founded. Such people have quite a different concept of the truth from that which gradually evolved during the fifth post-Atlantean period. They know that thoughts must be thought which do not relate to the physical plane, because quite apart from the truth of such matters, human beings, if they do not wish to wither, must think thoughts which do not relate to the physical plane. These are the thoughts which bring life, which make life possible, and help it to make progress. This is why what is spiritual is so important, quite apart from the aspect of truth. Through his meditations, Thomas More had come to experience pictures of the higher worlds in a partly atavistic and partly conscious way. But these were mingled with the material aspect of the dream worlds. Out of these actual experiences arose what he relates in Utopia. It is not something he has thought out, it is not fantasy, but something he really experienced as the fruit of his meditation. He placed it before us just as he experienced it, in order to say, "Behold, a man who lives in England under King Henry VIII, a man who is even a servant of Henry's state, a man who bears in his soul the feelings, the desires, the intimate goals of England at this time. When his visions stir up his inner being, he experiences what is here described to be a kind of ideal state." He wanted to express what are the wishes, the goals, the ideas lurking in the subconscious of those who are dissatisfied with the external world. This is what he wanted to express. So it can be said, this is the astral self-knowledge of a man of that time. A wise man such as Thomas More does not simply set before his contemporaries a fantastic ideal for the future. He sets before them what he himself experiences, because through this, in his own way and in keeping with his own time, he wants to present them with the great truth that the external world perceived by the senses is Maya, and that this external world of the senses must be seen in conjunction with the supersensible world. But if one sees them in conjunction in this way, so that all the desires, all the wishes which belong to a particular age and are in keeping with that age, are allowed to play their part, then the outcome is something which, if looked at closely, is by no means a proposition that could be considered ideal. For, I must admit, if I were to be born in Utopia, I would probably see it as my primary task to overcoming the prevailing conditions as quickly as possible and replace them with others. I might even consider the conditions prevailing here or there on our earth, apart from those of the immediate present, to be more ideal than those in Utopia. But it was not Thomas More's aim to describe ideal conditions. His intention was to show what he really experienced under the conditions as I have described them. He wanted to say to people, if you could see your wishes, if you could see before your eyes what you imagine to be ideal conditions, you would find that you were not in agreement with them at all. Now, we have made the acquaintance of the stranger who describes Utopia. He is the astral self of Thomas More. These things must be seen as being much more real than is usually supposed. At certain points of human evolution, the fundamental facts must be sought out if one wants to understand this human evolution. A judgment cannot be made simply by taking the few facts closest to hand. A valid judgment cannot be based on these, for it would merely relate to sympathies and antipathies. These are valid, of course, but they take us no further, and mankind cannot be served by them. My purpose here, and we shall return to these things later, has been to place before you a man who is particularly typical of the turning point between two ages, namely between the fourth and the fifth post-Atlantean ages. One who is able to bring to the surface what is characteristic of his deeper soul life in such a way that he has an experience of self. Let me just leave this as a fact for the moment. In order to gain an understanding of the kind for which a number of our friends here have expressed a wish, we must now also work on achieving a comprehension of the concrete reality of a folk soul. For our materialistic age and way of feeling tends to make us confuse the folk soul with the individual soul. I mean, when we speak of a people, a nation, we believe that this has something to do with the individuals who constitute this nation. To use a rather rough and ready, though graphic comparison, to say that an Englishman or a German can be identified with the folk soul of his nation is, for the spiritual scientist, as nonsensical as saying that a son or daughter can be identified with father or mother. This is a rough and ready comparison, as I said, because on the one hand we are dealing with two physical people, whereas on the other we mean one physical and one non-physical being, which differ totally from one another when examined concretely. Not until there is an understanding of the mysteries of repeated earth lives and of the karma which these involve will there really be a comprehension of what underlies all this, which is highly necessary to understand if one wants to speak on a firm basis about these things. An immensely important truth lies in the fact that one lives within a certain folk spirit only for a single incarnation, whereas one bears within one's own individual being something quite different, something immeasurably greater, and yet also immeasurably smaller than that which lives within a folk soul. To identify oneself with a folk soul is in reality totally devoid of meaning once one goes beyond what is described by such words as love of the fatherland, love of the homeland, patriotism, and so on. We shall only understand these things properly once we can look earnestly and deeply at the truths of reincarnation and karma. I have spoken recently in various places about the connection between the human soul, between death and rebirth, and what comes into being when man enters a new existence through birth. I pointed out that between death and rebirth, man is linked with the forces which bring people together over many generations. Through the ever-repeated union of different pairs of parents and all that leads to descendants, as well as other aspects of the succession of generations, it comes about that the human being between death and rebirth finds himself within a whole stream, which in the end leads him to the parents through whom he can incarnate. Just as in physical life one is linked with one's physical body, so between death and rebirth is one linked with the conditions which prepare for birth through a particular pair of parents. One is immersed in the forces which bring one to particular parents, and which brought father and mother to their parents, and so on, back through the generations, in all their offshoots and ramifications. And whatever works together here in the most varied ways, in all this one is immersed for centuries. Consider the imposing number of centuries one would remain within all this in order to pass through a mere 30 generations. The period from Charlemagne to the present day encompasses approximately 30 generations, and over all that time, in all that has taken place in the way of meeting, falling in love, and begetting descendants which at last led to our own parents, in all this we have ourselves been involved. All this we have ourselves prepared. I am repeating this because in connection with those personalities one calls leaders, those who can be recognized as leading personalities in some respects, it is important to understand that what makes them significant for mankind comes about through all that I have just described. I shall draw your attention now to a leading personality, and the climax of what I have to say about him will be expressed in the words of another. You will see in a moment why this is so. We see in Dante a most eminent personality who lived at the end of the fourth post-Atlantean period. We may juxtapose such an eminent personality with those personalities who gained a certain eminence after the beginning of the fifth post-Atlantean period, such as, for instance, Thomas More. Let us look closely at what may be recognized in general in a personality such as Dante. A personality such as Dante is of far-reaching significance, gives far-reaching impulses. It is therefore interesting to consider, or at least to guess, how such a soul, before entering through birth into a physical existence that is to be significant for mankind, puts together, excuse this rather peculiar expression, what he is to become, in order to be born in the right way through the right parents. Obviously, these conditions are brought about out of the spiritual world, but they are realized with the help of the physical tools. In a certain sense, the spiritual world guides this blood to that blood, and so on. As a rule, a personality like Dante cannot be born of homogeneous blood. To belong to a single nation is impossible for such a soul. It needs a mysterious alchemy. Various blood streams must flow together. Whatever those over-patriotic people might say who claim great personalities for a single people, there is no great reality behind it. As regards Dante, so that you do not think I am taking sides, I shall now let another, who knows him intimately, describe what is clearly apparent in his being. It would be easy to imagine that I might be carrying on politically, which is actually furthest from my intentions. So for this reason I have made inquiries of Carducci, the great Italian poet of today, who is an expert on Dante. Behind Carducci, and this is why I am quoting him, stand what are called Masonieri in Italy, and what is connected with all those secret brotherhoods to whom I have drawn your attention. Because of this, Carducci's theoretical arguments about the actualities of life are to a certain extent based on some deeper knowledge. I would not maintain that he has flaunted this deeper knowledge all over the marketplace, or that he is in any way an occultist. But what he says does contain a certain amount of what has come to him via all kinds of secret channels. Carducci says 3 elements work in Dante, and it is only because these 3 elements work together that Dante's being was able to become what it was. First, through certain branches of his lineage, there was an ancient Etruscan element. This gave Dante whatever it was that opened the supersensible worlds to him. Because of this, he was able to speak so profoundly about the supersensible worlds. Secondly, there was, in him, a Roman element, which gave him a proper relationship to the life of his time, and a basis of certain legal concepts from which to proceed. And thirdly, says Carducci, there was a Germanic element in Dante. From this he gained the boldness and freshness of his views, a certain candor, and the courage of his convictions in what he had set himself. These 3 elements, says Carducci, made up the soul life of Dante. The first element points to the ancient Celtic influence which pulses through him like blood in a certain way, leading him back to the 3rd post-Atlantean period. For the Celtic element in the north leads back to what we have come to know as the 3rd post-Atlantean period. After this, we find the 4th post-Atlantean period in the Roman, and the 5th in the Germanic element. Carducci maintains that the elements in Dante's soul are composed of these 3 periods and their impulses, so that we really have 3 layers lying side by side, or rather one above the other, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th post-Atlantean periods, Celtic, Roman, Germanic. Dante experts of some stature have gone to great pains to discover how, from the spiritual world, Dante managed to mingle his blood in such a way as to obtain the final composition from which he was born. Of course, they did not express this in these words, but they went to great pains and came to believe that much may be put down to the fact that a great many of Dante's ancestors are to be found in the Grisons area of present-day Switzerland. This is borne out to some extent by history. The chain of Dante's predecessors points in every direction of the compass, including this district, where so much mixing of bloodstreams took place. We now see how in a single personality, the remarkable working together of the three layers of European human evolution is revealed. We also see how a man like Carducci, whose judgment is based on a certain objectivity and not on present-day nationalistic madness, points to the foundation on which Dante stands. Herewith we touch on conditions which are well known in circles familiar with the realities of life. Conditions which may be reckoned with and which may be used as forces if one wants to do certain things. These conditions are by no means unknown to the secret brotherhoods, neither in their rightful use, nor in that other direction which uses secret knowledge in one way or another in the service of some group egoism. For the secret of how the three consecutive layers, which are exceedingly meaningful mainly for Europe, work together, is discussed most carefully in all secret brotherhoods worthy of the name, though naturally in some cases in a manner which deflects from what might be termed the good direction. Please be sure not to forget that the knowledge about such things exists, and that it is taught, even though in the external, clever world no one wants to know much about it, very systematically and with great care, especially in the Western and American secret brotherhoods. Having now prepared the way and brought to your attention the teaching about what is, in a certain way, a mystery of evolution, and which is taught, albeit with the most varying aims, I shall now point to some further teachings simply by describing them to you. These teachings formed the content of the instruction given in certain occult schools, particularly toward the end of the 19th century. They continued into the 20th century, but it was particularly in the 19th century that they were taken up, at which time they gained a considerable degree of influence. Efforts were made to bring them into all kinds of situations in which it was felt necessary to use them for certain ends. So to start with, I shall simply report quite uncritically on certain teachings from the secret brotherhoods of England, whereby I shall be alluding to what I have prepared. The following was taught and is still taught. The evolution of Europe can be comprehended if, to start with, one looks at the transition from the Roman, the 4th post-Atlantean period, to the 5th post-Atlantean period. The teaching was, please remember that I am merely reporting, that the mystery of the transition from the 4th to the 5th period, or as was said in these brotherhoods, from the 4th to the 5th subrace, must be understood. You know that we cannot use the term subrace for the reasons I have frequently expressed. For to use this term means to pursue one-sided group aims, whereas group aims can never be our concern, but solely the general aims of mankind. So the teaching was that the 4th subrace is represented mainly by the Roman, the Latin peoples. Throughout human evolution, it is the case that when things develop in sequence, it is not a question of what comes after taking its place behind what came before. What comes before remains and takes its place side by side with what comes afterward, so that they remain side by side in space. Thus the stragglers of the 4th subrace, consisting chiefly of the Roman and Latin elements, have remained during the period of the 5th subrace. The 5th subrace, which began at the start of the 15th century, is composed of those peoples who are called upon to speak English in the world. The English-speaking peoples represent the 5th subrace, and the whole task of the 5th post-Atlantean period consists in conquering the world for the English-speaking peoples. It will be evident that the stragglers of the 4th subrace, the peoples touched by the Latin element will fall more and more into a certain materialism. They bear within themselves the element of their own inner dissolution, and even in the physical sense bear their own decadence within them. As I said, I am merely reporting and not saying anything which I myself maintain to be true. Further, it is said that the fifth subrace bears within it a germ of spirituality, of a capacity to comprehend the spiritual world. It is necessary, it is said, to understand how the fourth subrace affected the fifth, and for this purpose one must look back to where the Nordic peoples, who later became the Britons, the Gauls, the Germans, came toward the Roman Empire. The question was asked, what are these peoples at the time when the Roman Empire was making war on them? In other words, when the conflict between the fourth and the fifth subrace began. As peoples, they were at the stage of infancy. The important point is that the Romans, the Roman element, the fourth subrace, came in order to be their wet nurse. These expressions are needed to enable us to draw the analogy between the folk element and the element of the individual human being. So, the Romans became wet nurses, and they remained so for approximately as long as they maintained their dominance over the peoples of the north who were going through their infancy. Infants grow to be children. This is the age in which the papacy is founded in Rome, and in which the Pope in his reign becomes the guardian of the child. Just as the Roman Empire was the wet nurse of the infant. Again, I am merely reporting, and not maintaining that this is the case. So now we have the interplay between the papacy and what is going on in the north, what developed through Central Europe, right out as far as Britain. This is the education of these people under the guardianship of the papacy, out of which the Roman element from the fourth post-Atlantean period is still working. Round about the 12th century, when the papacy began to be no longer what it had been, the youth of these various people commenced, this being characterized by the awakening of their own intelligence. The guardian now withdraws. The youth of these peoples continues until roughly the end of the 18th century. As a rule, when such things are taught, the present is omitted, because for certain reasons this is thought to be a good thing to do. People must not be told too clearly what one thinks about the present time. They learn about this more through suggestion. Thus, in the course of time in the north, under the rule of the wet nurse, the guardian, and so on, the present mature condition grew. This bears within it the germ of rendering Britain the ruling nation of the fifth post-Atlantean period, in the same way as were not only the Romans, but also the Roman element in the form of the papacy, which was derived from them. So, according to this doctrine, while the remains of the Latin element crumble away from the human race, a new fruitful element expands from the factor in which lives the British element. Now it is hinted that all external actions and measures, which are to serve any purpose and be fruitful, must be made under the sign of these views. Anything that is undertaken without these views, anything that does not take into account that the Latin element is in decline and the British element ascending, is doomed to wither. Of course, such things may be undertaken, say these people, but they are condemned to remain meaningless. They will not grow. It is like sowing seeds on the wrong soil. In the doctrine I have sketched for you, we have a foundation which seeped into all the brotherhoods, even the more esoteric ones, those who worked in the West as so-called high-grade Freemasons and such like. These things were insinuated into public affairs by people who had either close or loose connections with these brotherhoods, often in such a veiled way that those concerned had no idea how they had come by their knowledge. Particularly since the 16th century, these things have been carried from the West into much that can be experienced in human evolution. Other things are also taught. It is said, just as those people in the North during the time of the Roman element, were preparing themselves to be the fifth subrace, so today, in a similar way, the Slav people are coming toward the West as the developing sixth subrace. In the same way, the Germanic peoples came out of the north to meet the Roman element. Thus, it is said that living in the East under despotic rule that is doomed to destruction are a number of individual peoples who, like the Germanic peoples, when the Roman Empire started to spread northward, are not yet nations as such, but still tribal peoples. These tribal peoples constitute the separate elements of the so-called Slav people, which for the moment is only held together in an external way by a despotic government, which is to be swept away. I am using the terms which are customary within these secret brotherhoods. After saying so many positive things about the Slavs, let me just add in parentheses, it is true that these peoples are still tribal in a certain way. This became evident at the Slav Congress in Prague in 1848. Each group wanted to speak in their own language, but this proved impossible because they were then incomprehensible to the others, so they were forced to use standard German instead. I do not say this to amuse you, but in order to show that what is taught in the West about the Slavs does have a certain basis of truth. It is said further in the English brotherhoods that the Poles have evolved ahead of the other Slavs. They have developed a homogeneous culture and religious life of a relatively high caliber. The destinies of the Poles are described to some extent, but it is then maintained that they really belong to the Russian Empire. Then the Balkan Slavs are discussed. Of them it is said that they have thrown off the yoke of Turkish oppression and formed themselves into individual Slav states, which, however, and this is repeated over and over again, are destined to remain as they are only until the next great European war. In the 90s particularly, these brotherhoods held this great European war to be imminent, and it was linked especially to evolutionary impulses which were to emanate from the Balkan Slavs, born of the fact that these states, which had come into being as a result of their disengagement from the Turkish Empire, had to undergo a transition to new forms. Only until the next great European war, it was said, would these Balkan Slavs be able to maintain their independence. After that, they would meet with quite other destinies. These peoples are at present, so it is taught, in their infancy. So it is hinted that since they are the future sixth subrace, while the Britons are the present fifth subrace, the Britons will have to play a role toward them similar to that played by the Romans toward the northern Germanic peoples, namely that of wet nurse, to be a wet nurse to these peoples as their primary task. This role of wet nurse will cease to be necessary, it is said, at the moment when these peoples will have reached a point when the Russian Empire no longer exists, and they have succeeded in creating their own forms out of their own dawning intelligence. But gradually the wet nurse must be replaced by the guardian. This means that in the West a kind of papacy must develop out of those who form the fifth subrace. For this, a strong spirituality must develop, and just as the papacy stood in relation to Central Europe, so a configuration will have to come about which works comprehensively from the West over toward the East. This must result in the East being used as a place where certain institutions can be created in a manner similar to that in which the papacy created its institutions in Europe. Of course, we have now progressed by one subrace. The papacy created churches and religious communities of all sorts. But now the Western, in quotes, papacy, which is to develop out of the British element, will have the task of carrying out certain quite definite economic experiments, that is, of instituting a certain form of economic society of a socialist nature, which, it is assumed, cannot be founded in the West, because there the fifth and not the sixth subrace has its being. The East, experimentally at first, must be used for such experiments for the future. Political, cultural, and economic experiments must be carried out. Of course, these people are not so stupid as to maintain that the dominance of the West will last forever, for no serious student of spiritual matters would believe that. But they are quite clear about the fact that just as at first the services of the wet nurse were offered, so must these be metamorphosed into the role of the guardian. In other words, a kind of future, in quotes, papacy on the part of Western culture. I have been reporting, my dear friends, these things are buried deeply in the teachings of Western Freemasonry, and it is a matter of recognizing whether the ones I have mentioned, which are very influential, are really justified as being for the good of mankind in general in its evolution, or whether it is necessary to think of them as needing correction in some way. This is what we are concerned with. We shall return to all this again. Now I want to point out that certain stages of evolution are really not mere fantasy, but that the more deeply one enters into the real facts, the more does it become possible to prove in the external world what was found at first by spiritual means. External science, even today, is occupied with the search for theories which prove that evolution takes place in stages which follow one another, that there is really something correct in what the spiritual scientist says can today be confirmed in some of the symptoms of ordinary science, if only one has the goodwill to search for them. Let me mention in this connection something of which I have repeatedly spoken already. Although external culture cannot comprehend these things, there is in spiritual development something which is expressed in laws which are as definite as the laws of nature. I once drew your attention to a linguistic law. Human evolution from the fourth post-Atlantean period up to the present shows that Greek and Latin represent a particular stage of linguistic development. The next stage was then Gothic, and the one after that, New High German. Evolution takes place here in a perfectly regular manner. I can only sketch this for you, but these things follow laws which are every bit as absolute as those of nature, and exceptions merely seem to be so. The sound d or d in Greek or Latin is transmuted into t, and this again into th, which because of certain language laws can also be z. A Greek th or z becomes a Gothic d, and this becomes t in New High German. A Gothic th or z becomes a New High German t, and so the circle continues. Similarly, a Greco-Roman b, as in boy, becomes a Gothic p, and this in turn a New High German f or pf. A Greek f or pf would be a Gothic b, and a New High German p. There is another circle which goes from G to K to CH. Take, for example, Kreis, 3, drei, T Greek, TH Gothic, D New High German. This is so in every case, and exceptions can be explained by special laws which complement the main laws. We have three stages, one above the other, Greek, Latin, Gothic, which corresponds to the time when the Roman Empire was coming up against the Germanic tribes, and the further stage of New High German. The strange thing is, as I have said before, that English has remained behind at the Gothic stage. So if you want to find the English for a New High German word, you have to go back a stage. Take Tag, T-A-G. To find the English for this, you have to go not forward, but backward. Day. Take Tief, T-I-E-F. Again, you have to go backward to deep. Take New High German, Zehn, Z-E-H-N. If you want the English, you have to go backward, 10. Take Zahn, Z-A-H-N. You have to go backward if you want the English tooth. take deep, D-I-E-B. Here too you have to go backward, thief. New High German dick, D-I-C-K, if you go backward becomes thick. So to go from New High German to English, the direction is opposite to the normal. So we can say quite objectively, if we seek to find the evolution of language as a folk element in respect of English, we have to go back to the Gothic stage. New High German has risen in evolution to become a special element. This is not said out of any patriotic or nationalistic feeling, but simply because it is true, just as there is no need to say the polar bear is white out of any sympathy or antipathy for him. The law I have demonstrated to you is a well-known linguistic law, Grimm's law. I have only demonstrated it with regard to some voiced and unvoiced plosives and some aspirated sounds, but it can be done for the whole system of sounds. The evolution of language proceeds in accordance with strict laws, and it corresponds to the impulses that rule in human evolution. Little by little, natural science discovers these things, though sometimes only sporadically. In spiritual science, you may find the deeper foundations for all these things. We shall come to other aspects of spiritual and cultural life, which will show that what applies to the realm of language holds sway in other fields as well. Something unconscious, when it is brought to light, bears witness to objective laws. This cannot be turned and twisted according to sympathy or antipathy. Do not imagine that this Grimm's law on sound shifts is unknown to those secret brotherhoods of whom we have spoken. Tomorrow we shall see how they come to terms with such matters, and how they have relevant things to say about them too. What they have to say is not foolish, but perfectly in keeping with a certain kind of occultism. It will be up to you to decide, when you know more about it, how you want to judge it and whether it is something legitimate or not. Through the karma of human evolution, it will come about that certain things are made more easily accessible to the public at large. In particular, as a result of the circumstance that a certain amount of confusion has entered into the Masonic orders. Because of these circumstances, a variety of things are coming to light for the outside world. We, however, want to understand, above all, the deeper foundations of all this. Some quite bizarre symptoms are indeed coming to light. For instance, there exists today an interesting dissertation by a man who met his death, this too is a remarkable karmic circumstance, on the battlefield of the present war. It is about the parallelism that exists between French politics and French secret societies. And it shows how the two run entirely parallel, how the same forces live in both. Much more intimate and concealed are the circumstances of English politics, which are totally under the influence of what lies hidden behind them in this way. Here the main concern is to find ways of placing suitable people in the right places. The people in the background who are involved in occult manipulations are often like a number one. They do not amount to much on their own. They need something else, a nought, N-O-U-G-H-T. Noughts are not ones, but the two together make 10. If more noughts are added, so long as there is a one somewhere as well, a great deal can result, for instance 1,000, though every nought remains a nought. And if the one remains hidden, then only the noughts are visible. So the aim is to combine the noughts in a suitable way with the ones, whereby the noughts have no need to know much about the way in which they are combined with the ones. There is, for instance, a certain man who is a perfectly honest fellow. I have often said that I in no way look on him as the wicked ogre, for which many in Central Europe want to take him. I think he is an honest, nice man, who in his own way longs to speak the truth. Yet this does not prevent him from being a nought. This man's education began at Winchester Public School, whence he proceeded to Balliol College, Oxford. Then he won something very important, the Marylebone Cricket Prize, followed by the Queen Anne Tennis Prize. At the age of 23, he became a member of Parliament. At that age, one is susceptible to all kinds of influences. At 30, he became Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs. He had long been Foreign Minister when he set foot outside England for the first time in order to accompany the King of England on a journey to Africa. He also wrote a little book on angling entitled Fly Fishing. Sir Edward Grey then ascended the social ladder before sinking into obscurity. A fellow student at Oxford, 10 years his senior, was Asquith, with whom he spent his years there. This is how those appear who are on the visible accomplices. Excuse me, read that again. This is how those appear who are the visible accomplices. We shall proceed thus far today and carry on tomorrow. The end of Lecture 6. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Karma of Untruthfulness, Volume 1. This is Lecture 7, given in Dornach on the 18th of December, 1916. Let me begin by repeating yet again my urgent request that you do not take notes during these lectures. It is mystifying that my wish in this respect seems to meet with absolutely no compliance. Yet I must make this request particularly with regard to these lectures. Firstly, the current situation gives no opportunity for someone who is seriously concerned with human evolution to give properly rounded off lectures. At best, only isolated remarks are possible. Secondly, we all know what misunderstandings came about at the beginning of this painful time because parts of my lectures were taken down and disseminated in every direction. In some cases with the praiseworthy intention of saying, look, the things he says aren't as bad as all that, but in others with the less praiseworthy aim of raising people's hackles so that they might build up all sorts of resentments. Isolated sentences quoted out of context, especially when taken from a series of lectures, can never mean anything and can be interpreted in all manner of ways. I am concerned solely with the quest for the truth, in this case particularly because a number of our friends have requested discussions of this sort and have a real desire for them. I am not concerned that it might be possible to report here or there that what I have to say is really not so bad after all. What I am concerned with is the truth. Surely all those of us who take spiritual science seriously and who are concerned with the findings of spiritual science with regard to human evolution in our time should be concerned with the truth. I shall continue today to give you some more of the viewpoints which furnish a basis on which to form a judgment fitting for today. That is, not for the next few days or weeks, or even for the next year, but for the present time in the wider sense. Let us remember above all that spiritual science is a serious matter, and that to understand it in a proper way, we must take it more seriously than anything else. If, on the other hand, as is so frequently the case when there is a society which serves as an instrument for the endeavors of spiritual science, if spiritual science is approached with all sorts of prejudices and premature feelings, which lead to a state of furious zeal over all manner of things, then this proves a lack of readiness for spiritual science. Yet it is perfectly possible to understand today that spiritual science alone is suitable for the development of that earnestness which is so needed in these tragic times. Each individual must set aside his preferences for one direction or another and endeavor to accept things without any prejudice. It is impossible to say certain things without making one person or another feel uncomfortable. There are plenty of people today who regard it as a sin even to hint at certain facts, because they imagine that the mere mention of some fact or other is tantamount to taking sides, which is, of course, not the case at all. Some facts must be looked calmly and squarely in the face, because only then can a valid judgment be reached. Of course, perhaps a person does not want to reach such a judgment, but he could reach it if he wanted to stand on the foundation of spiritual science. I shall now present you with a number of preparatory remarks in order to bring forward, at the end of today's discussion, some points which may awaken an understanding for the manner in which certain, shall we say, occult knowledge is forcing its way into the present-day spiritual development of mankind. Actually, this knowledge is forcing its way to the surface of its own accord, as a result of the process of human evolution, so that it is not necessary to make any extra effort to place it within the development of mankind. I shall take my departure from certain details, which I beg you will simply accept as the groundwork, so that later the main emphasis can be placed on what I shall put forward as the outcome of these considerations. At the beginning of these discussions, I said, if as a good European, one makes every effort to go thoroughly through all the events and facts that have been taking place over decades, and have also come to be known recently, if one makes the effort to go thoroughly into them without prejudice, and if one then examines the judgments made on the periphery as a matter of course, and I mean as a matter of course, by people who have rightly borne famous names during the period leading up to today's painful events, then one cannot but reach a certain conclusion. This conclusion is that certain judgments are such that whatever what one might say or assert, the answer is always the same. Never mind, the German will be burned, after the old pattern. Never mind, the Jew will be burned. Many, many judgments contain nothing but a certain aversion, whether justified or not is open to question, against anything in the world that might be called German. I am weighing my words carefully. This aversion has recently intensified into a burning hatred, which has no inclination whatsoever to scrutinize anything carefully, nor to accept anything that has been carefully scrutinized, but which finds its total justification simply in hating. Yet advantage is not necessarily taken of this justification. If someone says, I hate, and if he really wants to do so, and announces that he intends to do so, then why not? Everyone has the right to hate as much as he likes. No objection can be made to it. But very many people are most concerned not to admit to their feelings of hatred in such a situation. They try to lull themselves into forgetting about them by saying all sorts of things which are supposed to wipe away the hatred and put in its place a supposedly objective and just judgment. But this puts everything into a false light. If someone admits honestly, I hate this or that person, then you can talk with him, or perhaps not, depending on the intensity of his hatred. Truthfulness, absolute truthfulness toward oneself and the world in all things, is necessary. And if we fail to comprehend that truthfulness is necessary in all things, then we shall be unable to make what spiritual science ought to be for mankind into the most intimate impulse of our own heart and of our own soul. We then say, certainly we want a part of spiritual science, that part which is not concerned with our sympathies or antipathies, that part which is useful for us. But we shall reject those parts which do not suit us. It is possible to take this stance, but it is not a standpoint that is beneficial today for human evolution. What I have to say is based on certain remarks, but truly without anger. It is a well-known fact that very many people see a connection between today's events and the foundation of the German Reich, which lies in the center of Europe. It is not my task to speak about the politics of the German Reich or about any other politics, and I shall not do so. I simply want to give you certain isolated facts as a foundation. It is possible to form an opinion about the events which led to the foundation of this German Reich. It is also possible to form the opinion, whether justified or not, that it is a calamity for mankind that Germans exist at all. Even this is open to discussion. Why not, if someone is open and honest enough to admit that he holds these views? But this is not our concern at the moment. Let us look at the fact that this German nation led to the founding of the German Reich during the final third of the 19th century. There are people who challenge the founding of the German Reich from quite another point of view. They consider that the founding of this empire was not good for human evolution. But people who share the standpoint of the Western empires have no right to form a judgment of this kind. For let us not forget that these very nations of the West are exceedingly attached to the concept of empire, the concept of the state, and that their way of thinking with regard to nationality is very much linked to the various ideas about the state. Therefore, those who unite patriotism with the idea of the state, as do the Western nations, have no right to question the idea of an empire at all. If they did, they would be quite illogical, for they would be stating that another nation has no right to do what their own nation has done. In a discussion, you have to take up a standpoint which provides a basis for discussion and also makes it possible to remain logical. It would be easy to have a discussion with Bakunin about whether a German Reich in Central Europe is something beneficial. But the basis for such a discussion would differ greatly if it were held not with statesmen, but with almost any member of a Western nation, because they are so immersed in the idea of the state. So there must be one presupposition, namely, that the idea of empire as such is not rejected out of hand. Otherwise, there is no basis for discussion. But one's presuppositions must be known if one wants to arrive at valid judgments. People today no longer think of the historical impulses out of which this empire in Central Europe arose. They do not consider, for instance, that the toil on which this empire has been founded was for many centuries a kind of reservoir, a kind of fountainhead for the rest of Europe. You see, something Roman, in the sense of a continuation of what used to be Roman, no longer exists today. What used to be Roman has, if I may say so, evaporated and has only entered into other folk elements in the form of isolated impulses. Take the soil of Italy. During the course of the Middle Ages, all sorts of Germanic elements kept migrating to Italy. I might have an opportunity to define this more closely later on. In today's Italian population, even in their very blood, there flows a tremendous amount of what can be called Germanic. This was instilled into them by the Roman element, but not in any way which might make it possible today to call the people of present-day Italy a continuation of the old Roman people. It was always the case that from Central Europe, as from a reservoir of peoples, all sorts of tribes migrated to the periphery, to Spain, North Africa, Italy, France, Britain. And as the peoples rayed out in this way, something not of these peoples came to meet them, the Roman element. In the middle, as it were, was the reservoir, and there's a diagram. A man such as Dante, about whom I spoke to you yesterday, is simply a characteristic expression of a general phenomenon. Who are today's French people? Not merely descendants of the Latin element. Franks, in other words, former Germanic tribes, spread out over this land. Their makeup became mingled with folk elements no longer their own, elements containing Latin aspects, via Roman civic attitudes, mixed with ancient Celtic aspects. The result of all this being something in which many more Germanic impulses live than might be imagined. A great many Germanic impulses live in today's Italian population as well. If we wanted to, we could study the migration of the Lombards into northern Italy, a Germanic element which simply absorbed the Roman. Britain was originally inhabited by elements which were then pushed back into Wales and Brittany, and even as far as Caledonia, but not before they had sent out messengers to draw the Jutes, Angles, and Saxons over to the island, so that they might deter the predatory Picts and Scots. Out of all this, an element emerged in which the Germanic obviously predominates. This spreading out took place in all directions. In Central Europe, the reservoir remained behind. Connected with the fact that the center had to develop differently is that jump, which I do not want to brag about as a jump forward, which is expressed in Grimm's law of sound shifts. This law need not be measured with the yardstick of sympathy or antipathy, for it is simply a fact. Anyone can imagine what led to it, but this need not be confused with sympathy or antipathy. When the Roman Caesars were carrying out their campaigns against the Germanic tribes, those who were first conquered formed by far the greater part of the army, so the Romans fought the Germanic tribes with Germanic tribesmen. Even in later times, the massed peoples of the periphery stood by what was to be found in the center, to the extent that it became necessary to form the empire, which in its final phase was the Holy Roman Empire. You know the passage entitled Faust, where the students are glad that they need not worry about the Holy Roman Empire. But on the other hand, it also came about that the periphery made terrible war on the middle element. It was constantly rebelling against the middle element. One must also take into account that much of what is present in the consciousness of Central Europe is linked with the way the soil of this empire in Central Europe has constantly been chosen as the scene of battle for all the quarreling nations. This was particularly the case in the 17th century during the 30 Years' War, in which Central Europe lost up to 1/3 of its population through the fault of the surrounding peoples. Not only towns and villages, but whole tracts of countryside were destroyed. The peoples of Central Europe were utterly flayed by those of the periphery. These are historical facts, which must simply be looked at squarely. Now, it is not surprising that in Central Europe, the inclination arose to want something other peoples had already achieved, namely an empire. But the population of this soil has far less of a relationship to the idea of empire than has that of Western Europe, which clings particularly strongly to it, regardless of whether it is a republic or a monarchy. This is irrelevant. You have to look beyond the mere words and see how the individual, whether in a republic or some other form, stands in relation to the state he belongs to, whether his feeling for the way he belongs to it is of this kind or that. I said it is not surprising that the impulse arose in Central Europe to want an empire, a state which makes it possible on the one side to build up some protection against the centuries of attack from the West, and on the other to put up a barrier against what comes from the East, which is something that is still necessary for Central Europe, though not, of course, for the East. These things are, I believe, comprehensible. The Central European population has a different relationship to what might be called the idea of a state. That is, it differs from that of the Western population, especially the French population. In Central Europe, the idea of a state has not been living for centuries as it has, for instance, in France. And furthermore, the idea of a state as it exists in France is not suitable for what has remained in Central Europe. On the other hand, in what has remained in Central Europe, something developed around the turn of the 18th to the 19th century, which is of such spiritual stature that it will even be admired in the West, when one day the hatred will have abated somewhat. And this spiritual stature, which mankind will continue to savor for centuries to come, was achieved in Central Europe at a time when the West was making it utterly impossible for Central Europe to build a coherent state structure. Lessing, Goethe, Schiller, Herder, and all the others who are connected with this stream did not become great within a coherent state structure. They became great despite the absence of a proper state structure. It is hardly possible to imagine how different it was for Goethe, who became great without any coherent state structure, compared with Corneille or Racine, who can scarcely be imagined without the background of that state structure which was given its brilliance and eminence by Louis XIV, the king who said, "L'état qu'est moi." Not sure I said that right, sorry. And the readers aside, these things should be looked at together. However, during the course of the 19th century, impulses arose among the inhabitants of Central Europe, which were at first entirely inward, impulses which gave birth to the inclination to want some form of state structure also. This inclination first came into being in an intensely idealistic way, and those who are familiar with the development of the 19th century know that the idea of a state which moved the inhabitants of Central Europe was at first anchored, above all, in the heads of all sorts of idealists, people who were more idealistic than practical, who were most unpractical with regard to the idea of a state, compared with the practical Westerners. So we follow the development of the endeavors to form a German Reich, which could encompass the German peoples of Central Europe. We see, particularly in the year 1848, how the idea takes on certain forms which have a definite idealistic stamp. But because the 19th century was the age of materialism, anything of an idealistic stamp was not favored with much luck. The blame for this bad luck lay not so much with the nation as with the materialism of the 19th century. So then it became necessary to achieve in a practical way what could not be achieved in an idealistic way. In other words, it had to be achieved just as it had always been achieved during the course of European history. For how did states come into being? States came into being through wars, and through all the other things which also led to the German Reich between the years 1864 and 1870. Those who experienced the days when the new German Reich was being founded know how pain-filled were the hearts of the ones who were still imbued with the ideas of 1848, when the aim was to found this Reich out of feelings and ideals. There were in the 60s and 70s those who favored a Great German arrangement, while others favored a, in quotes, Little German arrangement. Those who favored a Greater Germany stood by the old idealistic principles and hoped to found the Reich on idealistic foundations and impulses. They did not want to make any conquests. They simply wanted to unite everything that was German, including Austria, in a common Reich or state. Anyone who imagines that these peoples desired to make even the smallest conquest has failed to grasp the degree of national idealism that lived in them. For a long period, they were in bitter opposition to those who favored a little Germany, and who, under Bismarck, founded the present German Reich, that is, the German Reich under the leadership of Prussia. But in the end, the Greater German Party made their peace with the others, because they came to understand that in Central Europe, in the 19th century, things had to go the way they did. They came to terms with this and realized that in the end, Germany had to be founded in the same way as had been France and England. In this way, those who favored a Greater Germany gradually came to terms with something that went utterly against their ideals. These things have to be taken into consideration. Consider further. Whatever opinion one might have about the events that took place between 1866 and 1870-71, whomsoever one might blame or not for the War of 1870, one must not forget that on the side of France, efforts were made to prevent the foundation of the German Reich, that French politics were aimed at preventing the creation of a German Reich. Of course, this can be denied, but things which are denied nevertheless remain true. When I speak of the French side or the English side, I never mean the people themselves. I mean the cohesion of those who are at the helm of at any given time, those who cause the external events to happen. People may think that they like what they like about the Spanish succession, or about a French or a German party in favor of war. But there is no disputing the fact that there were people in France who made every effort to implement their judgment, namely that the creation of an independent German Reich in Central Europe was not in keeping with the glory of the French state. This was one of the causes of the War of 1870-71. As a counterstroke, another impulse developed, about which once again one may think what one likes. This was the opinion that the German Reich might just as well be founded in the same manner as the French Empire, namely by making war on a neighbor. These things must be looked at in cold blood. So this German Reich was founded in the manner with which you are familiar, though there is little inclination today to examine the historical facts minutely. However, most of you know them, at least in outline. So we can say, the German Reich was founded while France and Germany were at war with one another, in such a way that the forces generated by this war were those that brought the German Reich into being. Let us look at the moment when Paris was not yet under siege, but when the German victories were already making the founding of the German Reich seem a possibility. There was cause to view the resistance to the founding of this German Reich as broken, and so in Central Europe the idea arose to set in motion the founding of the Reich favored by the Little German Party. We are looking approximately at November 1870. In doing this, we come up against the fact that out of all that took place in what later became Germany, that is, the German Reich, there arose the feeling that this way of founding the German Reich had done great damage to Europe, the feeling that the structure of this Reich is a structure of menace. To speak of, in quotes, Germany, is no more than a want of tact on the part of those who live in the periphery. There is no Germany today, any more than there is a Kaiser of Germany. There are individual German states, and the one who has been chosen to represent these states before the rest of the world is expressly not called, quote, Kaiser of Germany, close quote, but German Kaiser, which is something quite different. This has come about out of certain characteristics of the nature of Central Europe. I might point out that when the new Romanian state was recently formed, there was much discussion on whether the king should be entitled King of the Romanians or King of Romania. Such things come to mean a great deal the moment one starts to look at realities and not only illusions. The title King of Romania was chosen for quite specific historical reasons, in place of the originally intended Romanian king, or King of the Romanians. Now, if we allow judgments which have been in the making for some time to work on us, judgments which have recently, in some cases, reached new peaks of folly, again, we are not discussing what is justified, for everything is, of course, always either justifiable or unjustifiable in its separate parts. If we summarize these judgments, we find that there has come into being a feeling that great damage has been done to Europe by the founding of the German Reich, a feeling that the structure of this Reich in Central Europe is, in a way, a structure of menace. In order to make this clear, I should like to read to you a text which, in addition, contains a number of other things I am also concerned with at present. It has been said Germany or the Germans feel themselves to be threatened in some way, and yet in fact it is Germany that poses a threat to the whole of Europe. A judgment has been expressed, which is rather significant in connection with this. It was printed in the journal Matin, M-A-T-I-N, dated 8 October 1905. Do not forget that when we are concerned with realities, we need to know that behind the opinion of one person, there always stand the judgments of countless others, and also that realities always proceed from realities. In Matin of 8 October 1905, we read, quote, "If Herr von Bülow wants to complain that Germany is being isolated, he ought first to ask himself whether perhaps Germany has not isolated herself from the rest of Europe by her actions. The authors of the mistrust and the suspicious hatred which are squeezing the German Reich ever more tightly by the day are not called de Classe, Lansdowne, Edward VII, or Roosevelt, but Bismarck and Moltke, Wilhelm II and von Bülow. These are the ones who have created and developed this prickly, irritable, and provoking Reich bristling with weaponry, which has been casting challenging glances at Europe for the past quarter century, and which Europe in the end cannot help looking at with envy. By making her ever more Prussian, they are the ones who are turning away the sympathy which she was guaranteed in earlier days by her active scientific ways and her sober modesty. They are the ones who are sending out sparks of barbaric menace or brutal passion in this time of weariness. Europe is afraid of the fire that never stops smoldering in Berlin. Europe is taking precautionary measures." Close quote. Steiner again. So where do we stand with this judgment that the German Reich poses a threat for the whole of Europe? Among those in the West who express opinions today, there are unlikely to be any who do not see Germany as a threat for the whole of Europe, or who do not consider that the worst thing that could possibly have happened was to turn this people, who formerly shone through their sciences and their sober modesty, as is so aptly expressed here, into a threat for the whole of Europe. For that this is what it has become is repeated over and over again by countless voices and in rivers of printers' ink. It is easy to say what is often said, namely that this Reich was not created out of an historical necessity, but out of Germanic arrogance, a misuse, incidentally, of the word Germanic, and further, that it is filled with people who never cease stressing that Germans lead the world, Germans are the saviors of the world, and so on. Countless times we have heard it said, the Germans have grown arrogant. They think they have been called to rule the world. They consider the Reich they have founded to be something urgently needed in modern times, and so on. The pride, the arrogance of the Germans has become utterly insufferable. Such are the judgments which one hears in ever-changing forms. I have no intention of glossing over anything, but I now want to read to you a judgment which was made at the time the Reich was founded, a time I have already mentioned. I said, let us return to November 1870. What I want to read to you might make some people jump up and down with impatience, pardon the flippant expression, and say, there you have it. This is the kind of idea people have about the importance of this German Reich. It had already come into being, indeed was still in the process of being founded, and already it was being presented as something beneficial, not only for Germans, but for the whole of Europe, indeed, for the whole world, even for the French themselves. To show you that I am not glossing over anything, I shall read to you a judgment expressed in the year 1870. Long quote. No nation ever had so bad a neighbor as Germany has had in France for the last 400 years. Bad in all manner of ways. Insolent, rapacious, insatiable, unappeasable, continually aggressive. Germany, I do clearly believe, would be a foolish nation not to think of raising up some secure boundary fence between herself and such a neighbor now that she has the chance. There is no law of nature that I know of, no heaven's act of parliament, whereby France, alone of terrestrial beings, shall not restore any portion of her plundered goods when the owners that were wrenched from have an opportunity upon them. The French complain dreadfully of threatened, quote, loss of honor, close quote. But will it save the honor of France to refuse paying for the glass she has voluntarily broken in her neighbor's windows? For the present, I must say, France looks more and more delirious, miserable, blamable, pitiable, and even contemptible. She refuses to see the facts that are lying palpable before her face, and the penalties she has brought upon herself. Ministers flying up in balloons ballasted with nothing but outrageous public lies, proclamations of victories that were creatures of the fancy, a government subsisting altogether on mendacity, willing that horrid bloodshed should continue and increase rather than that they, beautiful republican creatures, should cease to have the guidance of it. I know not when or where there was seen a nation so covering itself with dishonor. The quantity of conscious mendacity that France, official and other, has perpetrated latterly is something wonderful and fearful. It is evidently their belief that new celestial wisdom is radiating out of France upon all the other overshadowed nations, that France is the new Mount Zion of the universe. I believe Bismarck will get his Alsace and what he wants of Lorraine, and likewise that it will do him and us and all the world, and even France itself by and by, a great deal of good. Bismarck seems to me to be striving with strong faculty, by patient, grand, and successful steps, toward an object beneficial to Germans and to all other men. That noble, patient, deep, pious, and solid Germany should be at length welded into a nation and become queen of the continent, instead of vaporing, vainglorious, gesticulating, quarrelsome, restless, and oversensitive France. Seems to me the hopefulest public fact that has occurred in my time. The appearance of a strong German Reich brings about a new situation. If the military states of France and Russia were to join forces, they could crush a splintered Germany lying between them. But now their arbitrary actions are faced with a considerable restraint. Close quote. Steiner again. Now I am going to omit a phrase for a reason which you will understand in a moment. Quote again. What every English statesman has longed for has left the realm of ideas and become reality. Close quote. Steiner again. You could ask, is this megalomania? Dear friends, I have just read to you a leading article which appeared in the Times in November 1870, but I omitted one word in the final sentence. The complete sentence reads, quote, but now their arbitrary actions are faced with a considerable restraint. The strong central power every English statesman has longed for has left the realm of ideas and become reality. Close quote. Steiner again. As you see, it is necessary to look at things as they really are. Those who read the Times today should, to some extent, take into account the opinion of the Times of November 1870. They might even attain to an unusual view of that most ghastly phrase ever coined, that of German militarism, if they were to think a little about what was said from the English side at that time. That the appearance of a strong German Reich brings about a new situation. If the military states of France and Russia joined forces, they could crush a splintered Germany lying between them. Times change, as you see. But people still believe they can make absolute judgments, and they are so happy in their absolute judgments. It is truly not enmity toward the English being and the English people if one passes a judgment which may seem wrong to many people from England, such as the one I passed yesterday about Sir Edward Grey. Those English who think it is enmity are, in fact, their own worst enemy. but I am not in the habit of passing judgment without any support from what can be regarded as a reliable source. You could say that whoever said what I said about Sir Edward Grey was no Englishman and cannot have known him. So now let me read to you a judgment about him by an Englishman who knew him well because he was a fellow minister. During the winter of 1912-1913, this man said about Sir Edward Grey, quote, "It is amusing for those of us who have known Grey since the beginning of his career to note how much he impresses his continental colleagues. They seem to assume there is something in him which is in fact not there. He is one of the foremost sporting anglers of the kingdom and also quite a good tennis player. He does not, however, possess any political or diplomatic capacities, unless a certain wearisome tediousness in his manner of speaking and also an extraordinary tenacity were to be seen as such. Earl Rosebery once said of him that the impression he gives of great concentration stems from the fact that there is never a thought in his head which might distract him from whatever paper he is studying." When recently a somewhat more lively diplomat expressed admiration for Grey's modest bearing, which never reveals what might be going on in his head, a rather pert secretary said, quote, and this is a subquote then, "A money box filled to the brim with gold sovereigns does not rattle when you shake it. Neither is there a sound if it contains not so much as a single penny. In the case of Winston Churchill, a few coppers rattle so loudly that it gets on your nerves. In the case of Grey, there is not a sound. Only the one who holds the money box in his hand can tell whether it is full to the brim or completely empty." Close subquote. Continue the quote. "Though impertinent, this is well put. I believe that Grey has the most decent character, though he does sometimes allow a rather unfortunate vanity to mislead him into getting involved with affairs which it would be better to leave alone in the interest of keeping his hands clean. He is always excused by the fact that on his own he is unable to comprehend or think anything through properly. On his own he is no kind of schemer, but the moment a skillful schemer takes possession of him, he can appear as the most accomplished schemer. This is why political schemers have always been tempted to choose precisely him for their tool, and to this alone he owes his position." Close quote. Steiner continues, "We must take note of these things, so that we are not tempted to believe that the peace of Europe in July 1914 was in particularly good hands. By using a number of documents referred to in various books, anything can be proved. What matters is whether these things were used in the right way in the handling of those forces which are important. Another thing you must note is that historical processes grow out of one another. They gradually take shape. What led to the events of 1914 had been in preparation for a long time, a very long time. Much has been said about this preparation. For instance, that the countries of the Triple Entente did not have any agreement which was against Central Europe, that the only purpose of the Triple Entente was to cultivate peace in Europe. All sorts of facts have been paraded as ostensible proof for this supposition. I would have to tell you some very long stories if I wanted to prove fully what I have to say. This is not possible, but I want to give you a few points of reference. For instance, I should like to read you some passages from a speech made in France in October 1905, because in the future this will have a certain part to play in history. Such speeches are always one-sided, of course, but if one bears everything in mind, and here there are a number of important points to bear in mind, a judgment can be made. A number of important things may be taken from this speech by Jaurès, a reader's aside, spelled Jaures, end of reader's aside, from the year 1905. I'm able to choose this example because I have recently spoken about Jaurès in quite another context. As you know, Jaurès was a Democrat, indeed a social democrat, and whatever else one might think of him, he was certainly a man who was seriously concerned not only with peace, which would have been so necessary for Europe, or at least Western Europe, but with calling together all those people in the world who seriously longed to keep peace. So in a way, Jaurès had a right to speak as he did. In October 1905, shortly after the French democratic government had ditched de classe, pardon the flippant expression, when it had become apparent during a session of the Chamber that he was capable of endangering peace in Europe in the near future, Jaurès commented as follows, quote, "England has recognized de Classe's dream and is quietly preparing to make use of it. The threat posed by German industry and German commerce in all markets of the world to English trade and English profits is increasing daily. It would be cynical, it would be scandalous if England were to declare war on Germany merely in order to annihilate her military might, destroy her fleet, and send her trade to the bottom of the ocean. But if one day a conflict were to arise between France and Germany, in which France brought forward legal reasons and the demand for the restoration of her national integrity, then behind these splendid pretexts, the calculations of the English capitalists who want to remove German competition by force could creep in and use this as a means of achieving their aim. So when difficulties arose in the Moroccan affair between France and Germany, and the latter, suspecting a coalition between France and England, made a brusque intervention in order to force the two to make declarations, it turned out that England, I have to say this, I'm afraid, was all too inclined to fan the flames. It is a fact that at the very moment when events were reaching a climax, England offered France an offensive-defensive pact in which she guaranteed us the fullest support and committed herself not only to sink the German fleet, but also to occupy the Kaiser Wilhelm Canal and land 100,000 troops in Schleswig-Holstein. If this pact had been signed and Monsieur de Classe wanted to do so, this would have meant immediate war. This is the reason why we socialists demanded the resignation of Monsieur de Classe, and by doing so we have rendered a service to France, Europe, and mankind in general." Close quote. Steiner again. Above all, Jaurès knew those things which many people do not know when they arrive at judgments, most essential and important things. He was even careless enough to express these essential and important things in such a way as to hint that he might say more in the future. It is well known to occultists that in the last third of the 19th century, a member of a certain brotherhood made known to the world certain things which in the opinion of the brotherhood should not have been made public. One day, soon after he had done this, he disappeared. He had been murdered. Jaurès was not an occultist, but we may be excused for being curious as to whether the world will ever hear what led to his death on the eve of the war. The things which Jaurès said go back to the session of the Chamber, during which de Classe, the creature of Edward VII, as well as other creatures who worked behind the scenes, was ditched by the government, perhaps not so much because he wanted to smooth the way for war, as for quite another reason. We are in the year 1905. Russia is still engaged over in the east, and it is therefore to be hoped that if the flames being fanned by de Classe in the west really started to flare up, the outcome will not be what it would be if Russia were no longer busy in the east. But de Classe is not a person who takes things lying down. When those who did not want a war accused him of driving matters to the brink of war, he replied that England had let it be known to France that she was prepared to occupy the Kaiser Wilhelm Canal and attack Schleswig-Holstein with 100,000 troops, and if France so wished, this offer would be repeated in writing. This piece of news which de Classe presented to his ministerial colleagues, who were about to turn him out, was of course the upshot of negotiations he had been conducting behind their backs, and in which King Edward VII had also been heavily involved. I could quote many items which would verify this fact, which was published in Mayton and later also in other journals. But I only want to draw your attention to the fact that at least there was someone, even at the time, who looked at the matter more closely and found it suspicious. This was a personality who was possibly not at all liked by people, particularly in France. He was the clerical senator Gaudin de Villain, and I'm going to forgive my readers aside, forgive my pronunciation. Gaudain, Gaudain, and then DE, and then Villaine. Villain, I'm going to say Villain. End of readers aside. Who on the 20th of November, 1906, when Clemenceau's ministry had already begun, asked what was the situation between France and England, about which so much was being heard. Clemenceau answered that, so far as the idea of revenge was concerned, he was indignant that a French senator could have set such a trap for him, obliging him either to disappoint the Orange Lodge or make a declaration of war, and he would therefore refuse to reply. So Clemenceau responded to the question from a senator as to whether anything existed in the way of a coalition between France and England, which could lead to a European war, by refusing to reply. For if he were to reply, he would either have to disappoint the Orange Lodge with regard to the idea of revenge, or he would have to make a declaration of war. So you see, if Clemenceau had been open about the relationship at that time between France and England, he would have had to make a declaration of war, not a declaration of peace, but a declaration of war. He said this himself in 1906. We must not forget that what works in every case in the world is what one person hears from another. Can you imagine that it was possible in Central Europe to believe in the peaceful intentions of Western Europe, while at the same time having to listen to not one but to countless such facts? To judge such things, a number of factors must be taken into account. One of these is the utter absurdity of speaking of Central European militarism in the context of Central Europe in its widest sense. For any such militarism is an obvious consequence of being sandwiched between two military states. People with absolutely no sense of reality might ask, were not all sorts of proposals made about disarmament? You need only look at these suggestions for disarmament. A particular goal can be achieved by quite a number of different routes. Of course, some people, I do not say nations, I say people, in Western Europe would have preferred to achieve what they wanted and still want without a war which would spill the blood of hundreds of thousands on all sides. They would have preferred to gloat gleefully and say, look, we have created peace. One of the means preferred by Western European politicians of a certain caliber was the disarmament proposal, for this was simply a different means of achieving the goal. When it turned out that no headway was made with disarmament proposals, this particular route had to be abandoned as impassable. If it had been possible to fetter Central Europe by means of disarmament, this would of course have been preferred. But this was only one of several possible methods. One must not be misled by words or by illusions. One must be clear about what people want. So ever and again it is necessary to stand up for people with a healthy way of thinking, people who really want what they say they want, even if under the influence of hate and all sorts of other feelings, they are identified as those who are to blame for something. One must stand up for them and be clear about how unfair it is to say, the English did this or that, the English are to blame for this or that. This is not a sensible judgment. But neither is it sensible if an English person feels hurt when facts such as the one just discussed are revealed. One must sit up and take notice when, on a basis of good sense, fingers are pointed to certain factors in the great complex of causes. Thus we find under the heading, quote, "The Germans seen," close quote, in the Daily News of 13 October 1905, a declaration that says the following about the British government at the time, which bears so much of the blame for what is still going on today. I must add that Sir Edward Grey's predecessor was not a naught. Lord Lansdowne knew much more about what was said, what was what. But from a certain point onward, those who stood behind the scenes needed a naught in order to be able to operate more easily. Quote, "And it is high time that Lord Lansdowne should explain and defend this chapter of the diplomacy for which he and his colleagues are constitutionally responsible. There has been a tendency of late to place lord lands down upon a pinnacle, but the country will have little reason to thank him if it be found that he has permitted this country to drift into entanglements directly involving a risk of European war. The best of courts will sometimes harbor fleeting family feuds. But what have the people of Great Britain, or the people of Germany to do with these things? The anti-German hotheads in this country and the anti-British hotheads in Germany alone stand in the way of such a consummation of friendly and stable relations, and for their tempestuous fads, vast populations may one day have to suffer dearly. Close quote. Steiner continues. You have to take into account the essential things in the right places. But never mind all the facts. Good sense alone could prove that the two Central European states had not the least cause to bring about a war. How would the prospect of war have seemed to those who thought about it? France would have had to say that in the event of a European war, unless certain conditions came about, she would be likely to suffer a great deal. However, this was not believed in France, because there was still such a strong faith in the France which had ruled Europe for centuries. In Italy, the conditions are rather special. Perhaps if you have time, we shall discuss them further in another connection. Perhaps if we have time, we shall discuss them further in another connection. But Italy also, under certain conditions, could not imagine that any great advantages would come of a war, which would throw everything in Europe into chaos. In Russia, too, conditions are rather special, as I have already told you in connection with Russia's relationship to the Slav people, the Slav race. This gives me an opportunity, by the way, to quote you an example of the depths of Sir Edward Grey's thoughts. What did his colleague Rosebery say? That the impression he gave of great concentration stemmed from the fact that he never had a thought in his head to distract him. Well, once a thought was infiltrated into his meditating mind by those who worked by infiltrating thoughts into his mind, the upshot was that he suddenly said, "The Russian race has a great future and is destined to accomplish great things." He had forgotten that it was the Slav peoples who had been meant, and that there is no such thing as a Russian race. When speaking of realities, it is absolutely necessary to distinguish between Russianism and the Slav peoples. In Russia, only those who represented Russianism could imagine any great outcome for a European war, namely the realization, at least partially, of the testament of Peter the Great. Apart from that, a great deal of suffering was expected, but not that suffering on which the representatives of Russianism would have placed any value. England was able to say to herself that she would lose and risk the least. Now that the sorrowful events of war had been going on for many months, if an assessment were to be made of who had suffered least, or indeed hardly at all, at least in regard to the opinion of world history, the answer would be England. England will be able to continue waging war for a long time without suffering to any great degree. But the so-called Central Powers would most certainly have had nothing to gain from a war, and they had no desire for such a war. They always displayed two tendencies. On the one hand, there was a certain carefree air which arose not out of a knowledge of what was going on, but out of a basic characteristic. For the Austrian character is fundamentally carefree. On the other hand, emphasis was always placed on the statement that all they wanted was to keep what they already had, and that any other suggestion was nonsense. There is no question, for instance, that any part of Serbia was to be annexed, if those who attempted to do so had succeeded in localizing the war between Austria and Serbia. If England had been led by a statesman who had not said as early as 23 July, "If Austria makes war on Serbia, this could lead to a European war." If England had been led by one who had said, "We shall do everything possible to make sure that the war is localized," then events would have taken quite a different turn. But this would have had to be someone who formed his judgments in a different way from Sir Edward Grey, who was hypnotized from the start by the thought, if Austria makes war on Serbia, there will be a European war. He never asked what Russia had to do with the whole matter of war between Austria and Serbia. This never occurred to him, and the suspicion cannot be detected in anything he said. All he ever saw was the justification for Russia's influence in Serbia, a justification for an influence which had been prepared in a remarkable way and was born on remarkable currents, as I have shown you. Nothing that has taken place in this connection, including the 364 assassinations between the years 1883 and 1887, has anything whatever to do with any kind of judgment about the Serbian people. All they have done is to fight bravely, and in their present condition they are still doing so. To them alone is owed the only success achieved in recent weeks down there by the Entente. No one who understands these matters will judge against any people, let alone one who, right into its most tragic days, has shown that it is not only willing to the extent of sacrificing its own blood, but also able to stand up for its true nature, always present and at the ready in grave times, if only it is allowed to be. But we must remember also that the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand was only the last great blow in a whole series of assassination attempts against Austrian government officials to have taken place within the space of a few months. This was in fact a particular campaign, which was even quite comprehensible and in keeping with certain people. You remember what I told you about the occult background of this individuality, Archduke Franz Ferdinand. You also remember that it is a fact, a paradoxical fact, that this couple, kindly disposed toward the Slavs in the highest sense, were slain by Slavs, or seemingly so. The deeper connections are made more approachable by a certain understanding of the heart. We see a human being kindly disposed in the highest sense toward the Slavs, slain, together with his wife, by Slav bullets. At the last moment, the Duchess espies from her carriage a young female standing quite near, smiles at her seconds before the bullets strike, because she notices she is a Slav woman, and exclaims, "Look, a Slavka!" Then the bullets strike. What a strange karma this reveals. Before the bullets strike her down, the Duchess exclaims in delight, because her eye has fallen on one of her beloved Slav people. I described earlier the far-reaching connection existing between machinations in the Balkan countries and a number of well-prepared situations on the Apennine Peninsula. And I now want to ask once again a question I have already put to you. Why was it written in a rather inferior Paris journal in January 1913 that it was necessary for the good of mankind for Archduke Franz Ferdinand to be killed? Why was it said twice in this so-called, quote, occult almanac, close quote, that he would be killed? It is necessary to look at all the facts at once. We will find that the alchemy of the bullets which were used for this assassination was exceedingly complicated, and that although they stemmed from a Serbian arsenal, they had been, in quotes, anointed from quite another quarter, if I may put it symbolically. These are things which express themselves in what could be seen, for instance, in Austria. Imagine Switzerland surrounded only by those who hate her. I doubt whether this would be a particularly reassuring influence, especially if the hatred were expressed in sayings such as those which have become current in Romania. Jos Austria perfida, that is, down with perfidious Austria, or rather Russian than Austrian, and so on. If this is how things stand, and if you consider all the things that were written in Italy quite a long time before the war against Austria broke out, then you will understand that the situation was far from reassuring. In this way, an extensive campaign was organized, which spread far and wide in the countries surrounding Austria. I'm not defending any particular state, but merely mentioning facts. Consider, for instance, also the following. At the Berlin Congress, Austria received, through the significant influence of Lord Salisbury, a mandate to occupy Bosnia and Herzegovina. When England gave Austria the mandate to undertake this action in the Balkans during the 70s, it turned out that in Austria there was passionate opposition to the annexation of Bosnia and Herzegovina, because the Germans in Austria said, "We have enough Slavs already. We cannot possibly absorb any more Slavs." If the idea had arisen in Austria to seize some fragment of Serbia by an act of war, it would have met with the sharpest opposition in the interests of Austria, which were well understood. For nothing would have been more stupid than to covet some fragment of Serbian territory. The only desire was to hold the empire together in order to counteract the campaign. This was perfectly honest, though it may have been careless. Seen objectively, it becomes perfectly obvious that the war would not have started as a consequence of the ultimatum of Austria to Serbia if Russia had not taken up the stance we all know about, despite knowing perfectly well that Austria was not bent on any form of conquest. In all this, however, we must remember the moods. The consequence of everything we have been discussing was that the moods arose not only in the periphery, but also in Central Europe. Now, I want to give you a small example to show you how, despite everything, it is possible to form a judgment about these things if one really sets out in earnest to achieve a valid judgment. It is interesting to look at certain points at definite times, for only in this way can one recognize something. For example, we might ask, what must it have looked like in the soul of someone who felt responsible for Austria, let us say round about the time of the assassination of the heir to the throne? I mean immediately before and immediately after this. In order to reach a valid judgment with regard to the mood amongst honest people in Austria, the best moment to choose would be that which immediately preceded the assassination. For people were not then influenced by what happened in the aftermath of the assassination. You see how cautious I'm trying to be. I'm not going to consider the nervous and anxious souls as they were immediately after the assassination. Instead, let us look at what lived in the soul of the honest Austrian under all the influences which, since Della Casa, had made themselves felt, coming from Western Europe and connecting up with Eastern Europe, with Russia. Now, I can place before your souls such a judgment by reading to you a passage from an essay, which was written just at the moment in question. Though it appeared after the assassination, it was already in the process of being printed when it happened. So, it was written by an Austrian in the weeks immediately preceding the assassination. Readers aside, there's a gap in the shorthand report here. Apparently the quotation then is not included, and we go back to Steiner speaking again. Here you have the judgment of a man whose thoughts are based on common sense, someone who saw all the factors at work in Europe just before the final event, the assassination, took place. Everyone knew that at the instigation of Russia, the Balkan states would be forced to declare war on Austria. Therefore, the right thing to do, in order to avoid war, would have been to start just at this point with attempts to localize the situation, for externally the prospects looked quite good. It is necessary when making judgments according to one's own feelings, for us judgments are facts, to look at the facts themselves and use them as the foundation. Today I have only been able to give you a few isolated facts in order to explain what I mean. But I gave them to you expressly for the purpose of developing the facts, nothing more. Let us be clear about the purpose of introducing such facts. The purpose is to promote the truth. The truth even if paradoxically it may be damaging, can never be as damaging as an untruth. Those who understand the facts know what unending lies were fabricated from the moment it became possible to lie unhindered as a result of the possibility of making oneself heard above the other side. That is, of drowning out the other side by means of the various methods which came to the fore in such a grievous way. But we are concerned with truth and with the admission of the truth. It is quite definitely not the truth to maintain that this war was provoked by Central Europe. Perhaps people cannot speak the truth because they do not know it. Obviously, when something like this war comes about, both parties are usually partly to blame, but in different ways. But I am not talking about blame. I am talking about the uselessness of judgments which have been made which take no account of the actual truth of the matter. Of course, I do not expect that these judgments will cease to be made, for obviously I know what happens in the course of human evolution, and that especially in our time, there is no inclination to base judgments on valid foundations. For there is so much in our time that prevents judgments being based on valid foundations. But one really ought to state properly what one is talking about. Those who are connected with certain sources of these grievous world events, which from sheer negligence of thought still tend to be called war, those who therefore feel connected with what is emanating in the periphery from certain centers, should admit quite openly, yes, we want what certain centers in the periphery want. We want the people of Central Europe to be partly exterminated and partly condemned to serfdom. Certain people in these centers, however, do not want the cultural life of Central Europe to perish. They talk of the wonderful science and culture and of the sober modesty which used to exist. In other words, they would be happy to lord it over these territories of culture and modesty by acting in the way the Romans behaved toward the Greeks. Obviously, Greek culture was higher, and the Romans did not destroy it. Similarly, no one in the Entente wants to destroy German culture. On the contrary, these people will be only too pleased if German culture continues to flourish vigorously. But they want a relationship similar to that of the Romans to the Greeks. That is, they want to make a kind of cultural helotry out of what exists in Central Europe. All right, then let them say so. Why deck it out with something so utterly ridiculous? For German militarism, which is not to be denied, has its true origin in French and Russian militarism. Without French and Russian militarism, there would be no German militarism. Let them say that what they want is to helotize Central Europe. Readers aside, helotize is spelled Helotize, helotize. End of readers aside. Let them say they would be quite content if this could be the outcome. Let them admit that they hate the presence of such a people in the middle of Europe who want to do what all the other surrounding peoples are doing. If someone says, I hate everything German, I do not want the Germans to have what other people have, well and good. You can then talk with him about it, or not if he does not want to, but he is nevertheless telling the truth. But if he keeps repeating, I want to destroy German militarism, I don't want the Germans to oppress other peoples, I want the Germans to do this or that, as is said today and has been constantly repeated for years, then he is lying. Perhaps he does not know that he is lying, but he is lying. He really is lying. Objectively, he is lying, even though perhaps subjectively he is not. What matters is to stand on the foundation of truth, even if this truth is perhaps harmful, even if it is embarrassing. It is necessary to admit these things and not anesthetize oneself with empty phrases about German militarism, for which one has a hatred to which one does not want to admit even to oneself. One must admit that one wants to helotize the German people, yet cannot face up to wanting this. Perhaps an anesthetic is needed, but it is not the truth. It is most important to stand on the foundation of truth. To have the courage to face the truth always leads one a little step further, but one must have the courage to stand by the truth. It is a fact that every people, as a people, has a mission within the total evolution of mankind. Every people has a mission, and all these various missions together create a whole, namely the evolution of mankind. But it is equally true that certain individuals, especially those who come to be familiar with the mission of mankind, have the arrogance to set in train certain things which are in the interest of a limited group, and for this they make use of what lies in human evolution. Let us take the English people. If what is necessarily meant to come about in the fifth post-Atlantean period through the English people really does come about, then it will never be possible through the very nature of this English people for England to start a war. For the true being of the English people in their mission in world history is opposed to any kind of warlike impulse. The real nature of the English people makes them the least warlike nation possible. And yet, for centuries, there have never been 10 consecutive years during which England has not been involved in war. We are living, after all, in the realm of Maya. But despite this, truth is truth. In the nature of the English people lies the exclusion of any kind of war, just as for centuries it has been in the nature of the French people. Not any longer, now it has to be artificially incited, to conduct war over and over again. It is not in the nature of the English people to wage war, and the reason for this is that the special configuration of the English folk spirit means that its purpose is to evolve what is to be incorporated into the consciousness soul of the fifth post-Atlantean period. This, in turn, is achieved through all those connections between people arising from logical and scientific thinking on the one hand, and on the other from commercial and industrial thinking. And when Brooks Adams placed before the world the ideas I mentioned to you earlier, this was an advance thrust coming from America, pointing toward what the English people must recognize as their mission in world history, based on their deeper nature, which contains none of those warlike and imaginative characteristics, such as those present, for instance, in the nature of the Russian people. Now, much will depend on whether this deeper nature of the English people will one day come to be understood in a deeper spiritual, scientific sense. In a more external way, some individuals have understood it. The work of Herbert Spencer and John Stuart Mill shows that the most inspired spirits have fully understood it, though from their more materialistic standpoint, and not as yet from a spiritual scientific standpoint. I can recommend that you read with some enthusiasm the political essays of Herbert Spencer and John Stuart Mill, for you can learn a very great deal from them. This spirit of peace, which, among other things, makes possible in a special way a certain kind of political thinking, in the manner I have already described, has indeed overflowed to Europe from England. Someone who has entered into European life from as many and varied points of view as I can really claim to have done, knows, for instance, that all the political sciences of Central Europe have certainly been influenced from the direction of England. And it is no coincidence that the founders of German socialism, Marx and Engels, founded this German socialism from England. It happens very easily that the nature of Central Europe is misunderstood. The true nature of Central Europe is still almost always misunderstood in Western Europe. How might it be otherwise? The culture of Central Europe was so permeated by the French element that one of the greatest, most important works of German literature, one which set the tone at the zenith of German culture, Lessing's title Laocoon, had a peculiar destiny. Lessing considered seriously whether he should write it in German or French. Educated people in Central Europe, in the 18th century wrote German badly and French well. This must not be forgotten. And in the 19th century, Central Europe was in danger of becoming totally anglicized, of being fully taken over by Englishness. It is no wonder that the nature of Central Europe is so little known, since it is constantly being submerged from all sides, even spiritually and culturally. Think, for instance, of Goethe's theory of evolution in respect of animals and plants. This is truly a stage in advance of Darwin's materialism, just as, in respect of Grimm's law, the German language is a stage ahead of Gothic English. Yet in Germany herself, materialistic Darwinism was favored by fortune, and not her own German Goetheanism. So it is not surprising that the German spirit is poorly understood, and that little effort is made to really understand it as it should be understood, if justice is to be done to it. As I said, the political sciences, in particular, were strongly influenced by the English way of thinking. But what is urgently needed now is that the different peoples should come to a certain degree of self-knowledge. Without this self-knowledge, for which Herbert Spencer and John Stuart Mill are not adequate, but which must be based on spiritual science and on a sense for what spiritual science can give, without this, no healing can come. Just consider how difficult it is, for example, to grasp the following, whereby no arid theory is meant, but something at the basis of life. There exists in the soul a certain relationship between the thought and the word. This is a fact. Let us imagine that in the structure of the soul, the word lies in this field and the thought in this one, and there's a picture. The French people have the tendency to push the thought right down to the word. Thus, when they speak, the thought is pushed right into what they are saying. That is why, especially in this field, there is so easily an intoxication with words, with phrases. And I mean phrases in the best sense. And there's another diagram. The English people press the thought down below the word, so that the thought mingles with the word and seeks reality beyond the word. Again, another diagram. The German language has the peculiarity of not taking the thought as far as the word. Only because of this was it possible for philosophers such as Fichte, Schelling, Hegel, who it would be impossible to imagine anywhere else in the world, to do their work. The German language does not take the thought as far as the word. It retains the thought in the thought. Because of this, however, people will very easily misunderstand one another. For a true translation in this situation is impossible. It is always only a substitute. It is not possible to say what Hegel said in English or French. It is impossible. Such translations can only ever be a substitute. The fact that some understanding is possible comes about solely because certain basic Latin elements are common to more than one language. For it is the same whether you say association in French or association in English. Both go back to the Latin element. Such things build bridges. But every people has its own special mission, and it is only possible to approach this through a longing to attain such an understanding. The Slav people push the thought inward so that it is here. Another picture. There the word is quite far away from the thought. It floats separately. The strongest coincidence of thought with word, so that the thought disappears over against the word, is in French. The strongest independent life of the thought is in German. Therefore, a saying formulated by Hegel and the Hegelians, quote, "The self-consciousness of thought," close quote, is meaningful only in German. Something that is an abstraction for non-Germans is for a German the greatest experience it is possible to have, if he understands it in a living sense. The German language sets out to found a marriage between what is of itself spiritual and what is spiritual in the thought. Nowhere in the world By no other people can this be achieved except by the German people. This has nothing to do with any kind of a Reich, but it will be endangered for centuries to come if people reject what is at present going through the world as the thought of peace. For then not only will a Reich in Central Europe be endangered, but also the whole essence of what is German. That is why these times are heavily pregnant with destiny for those who understand these things. Let us at least hope that things will be judged differently this time, differently from the previous time, when an impulse of destiny came into play, an impulse of destiny to which much thought should have been given, but was not, when Austria voluntarily declared her willingness to give to Italy what she needed to help her extricate herself from irredentist ideas and the Grand Orient. But there was no thought in the periphery for what it meant at that time to think little of what Italy, or rather those three people, were doing. Let us hope that whatever happens, the world will be more inclined this time to take these things seriously. The German element has its particular task because of the special situation of German thought. If this independently living thought is not brought into play, it will never be possible to accomplish the spiritual evolution which must be accomplished. Things must be seen as they really are. The English folk element makes it to a certain extent necessary to materialize what is spiritual. This is not something to be held against the English people. It is simply a fact. Within the English folk element, things that are spiritual have to be made material to a certain degree. That is why there will be a greater understanding there for what comes from the folk element as opposed to the element of mankind as a whole, namely mediumistic and other atavistic activities. It is just there that ancient things have their source, the ancient Rosicrucians, the ancient Indians, and so on. This must always be revered there in a certain way, just as the language itself has remained behind at the Gothic stage, where, quote, remained behind, close quote, is not a moral judgment, nor one involving sympathy or antipathy, but simply an indication of a position in relation to others. It is a question of how things are arranged, not of getting left behind in evolution. Let us take things as they are. Obviously, every nation today can understand everything. Yet, it is true to say that all really fruitful English spiritualism, in the best sense of the word, stems from Central Europe and has been imported. Its origin is in Central Europe, or else it is taken from elsewhere. Since intellectuality is so well developed in England, this is where spirituality can be systematized, organized. A mind such as that of Jacob Boehme would be impossible, for instance, in France. But while Jacob Boehme was born entirely out of the spiritual thought of Central Europe, he gained a great following through Saint Martin, the so-called philosophe inconnu, the unknown philosopher, the follower of Jacob Boehme. Thus, these things have to work together. So there is no point in making judgments on the basis of national feelings. One has to take what is presented to mankind at face value. The moment one takes into account that karma is something serious, that one is connected to one's nation through karma, in the way I described yesterday, the moment one sees these things from the point of view of karma and not of passions, one will find the proper attitude. I can imagine a time when even a people as passionate about national matters as the French will come to understand the fact of nationality as something karmic. I can even imagine that with their great talent for spirituality, the English nation will come to a certain science of the spirit to recognize that there exist other nations who might be accorded some degree of equal status, something for which at present there is not the slightest understanding. This is not a reproach, least of all is it a reproach. But one never knows how often one keeps on saying things which one understands perfectly well oneself, while others think them curious beyond belief. That attitude is surpassed by that of the Americans, with them the total lack of awareness that there might be others who intend to evolve in accordance with their own characteristics is even more paradoxical. Of course, only for those who do not share the same standpoint. Because of the great talent possessed particularly by the English people for spirituality, a good deal could be expected to enter this people via the detour of spirituality, especially taking into account that in them there also lies the greatest talent for purely logical, that is, unspiritual thinking, as well as for systematizing everything. Nothing could be a better expression of this organizational talent than the writings of Herbert Spencer. In regard to everything scientific, the English people have the greatest organizational talent. That is why they have such a flair for instituting systems for everything all over the world. Only those who prefer empty phrases can say that the Germans have a particular talent for organization. Such people leave unconsidered the fact that the talent for organization is most removed of all from the true nature of the German people. It must not be forgotten that what has seemingly been achieved recently by Germans in certain directions, both territorially and culturally, has come about as a result of the way Germany is wedged between East and West. Because of this, during the course of the 19th century, certain characteristics came to be developed more precisely in Germany than among those people to whom they really belong. This is eminently understandable. Self-knowledge has not penetrated to every corner yet, and since the Germans are so capable of assimilation and are able to take in and absorb so much in certain respects, the peoples of the West, not the East, have had an opportunity to discover, in certain respects, much about themselves through what the Germans have absorbed from them. Such characteristics, when seen in oneself, are always found to be excellent and obvious, naturally enough. But when they are met in another, one notices for the first time what they really are. You have no idea how much of what the West finds objectionable in Central Europe is no more than a reflection of what has been absorbed from there by Central Europe. People have no idea what mystery lies hidden here. Looking at the matter objectively, it is most remarkable to discover how some members in particular of the French nation are quite incapable of seeing in themselves things which they find terribly objectionable in others who had absorbed them under French influence in the first place. Perhaps it is not all that nice if it comes to meet you as an imitation. But if mankind is to progress at all, then, as I described it in my recent book, titled Vom Menschenrätsel, title Riddles of Man, it will be essential for this collaboration of Central European thought to take place. This is necessary, and it cannot be eliminated. And it must not be brutally destroyed either. Mankind is now faced with having to solve certain quite specific problems. This applies above all to something I have already spoken about, which is connected with today's much admired technology, a consequence of natural science, which is also much admired by spiritual science. In the comparatively near future, this much admired modern technology will reach a final stage where it will, in a certain way, cancel itself out. In contrast, something will come into being, I have mentioned it in passing here, which will enable people to make use of the delicate vibrations in their etheric bodies
Yeah, I thought I told you it was LOVED. Coming from the team. Darius J, Trey, Titties. Y'all know what this means to me. Thought I told you that the OU finna get murdered and put in the casket. The basket saying that I'm shooting from 3 points. My leg to my head, I been aiming with good poise. The way I motion got me feeling like big boy. They're way too proud, they be making a little noise. My lawyer just called, said the niggas got no coins. I'm talking about them niggas right there, but don't point. Put it at your motherfucking head, there's 3 points. I keep it 9 degrees like a square, I'm on point. And make a nigga dance like a baby with new joints. The way I motion got me feeling like big boy. Way I motion got me feeling like big boy. The way I motion got me feeling like big boy.